Morning, morning. YouTube will kick in here at some point. Maybe. Yeah. No. Not going to do that. Yeah. Okay, there we go. All right. Good morning. How's everybody this morning? Green Bastard. Good to have you aboard, sir. Crystal, Brother Paul, DVD to know, Linda M, Brickleberry, good morning. Brenda Grant, Glow Watcher, Freckles, not working, Freckles, our official timekeeper, out on the rock, Julia, good morning, at a 7K walk. Wow. Okay. Truth and all. It's all in the name. Jiang Love. Good morning. So news in RCMP. We're drunk. Yes, that was pretty crazy. You know, I hope he finds his help. Alcohol can be a wicked thing. Don't I know it? Hopefully he can find peace and sobriety if that's what he needs. It's unfortunate that the RCMP is enabling him, but anyway, maybe it's just a second chance and a rock bottom that he's hit. I don't know. JJ, review of documents. Being reviewed. Income. Gabriel Wortman had a telecell. Okay. Yes, he had a TELUS number. Did you get a bill or something? Did you find a bill for that? That would be interesting. I think I shared the number yesterday. I don't remember but it would be good to have more proof, right? And perhaps there's more than one. Peter Biker, good morning. Nikki Lewis, shipmates. Missing that one. Perhaps you can enlighten. Might as well throw out the Drunky O'Brien stories as cover. Salty Air, good morning. Jamie Renee, right? Okay, have I got it? Blue Nose, 62 of you in here now. Good morning. Glad you're all joining and sharing. Thank you. Yesterday, a bit of a gong show. Went back and reviewing it all. Political interference stuff there. Ooh. Chris Lee. Pro tip, watch stream in live chat. I don't know. What the fuck is that? What is live chat versus not live? I mean, I don't know. Who knows any of this stuff? All of you. Todd, good morning. Pioneer driver. Mary Sauer, good morning. Good to see you aboard. Holly, JD, good to have you here, Holly. Thoughts and prayers with all families in here, those who are commenting and those who are not. Sad Mafioso, Granny, Jamie, good morning, Jamie. Jalete, does that make you Jalete, like elite? Coffee for Yessie. Yeah, coffee's okay. All right, coffee and cigarettes for oh dear. Good to know. Are you a fellow smoker too? Oh no. Popular touching nerves on the tweeters. You're getting in all kinds of trouble. Glen Mason Snack King says Todd. Okay, the snack bus is on the road. Good stuff. Wendy Wong, good morning. Rebecca Jones, CK, Lily Bomb, Invasion 1. Tara, Good to have you. Tara's down in the puts chronological order. Well, that's good. Whatever. Do the filters out certain messages. Why? For what reason? Well, everybody put on the live chat. There you go. Hopefully we don't get too many porns in here today. Tara's down at the hoo-ha going on down there. Maybe Chris will have to say I'm not answering that because I need to consult legal counsel again today. I do hope he comes clean with whatever he's holding on to there, because it looks like it's not having a good effect on his body. I feel badly for him and those around him. That's not so good. Carrying secrets and all that stuff. Ashlyn, good morning. Cross-examination better today. Okay. Never seen porn bots get filtered out by top chat. All right, we got all right, some other things being smoked in here. Okay. To each their own. So CNIP. I'm very curious about CNIP. I would like, if those of you who, after you're done sharing on your social media platforms, of course, if you don't mind, because it is important. And the political interference thing is coming out and showing its fangs all over the place. And there's a lot of funky business going on. CNIP. I would like to learn what CNIP is and exactly what John Robbins' role was. Complaints Commissioner, Director General of that. I guess an O'Malley comes in, but I think they're wearing different hats. And CNIP seems to be something I can't find any records of. I think Todd mentioned that it was something to do with criminal records searches. I think it's much bigger than that. So, and there's a couple of them down there doing that. Robbins and all tied up. So I'd like to know, what is CNIP? What is CNIP? Not to be rude, is he sick? I don't know. I hope not, because obviously that would be bad. But I feel like he's carrying around a lot of guilt, and it's doing negative things. So I do hope that he will just come clean. All of them will come clean, because this is the way to deal with it. Otherwise, you're going to end up in not a good place. Stress and PTSD and all this stuff does very negative things to your body. Very negative things physically to your body. So this is what dishonesty does. Not saying, but he clearly was dishonest in his statement, which is very interesting. That's what he's needing a lawyer about. So, and this is up until less than 3 weeks ago. Problems. No leather pants. I saw the leather pants comments yesterday. I don't know what that was all about. Sorry to leave you all hanging there. I feel badly. Did a bunch of research last night. Came up with some really interesting stuff. Looks like they, of course, do have GPS. GPS for Brown and Melanson et al., etc. Right? So, and that's a no-brainer. Celebrate TMR2. Hello. It's not like I haven't been saying it for how long?
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent mode, please.
I may have to skedaddle early today. Now, if I will keep telling people or letting people know. But if it turns out that I have to leave before the end of this stream, if it ends and I'm not here, then please don't continue watching. I suppose you could be very kind and wait around. I will eventually come back, but I have to deal with something in real life. So not that I'm not dealing with it here. Big stuff, very big stuff going on down there. Good vibes for all the family members down there. Tough stuff. Dog expression. Hang dog expression. Poor body slumping. Who's that? My posture's a bit in the garbage, I will admit. GPS evidence has been entered, and now finally we have more trustworthy. Well, there's a little bit, right? But the little bit is an admission that they have it all. So let's just come out with that. I think they may have mistakenly put that out. There's also things in there they probably shouldn't have been putting out. Oh, now Jamie's changed her name. Does not want to be Jay Leet anymore. You're not Leet? Leet? Is that the new lingo? Leet. Creative writing juju. JJ and Julia are sisters hooking up here. Nosy Scotian. Okay.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass
Kelly,
Casualty
good
Commission
morning.
are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Bonjour et bienvenue. Hello and welcome. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Today, we'll continue to hear from Chief Superintendent Chris Leather about his role as the Criminal Operations Officer for the RCMP in H Division, Nova Scotia at the time of the mass casualty. Senior Commission Counsel Rachel Young will continue to facilitate today's questioning, which will include questions from the Council for participants. Thank you for joining us again today. Ms. Young.
Good morning, Commissioners, participants, and everyone. Last night, Council had the opportunity to caucus, and everyone has agreed on the time estimates for cross-examination today. The estimates are at the outside as follows. Michael Scott, an hour and a half. Most likely then we'll take the morning break around 11 a.m. Followed by Tom McDonald for 30 minutes, Josh Bryson for an hour, then lunch at 1 o'clock approximately, Tara Miller for 30 minutes, Jane Lenahan for 30 minutes, Samantha Paris for 30 minutes, Nasha Najawan for 30 minutes, Lori Ward for 30 minutes, and then possibly Commission Council and Commissioners after that.
Thank you so much. Then let's bring the witness in.
Yes, and just a small matter of housekeeping. There was one document yesterday that was exhibited twice inadvertently. It's COM 20316. It was made exhibit P003982 as well as 984. And so if 984 could be vacated, and that will be assigned to the next exhibit.
Thank you. Good morning, Chief Superintendent Leather. You're still under oath, and thank you for appearing. As I mentioned yesterday, counsel for the commission would meet, and they did in fact meet with counsel for the various participants, and they've agreed on a process for you to be questioned throughout the day. And it begins with Mr. Michael Scott, and each counsel will introduce themselves, of course, and who they represent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Chief Superintendent. My name is Michael Scott. I'm counsel for a number of the victims' families and those that were directly impacted by the mass casualty. When you left here yesterday, I expect you heard Chief Commissioner McDonald confirm that you were to remain under oath before coming back this morning.
Yes.
And can you confirm that between when you left the stand yesterday to when you resumed your testimony this morning, that you have not been contacted or had any contact with anyone verbally or in writing with respect to the content of your evidence?
Correct.
Now, yesterday, Commission Counsel, in questioning you, raised a phone call that you had received on your cell phone from Commissioner Lucky. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And to the best of your recollection, can you tell us what the content of that conversation was?
The initial part of the conversation, and as I said, was the commissioner calling to me on my cell at my desk in my office, at the time on my own. Initially, it was wishing me all the best, and I would call it a wellness check. And then she quickly moved into, I would say, the reason for the call, which had to do with her request to me to provide her with a gun inventory of the guns that were found in the possession of the gunman on the day that he was killed at the Big Stop gas station, and to have that prepared and forwarded to her. Can't recall whether she said directly back to her or through the CO, but as I testified to yesterday, the normal course of action would be through the commanding officer and up the chain.
Did you say you received that phone call at your desk in your office?
Yes.
And was that on your cell phone?
On my cell phone.
Okay, your work phone or your personal phone?
My work cell phone.
And would it be unusual for the commissioner to contact you directly?
I think it's the only time I've heard from the commissioner directly over the last 3 years or prior to. Obviously, I've had one-on-one conversations with her where she's come to the division, but in terms of a phone call, that would be atypical.
And to the extent that you have communication with the commissioner at national headquarters, presumably that would come through the chain of command to you through people between you and the commissioner.
Well, certainly it would normally be the commanding officer, my direct report in the division, who would come to see me to pass on a request or a message from the commissioner or the deputy commissioner, typically.
Did it strike you as unusual that you were getting a direct phone call from the commissioner being asked about the gun inventory?
Yeah, unusual, but again, under the circumstances, the extraordinary circumstances, I could understand her wanting that information, as I said yesterday, for the purpose of informing her senior executive RCMP team, so that's the deputy commissioners and equivalents that sit with her, and surely we're sitting with her daily, if not more frequently, post the mass casualty event.
So that was your understanding is the reason that that information was being requested was to brief her own staff and also to make sure that she had a fulsome understanding of the facts surrounding the incident?
Yes, that was my understanding.
Did the commissioner say anything to you to indicate that, or is that just something that you assumed?
He didn't indicate to me, so that was my understanding.
Okay. Did the commissioner provide any indication as to the purpose for her wanting that
I don't
information?
recall that at all.
As my friend Ms. Young noted yesterday, that phone call never came up in the course of your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Young asked you why you didn't mention that phone call when you were being interviewed. And I think your response was that you couldn't answer, or you didn't want to answer that question until you had had a chance to speak to counsel. Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
I wasn't at liberty to answer that question at the time.
Okay. You know the answer to that question.
Yes, I do.
And in answering that question, would it require you to divulge the substance of any legal advice that you've received?
Yes, and for the commissioners, I would like to put it on the record at this time that I would like to waive my solicitor-client privilege in order to answer the question from counsel.
Ms. Ward, it's pretty obvious.
I would say that Chief Superintendent Campbell can waive his privilege for this limited purpose.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chief Superintendent Campbell, please answer the question.
Yes, sir. So prior to coming to testify, I have spoken to independent legal counsel and have had discussions with him about this very issue. During the course of my preparation for my interview with the Mass Casualty Commission counsel, who examined me yesterday, there were two issues that I wanted to raise and did raise with Department of Justice counsel, Ward and McPhee, who are here today, and received advice from them. And the one issue that you're asking me about, as did Ms. Young yesterday, was a part of that discussion. And the advice that I received was not to proactively disclose the conversation and the emails leading up to the meeting of the 28th. I knew from my notes and the emails that I had prepared and submitted that it was obviously relevant to what would become the infamous phone call of April 28th and the subsequent SECU testimony of various witnesses, and was troubled by that and wanted their advice and was advised to take a reactive posture. My question was whether or not I should proactively disclose that during the course of my MCC interview.
So he's not going to answer.
If I could respond.
Ms. Ward?
I think there's been a misunderstanding as between Chief Superintendent Leather and counsel. I'm not sure, well, I didn't know until now what Chief Superintendent Leather understood from our discussion. Shortly before his interview with Commission Counsel, he had raised a document of which we had no knowledge in the context of our discussions about the meeting with Commissioner Lucky. From his description of the document, we thought it was potentially relevant, but possibly privileged, and based on assurances of confidentiality given to those who were involved in the making of the document. As such, we told Chief Superintendent Leather we would obtain that document and review it and disclose it if it was relevant.
I do have to object. This witness is under oath testifying to the exact matters that Ms. Ward is now providing her narrative about, and I believe it's completely inappropriate for Ms. Ward to give her narrative on the very issue that this witness is testifying about at this very moment. It may impact his narrative based on Mr. Scott's follow-up questions, and I just believe it's completely inappropriate at this stage for this narrative to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Chief Superintendent Leather, why don't you step back outside, and to the extent that what might become evidence, part of your evidence, you won't hear the exchange. Thank you. Ms. Ward?
Thank you, Commissioner. I wanted to say when we became aware of this document, which Chief Superintendent Leather had connected to discussions of the April 28th meeting, we immediately alerted Commission Counsel Director, Mr. Cromwell, of its existence and undertook to obtain the document and review it and state a position. We've now reviewed it and it will be disclosed imminently. At no time did we advise Chief Superintendent Leather not to speak about it if it came up and not to speak the truth. But we were unaware of any connection of that document to the call from Commissioner Lucky. So I'm not sure what the connection is, but I do not recall a discussion about the emails and the lead up to the meeting, and he was certainly, from our position, not advised not to tell the truth.
I don't think the issue was ever to tell the truth.
Or to hide anything.
I think it was proactive versus reactive. Oops, thank you, Ms. Ward. Let's call the witness back then. Mr. Scott, he's going to answer the question and you're going to continue on with your questions.
I will, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent Leather. Mr. Scott will continue with his questions.
Chief Superintendent, I just wanted to get some clarification because you talked about, I think, a couple of different lawyers, and perhaps you were talking about your preparations for both your testimony before the Mass Casualty Commission, but did I hear us correctly? You were referencing your preparations to give evidence before the House Commons Committee.
Well, I was specifically referring to the preparation for my testimony for the MCC interview.
Where you were interviewed by Ms. Young.
Where I was advised by DOJ counsel.
All right. And are you saying that that the lawyers that prepared you for that were counsel for the Attorney General of Canada?
Yes.
And that would be Ms. Ward and Ms. McPhee?
Yes.
Okay. And when you said that that you received advice to not raise the issue of this communication with Commissioner Lucky, was that advice given to you by counsel for the Attorney General?
Yes, I was trying to make the distinction between a proactive and a reactive disclosure of the information. That's the nature of the conversation we had. That, of course, if I was asked during the course of the interview or today, that I would respond truthfully and with the full extent of the question, but it had more to do with whether I should bring it up proactively during the course of my interview with Ms. Young or not.
Okay. And sorry, earlier you had mentioned that that you had sought advice from your own private counsel. That's a separate issue, is it? In terms of your disclosure of the call with Commissioner Lucky?
No, it pertains to this very issue post my interview, given my discomfort with how things proceeded and the fact that it didn't surface during the course of the interview. And I felt I needed independent legal counsel to get advice on how to manage the situation on a go-forward basis.
All right. So your testimony today is that in preparing to be interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission, specifically by Ms. Young, you met with counsel for the Department of Justice, Ms. Ward and Ms. McPhee?
Yes.
And in the course of that preparation, you were advised not to bring up this communication with Commissioner Lucky?
Yes.
And it wasn't raised by Commission counsel in the interview?
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, the fact of that phone call had not been raised in any other form before you were interviewed by Ms. Young?
To the best of my knowledge, it had not.
Right. You had no reason to think that Ms. Young would be aware of that phone call previously?
No, I had no reason to believe that, and certainly not from the interview.
And what you're saying is that after that interview was completed, you felt uncomfortable and sought independent legal advice?
Yes, here we are today dealing with this very issue, and on how to address this very issue should it surface. And here we are, and I felt I needed independent counsel on how to navigate that.
You were concerned that it might be viewed as you're improperly holding back relevant information.
Correct.
And you were fully aware of the fact that in being interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission, that it was critically important that you provide all relevant information.
Yes.
And that's why you were uncomfortable and sought separate advice.
Correct.
Is there any other information that you were advised to not raise that you think is relevant to the substance of this inquiry?
There were two issues that I raised. One pertained to the phone call and notes around the commissioner. The second refers to what is known as a wellness review that was conducted on the senior officers of the division last summer and into the fall by an independent third-party consulting firm in Ottawa, focusing on the wellness of the senior officers in Nova Scotia related to the impacts from Portapic, and more specific to myself, I can say for certain that during the course of the interview that I had with the consultant or the investigator for that report, that I, on the record in a recording, made comments about the meeting with Commissioner Lucky on April 28th. So there we had a recorded statement taken from me that was provided by me to an investigator, albeit, as has been stated by DOJ counsel, on an internal matter, nonetheless contained my depiction or assessment of that call some year plus later, which would have had much more context than I had on the 28th, because as you recall from my testimony, either here or at SECU, how caught off guard by that I was, and then to learn what I did subsequently, and was then able to share my observations and thoughts about what had occurred on the 28th in much more detail to that investigator.
Sorry, what was the organization that conducted that?
Quintet Consulting. I don't know the rest of the name. They're a well-known firm in Ottawa that the RCMP hired to conduct this review.
And your understanding was that the scope of that review was to assess the impact of the mass casualty on senior officers?
Yes, and then to make recommendations on how we could, as a management team, look to support the wellness of the senior officers in the division specifically. It did not extend to the NCOs or the constables. It was just because of the impacts that we were seeing. In particular, 3 chief superintendents, Robin, Gray, and myself, and our correspondence to the deputy commissioner and the CO about the need to address this, come up with a plan, and implement some recommendations. And it was obviously the decision of headquarters to hire this firm who are specialists to conduct this review. And I can just say for myself, again, my statement would contain relevant information pertaining to the meeting of April 28th.
I mean, say the review was intended to examine the impacts on senior officers. Can you be more specific? What kind of impacts were being reviewed?
The wellness. So it truly was an internal wellness review that Quintet was hired to oversee. And if not all, the majority of our officer cadre were interviewed to share their thoughts and feelings and recommendations on a course forward to help the CO and myself and the admin and personnel officer with a roadmap, a plan to help support the senior officers, whether it's transfers or whatever the case may be, based on the feedback that was received and the recommendations made.
To the best of your knowledge, was Chief Superintendent Campbell interviewed as part of that process?
To the best of my knowledge, he was.
And do you recall who interviewed you in that process?
By name, no. He was a retired Navy captain, for what it's worth. I think he was the same principal that did, if not all, the majority of the interviews. But I'm sorry, I don't recall his name.
And approximately when was that interview conducted?
June or July of last year.
2021.
Yes.
To the best of your understanding, was a report of any kind completed in that matter?
Yes, it's my understanding.
And have you seen that report?
No, I have not.
Have you received any information about the outcome of the findings of that report?
A week ago, we received an update from the CHRO, or Chief Human Resource Officer, with a series of recommendations for the new commanding officer as it relates to the wellness and supports for the members, senior officers in the division.
And those recommendations were sent to you. You've seen them personally?
I believe they were sent to all those that participated in the review.
Okay. Do you now, or have you ever had a transcript or a recording of the interview that you gave in that process?
No, and as I recall from the joining instructions, although a recording was taken for the purpose of assisting the investigator consultant, it was noted that it would not be retained, but a summary would be made from the interview.
Did you ever receive a summary?
No.
Okay. And you said that it would be relevant to the April 28th meeting that's been raised in this matter. And to be clear, you're talking about the meeting by teleconference with Commissioner Lucky and Superintendent Campbell and Leah Scanlon.
And Ms. Bergerman and Deputy Brennan, yes, that call.
And am I correct that the reason that became a live issue in the interview that you did as part of that review was given the impact that meeting had on morale?
Well, for me, it was a one-on-one interview. It was based on the impact it had on me, and I was describing the impact that it had on me and why it had the impact it did, and my observations of the impact it had on the other people that I could see in the room with me.
And you said that the content of that interview that was taken last year would have information relevant to that meeting. Is there, to the best of your recollection, did you discuss anything in that meeting that would not already be known to the Mass Casualty Commission by way of your notes or the reporting of others?
Certainly by way of my notes, because my notes were admittedly rather brief as it relates to that meeting. So yes, there would be additional context and details because I had had the benefit of over a year to reflect and learn more about what had gone on in that key 24 hours beforehand in my discussions with Ms. Scanlon and Mr. Campbell.
And given that it was almost a year ago, presumably your memory would have been to some extent fresher than it is now.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I followed your question.
Does the fact that that interview was conducted about a year before now, do you have any sense that your memory at the time when you were recounting it in that interview would be better or clearer than it is now, given the passage of time?
I would say yes.
And bringing us full circle, do I hear you as saying that it was suggested to you by counsel that you not raise the fact of that interview in preparation for your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission?
I asked specifically whether I should bring that up proactively or not.
And what were you told?
Not to.
And who told you to do that?
It was Ms. McPhee and Ms. Ward that I had the conversation with in my boardroom at headquarters.
So when you talk about the two issues, one would be the fact of that interview, and the second was the phone call with Commissioner Lucky.
Phone call in my notes and the context and the lead up to the call on the 28th. Okay. And for my belief that was, now referring to the call on the 28th, that my role in the lead up to the 28th was a key piece of the story, which I began to tell at SECU on the record. And it's on the public record there already. And of course, there's no reason why it shouldn't be available to the MCC.
Moving on, Chief Superintendent, we heard earlier in the week from your former colleague, Chief Superintendent Campbell, and one of the things that he said in his testimony was that he was unsatisfied with the results of the H-Strong investigation in terms of the ability to follow up on particularly issues related to how the perpetrator was able to obtain firearms. Do you share that view?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that a central part of the H-Strong investigation, because the perpetrator's actions were fairly well known and his responsibility for the mass casualty was known, but there's this key issue of how is that person being permitted to access firearms?
That was a key part of the investigation.
To the best of your understanding, that person should not have been able to access firearms in Canada.
That's my understanding, yes.
It was known early on that he didn't have a possession and acquisition license.
Yes.
Certainly didn't have a restricted firearms license.
I would agree.
You were aware of no reason why he would be able to lawfully possess, purchase, or acquire any sort of firearm or ammunition.
He did not have such a license that I was aware of.
And to the extent that he was able to access or had assistance from others in acquiring those weapons, it would be your view that that directly contributed in a material way to his ability to kill 23 people?
Yes.
And in the course of that investigation, obviously, leads were followed cross-border to the United States, and certain individuals were identified.
Yes.
And while there are jurisdictional issues, it's certainly your view that the way the perpetrator was able to access several weapons is reasonably clear.
I believe the investigation has uncovered the, if not all, certainly the majority of sources of weapons that the perpetrator used in the U.S.
And it's your understanding that the American authorities, the ATF and FBI and specifically, have no intention of laying charges. That's the best of your understanding as the matter stands now.
Yes, I mean, I've not made any recent inquiries in that regard, but that's my understanding coming here today.
And to your mind, that leaves that issue unresolved, but to some extent beyond the control of the RCMP.
Yes.
You were asked the other day by my learned friend, Mr. Lockyer, about, or I guess your colleague, Mr. Campbell, was asked about a meeting that he had with you shortly before Ms. Banfield was charged. Do you recall that meeting?
I do.
And it was suggested that in the course of that meeting, there was a discussion between you and now Chief Superintendent Campbell about whether charges would be laid in relation to Ms. Banfield.
They were updating me on the investigation, and were seeking my, well, awareness and support for next steps. And I think it's important to make the distinction. They weren't looking for my authority. This was not a formal, I needed to authorize what they were proposing. It was merely an update. This was a course of action that they had charted. And the next step, as I think you've heard from my testimony and Chief Superintendent Campbell, was that the Command Triangle would then pursue discussions with the Advisory Crown on the possibility of charges being laid. And I was fully supportive of that course of action at the time.
And I appreciate that you weren't being asked to make the decision, but do you recall in the course of that conversation, discussion about the potential optics of laying criminal charges against Ms. Banfield?
Yes.
And concerns over whether the victims' families would be supportive or not supportive, how it would look to the public?
Yes, the impact on the public, and that we needed to be cognizant that it would have impacts whether charges were laid or charges were not laid. And that was the nature of our conversation as it relates to that.
I suggest to you, did it not strike you as unusual to be having a conversation about what the optics of laying criminal charges would be? Would you not agree with me that that the issue is simply whether or not there is evidence upon which the RCMP, in good faith, believe that a case can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt? Well,
I agree, and that's what I testified to yesterday. We have a job to perform, a mandate to follow. That's the criminal investigation, which we pursued. And it was merely a conversation amongst 3 senior managers in the division. And I can't remember which of the 3 of us tabled that particular item, but that is normal. We're not just going to focus in a conversation like that strictly on, whether there's evidence or not to lay charges. Let's consider for a minute the impact that that's going to have on the families. What will the community think? And beyond that, a conversation with our corporate communications folks, because questions surely will be asked and were once that decision became public. So that's natural. These are the types of conversations I would expect the SSO and the officer in charge of major crime to be having with me in regards to something as high profile and important as that investigation.
In the context of that conversation is the nature of it, we're going to discuss the various factors in terms of the evidence that we have and how it will be perceived and how it will be received, leading to whether or not we should lay charges, or is it we think we have the evidence or we're in the process of making that determination, but we should also consider that this is going to have implications, or there may be a reaction. And that gets the distinction I'm drawing here is it a matter of we should be alive to the fact that our decision is going to bring questions or criticisms, but we're going to do whatever we think is right? Or was it your understanding that we're factoring in the public relations piece and making determination about whether criminal charges are going to be laid against a citizen?
Now, the first scenario that you laid out, it's being aware and discussing the implications, but refreshing, not that it was required with two very senior major crime investigators. Our primary mandate is to investigate crime, to collect the evidence, to do the best that we can in doing so, and to present the case as we did, in my understanding that we did through the command triangle, to the advisory crown and to the prosecution service.
Regardless of whether it's popular or not.
We make many unpopular decisions when it comes to prosecution, or not prosecution, but forwarding cases to the prosecution service.
Would you recall ever any discussion or any communication or indication that a motivating factor in laying charges against Ms. Banfield or the other two parties was in any way motivated by a desire to delay or in any other way obstruct the Mass Casualty Commission's ability to secure documents?
You know, if you're asking whether we had discussions about that, I mean, the idea of even the sentiment of obstructing any agency is foreign to me, and certainly to those two other officers. And while we had discussed and were aware that the inquiry had just been called, it wasn't going to impact our decision on whether to continue with the investigation and present that to the prosecution service. As I noted yesterday in my testimony, we were going to pursue that with all our ability unless we were directed to do otherwise. And there are very few sources that can provide that kind of direction to have us halt an investigation, you know, for all intents and purposes, park an investigation. And I can just say for myself, we certainly did not receive any such recommendation or direction from any authority above us to do so. And we briefed up on this. You know, this is not a decision that was taken in isolation within the division. Our national headquarters, CNIP, were well aware of this status as it moved through the investigation. And so there was corporate awareness at the highest level of this, of our decision to continue the investigation and submit it to public.
To the best of your understanding, in making a determination the criminal charges be laid against Ms. Banfield and two others, was there ever any discussion about potential Section 10B issues that had arisen in taking statements from those witnesses?
No, I have to say the first time I heard about that was while I was watching Mr. Lockyer's questions for Chief Superintendent Campbell the other day. I had no awareness of that.
So no one ever raised you any concerns about the viability of a case against Ms. Banfield because of any concerns there were with her not being properly cautioned before providing her evidence?
No, sir, that never came to my attention.
And then discussing this matter with Commission Counsel yesterday, I know that that my friend Ms. Young asked you a question. I think she described the charges that were laid against Ms. Banfield as being, in light of them being minor charges. Would it have been your view at the time or now that the charges involving helping the perpetrator acquire the necessary materials to carry out the acts minor?
My personal opinion, whether they're minor, I mean, I more look at the charges more clinically. The charges are what they are, and of course, depending on the circumstances, they may be looked at as rather benign in the terms of the scale of firearms offenses, right, that we typically investigate. But that, of course, is not the lens that I would look at these particular charges. They would be high profile, serious under the circumstances, and serious under the circumstances.
You'd agree with me that that while often in firearms crimes there's a focus on accessing the firearms, the ability to access ammunition is no less important, is it?
If you don't, and again, I'm borrowing Chief Superintendent Campbell's analogy, without ammunition, the guns are metal and wood or metal, can be used, of course, as a weapon on their own to strike someone with. But once you combine ammunition with a firearm, stating the obvious, it becomes something else.
Was it your understanding or the position of the RCMP at the time that the distinction between how the perpetrator acquired firearms and how he acquired ammunition, that there was any particular distinction between the two? Was it viewed as being just as important as tracking down the persons of interest in Holton, Maine that had supplied the firearms themselves?
I'm not aware of any distinction that was made between, as you say, the different avenues of investigation in terms of importance. It would have had the same importance as any aspect of the H-Strong investigation, but, you know, particularly where we had the evidence we had an evidentiary path to pursue that may actually lead to charges, was something that we were going to follow with our full capabilities.
I want to take you to the beginning of your involvement in the mass casualty. We've heard evidence that you received your initial briefing at 6:30 a.m. on April 19th by Staff Sergeant Halliday. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we have your notes. We have them now. And Madam Registrar, if we could we pull up COM 51406 and specifically PDF page 55? Can you see that, Chief Superintendent?
Yes.
And these are your notes from the morning of April 19th?
Yes, they are.
And can you advise whether the notes that you made on the 19th were made contemporaneously, or did you make them at a later date?
Literally at the time, I can see, and I know because I have them here beside me, that they were made on a scratch pad that I had at home on my home desk. And literally, as I was taking these calls with the various officers throughout the morning, I was doing the best I could to take it down directly into the book.
Okay. And Madam Registrar, if we could just scroll down a bit. I think if we go down the full pages, there we go. So 6:30 a.m. call with Staff Sergeant Halliday, and below there are a number of bulleted items. Do I understand correctly that that's the information you were receiving from Staff Halliday? Again,
Literally as Staff Sergeant Halliday was providing with information, I was trying to take it down on the scratch pad.
Right. We see reference 10 p.m. 911 female, shots, just shot friend, presumably referring to the 911 call from Jamie Blair. And if we look down through that list a little bit, we see love triangle involved. Do you recall Staff Halliday giving you that information?
Yes, I would not have known anything about the victims, witnesses, or the gunman at the time. That would have been words that he shared with me.
Okay. And did you at the time, or do you now know what the basis of where Staff Halliday was getting that information?
I don't know, sir.
See, seems to be a related reference there. One of his Vics, also someone he dated, mistress deceased. You recall Staff Halliday telling you that as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you're not aware of what the basis of was?
No, I wouldn't have followed up on something like that myself.
You note that in there's no reference in those notes to the use of a marked police cruiser.
Certainly not on what you've shown me there. I don't see it.
Can we assume from that that wasn't part of what you were briefed by Staff Halliday that morning?
Again, if that's the end of the notes, then that was the information I received.
It goes without saying that Staff Halliday had told you at that time, by the way, the perpetrator is traveling around in a marked police cruiser. That would warrant mention in your notes.
I would like to think I would have included that in my notes.
You would have considered that to be a very significant issue.
Yes.
Madam Registrar, if we could go down a page, please. And again, these would have been your notes from the same call, presumably.
They appear to be, yes. I don't see a time on the column yet on the left side.
You see there's note to 10 years ago threatened. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, threatened moth, meaning mother, I would say, and father, that's a plus sign.
Right. And below that, you see mother and father, no contact, and then Moncton guarding them.
Yes.
Your recollection that in that briefing at 6:30 on the morning of the 19th, the Staff Halliday had advised you that they had pulled some information about the perpetrator and specifically about a prior threat he had made against his parents?
No, that was the only notation I made around that, and I don't recall that kind of detail around any sort of queries or background checks that might have been done around.
Do you recall what you were told that would have that caused you to make these notes about 10 years ago, threatened mother and father, no contact?
Again, these are verbatim comments from Staff Sergeant Halliday and me doing my best to record them, on the scratch pad. That's it.
Okay. And were you there's an entry Moncton guarding them? Was it your understanding that Moncton RCMP had been sent out to guard the perpetrator's family?
Yes.
It'd be fair to say that at that very first briefing, it was confirmed to you, at least through Staff Halliday, that there was some awareness of who the perpetrator was, his name, some prior interaction with police, and who his family was.
Yes.
Take that down, Madam Registrar, if we would. Chief Superintendent, yesterday you were testifying about issues of interoperability and your interactions with Truro Police Service Chief McNeil was discussed to some extent. You're aware that the Commission has emails from the morning of the 19th between you and Chief McNeil?
Yes.
Right. And to save us having to go through the emails, am I correct in summarizing that you were contacted by email by Chief McNeil that morning?
Yes.
And he sent you an email at somewhere around 8 o'clock in the morning offering to provide assistance if needed?
Yes.
And approximately 2 hours later, you responded and suggested that, thank you, and we think we have the perpetrator pinned down in Wentworth.
Yes, that's my recollection.
And you recognize now that the information that you provided to Chief McNeil was incorrect?
The information that I was provided, which I passed on, was incorrect.
And you didn't follow up once you became aware that it was incorrect, you didn't follow up with Chief McNeil to correct that.
No, I did not.
And you did not take Chief McNeil up on his offer to have Truro Police take any local calls to take pressure off of RCMP.
No, and as I said in my statement to MCC Council, and it's an area I would surely like to see explored in more detail, Chief McNeil would know that his best contact for this situation, if not people on the ground closer to the action, then certainly the district policing officer, the detachment commander. There are others who he is both more familiar with and who are closer to the action, able to provide him with those sorts of responses. So it's not a good communication line to have established in the first instance. Look, I admit that I didn't get back to him. I was dealing with many other issues, as you're well aware. But I hope Chief McNeil, and I believe he knew enough to look for information elsewhere, any number of sources that he could have gone to with better access and closer visibility on what was actually happening on the ground than myself.
I think, do I hear you correctly? You're suggesting that he contacted the wrong person. He should have contacted somebody closer to the ground.
Yes.
Right. In fairness, you could have told him that. You could have said, I'm not the guy to talk to. Go talk to Archie Thompson or somebody closer to the ground. Correct?
I could have said that, yes.
And would it also be fair to say that really the reason you didn't respond to him is because you were busy doing other things and you didn't get to it?
Right. It literally fell off the table for me in terms of circling back with him. I would agree with that because of everything else going on.
And notwithstanding the issues of interoperability that you were talking about yesterday and how, particularly as it would relate to a direct response to the mass casualty, there really would have been no issue with accessing Truro resources to do things like cover local calls that couldn't, general patrol calls to take some of the burden off of members who were directly involved in the mass casualty.
Absolutely. I hope, a day does come where those sorts of seamless calls and requests for service and understanding exist. Those decisions about the nature of the kinds of deployments you're talking about should be seamless and coming right out of the OCC or the radio dispatch area. And there should be, it should be a seamless transition to the municipal services to help with things like traffic points, road closures, and things like that. I would agree.
On the 19th of April, you contacted Cert directly, correct?
Yes.
And at the time, you had contacted Acting Director Pat Curran.
Yes.
And that was because the director, Felix Cacchione, was on leave at that time, if I recall.
Director Cacchione was on medical leave for some time, yes.
And you were referring, obviously, the matter involving the shooting of the perpetrator as a Cert file.
Yes.
And that would be normal anytime an officer is involved in a discharge of a firearm, particularly where, in this case, a civilian was killed.
Yes, the big stop incident.
Your understanding is that that would trigger your obligation to then refer the matter to Cert for an independent investigation.
A clear referral in my mind to Cert.
You also made two other referrals. One was in relation to the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall shooting.
Yes.
And that was because obviously two RCMP officers had discharged their weapons in questionable circumstances.
Yes.
And there was a third referral regarding the Shubenacadie scene.
Yes.
And do I understand correctly that there was a response from Acting Director Curran, and it appears that he was initially somewhat upset about having that matter referred by you?
That's my recollection.
And what was your understanding of what the issue was?
The issue there for me was it was possible that there may have been an exchange of gunfire between the gunman and Constable Stevenson, and that the victim that had been kidnapped, for lack of a better term, by the gunman, Mr. Weber, could his death, albeit we know that how he unfortunately appeared to have died in terms of the incineration that occurred at that scene to the cruisers. Was there a possibility that he was struck or not by any gunfire during the exchange, and that actually contributed to his passing? So it was to say, bringing this to your attention in case you decide to invoke based on that very limited fact pattern that I was presenting as something for them to consider.
So just to put it another way, do I hear you saying that in the event that it came to be that in the gunfire exchange between Constable Stevenson and the perpetrator, if inadvertently Mr. Weber had been in any way harmed by a bullet fired from Constable Stevenson's gun, that in your mind would be a cert issue?
Yeah, really either gun, because it was as a result of what I understood was an exchange of gunfire between the two. But yes, more so had Constable Stevenson's round struck him.
To be clear, when you made that referral, was there any evidence that you were aware of, anything that you had been told to suggest that that is what had happened, that there was any issue there, or were you simply proactively referring it to CERT in case they wanted to look at the issue?
Proactively referring. And
so you're not privy to any information that would have suggested that there was a good reason to think that the death of Mr. Weber had in any way related to anything other than the actions of the perpetrator?
Correct.
Now, ultimately, CERT refused to take carriage of that file.
Yes, that's correct.
But in regards to the other two CERT matters, do I understand that H Division provided their FIS services to examine those scenes?
At least to one scene, and I believe it was the Shubenacadie scene. I'm not sure that they were involved at the big stop, but yes, they were involved in at least one of the scenes at CERT's request.
All right. So if I suggested to you that it was RCMP forensic identification services that were sent to examine the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall scene, you don't have any recollection of that?
I don't know which ident section attended the fire hall.
You agree with me that there's an inherent potential for conflict wherein the RCMP is directly involved in the investigation of RCMP officers?
Yes, and again, as I said in my statement to MCC Council, it's less than ideal to have our members involved in a support service capacity when the potential exists, or it's quite apparent that our officers have been involved. But this is an established protocol that the province and CERT have agreed to with our service that goes back to the inception of CERT, because they simply don't have the capacity. And given the number of resources that would have been deployed across at least two scenes, they required the assistance of our FIS and their specialized skill set to process the scene on their behalf.
When you worked in Ontario, I can't remember the corollary to CERT in Ontario.
SIU.
SIU. Use their own forensic identification services, is that right?
Yes, they're a much larger organization, but they're also much more self-sustaining and would have an ident section or FIS section that is in their employ and full-time SIU. I think it's very rare that they use any sort of outside expertise pursuant to their investigations. They do, but it's It's rare because they have capacity.
And that's specifically to avoid impacting in any way the independence of that investigation.
I'm sure that's what the SIU director would say, yes.
Now, it would be normal in a Cert investigation that obviously you, as the crops officer or senior management, would make the referral to the director of Cert, in this case, Pat Curran.
Yes, I mean, there are a number of authorities that can make the referral, but given the magnitude and severity, I thought it appropriate for me to have telephone communications with Mr. Curran, which started early on, and that'd be myself also, given the magnitude. But what I would say is it's actually not typically me that has those discussions with the director. More often than not comes from the detachment commander or the district policing officer, as opposed to myself.
Right. In this case, it was you.
It was.
For Onslow and Big Stop.
Yes.
Okay. And it wouldn't be unusual that you would have some initial communication with Cert to advise them on what the issue was. And then at that point, RCMP would largely step away from involvement in a Cert investigation, correct?
Yes, although two things there. If you're talking about criminal operations, our function is to initiate the referral and provide whatever basic information Cert requires to initiate their investigation. There's that. But what we've already talked about are when specialized policing services are required, for instance, down the line, let's say a day or hours in, those requests wouldn't necessarily, in fact, would not ordinarily come into criminal operations. They would go to support services because it's their specialized policing services that they're looking for deployment.
Am I correct that to the extent that it's reasonably possible, you would want to separate yourself from the Cert investigation to protect the independence of that investigation?
Yes.
Right. You would not want to be seen as being involved or in any way influencing or meddling with an investigation into the actions of the RCMP, correct?
Correct, but again, it's a difficult line sometimes when we have parallel criminal investigations. So, of course, as it related to Big Stop, that would become a feature of the H-Strong investigation and arguably a central feature. So whilst the H-Strong investigation is running, of course, a Cert investigation is running parallel. And of course, the MOU and policy talks about primacy and requirements as it relates to joint interviews and other sorts of initiatives, the sharing of forensic ident records and the fruits of the Cert investigation, so as not to duplicate. And so it's critical that the lead homicide investigators in the command triangle have that connection with the Cert lead. So I just wanted to say that that would be where we are connecting with them on parallel investigations, but very different than inquiries or influence or any sort of inquiries being made from people from the outside as it relates to the Cert investigation. There's a good reason for our major crime folks to be communicating and liaising with their Cert counterparts in situations such as that.
Well, let's talk about the Onslow Cert investigation specifically. Do I understand correctly that at some point before that investigation was concluded, that the director of Cert, Felix Cacchione, met with you and other members of the issues management team at RCMP headquarters?
Mr. Cacchione did meet with Darren Campbell, John Robin, and myself, and Glenn Byrne, and the topic of that meeting or discussion had to do with radio communications. And I believe there was even a member of the EMO, Emergency Management Office, who was there, who deals with radio communications, portable radio communications, or police communications. And that had surfaced in the media as an issue in terms of the communications issue, and there were discussions about hard body armor interference, members talking over each other, communications issues. So Mr. Cacchione wanted to bring people to the table who could shed light on those issues. So the SMEs, or subject matter experts, as it related to radio communications, were the EMO member and Mr. Byrne for us, Glenn Byrne, who I know is a witness here previously. And I would describe it as about an hour-long conversation. And that was the nature of those discussions.
So just to be clear, was the director of Cert seeking information from your subject matter experts, or from you or Mr. Robbins, or was he providing you with information?
I would describe it more as he, and as I recall, he brought one of his investigators as well. So there are two members from Cert there, had questions for the two SMEs in particular as it related to the radio system, transmissions, interference issues. And I was really there to broker the discussion because I was Mr. Cacchione's counterpart, and so I facilitated the discussion.
Who was the other member of Cert that was attendance at that meeting?
Sorry, it'd be in my notes, I don't recall. He was one of the investigators from Cert that joined Mr. Cacchione, Director.
It was a Cert investigator? That's
yes.
correct. Was it a Mr. Legier?
I know Mr. Legier certainly was one of their investigators at the time, but I think their whole staff were obviously engaged on the various investigations. I don't recall.
Why was John Robbins at that meeting?
Because by this time he was obviously in the division and assigned to the, we'll call it the H-Strong 2 disclosure prep, and no more reason than that. That was his role in the division.
Right. To be clear, when Mr. Robbins came on initially, it was as part of the issues management team?
The issues management team wound down in that iteration very soon after Mr. Robbins' arrival.
And it turned into
H-Strong 2. Okay. The mandate changed slightly, the makeup of the team. There was a real transition then from when Derek Santososo was there to when Mr. Robin took over.
Okay. And am I correct that whether it was, I appreciate that you're saying that the mandate changed to some extent, and just to be clear, we're going to talk about the issues management team, but initially that group was formed to deal with issues, and that morphed later into the H-Strong 2 group that was more focused, as I understand it, on disclosure for this process, for the Mass Casualty Commission.
Yes.
Is that a fair summary?
That's a fair summary in terms of the evolution of IMT to H-Strong 2.
It's not, in neither iteration was it part of the H-Strong investigation. It wasn't an operative group.
No, they
actively investigating the mass casualty, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then my question is presumably Mr. Robbins is, I mean, you're the crops officer at that point, but Mr. Robbins' only role is in relation to whatever iteration, the issues management team or H-Strong 2, a non-operative group. Why is he there in a meeting with the director of Cert?
I mean, aside from asking him, of course, I would say for interest's sake, and likely Chief Superintendent Campbell invited him to the discussion. He would have seen some value for Chief Superintendent Robin to be there for those discussions. Nothing more than that. He was I would describe more as a passive observer during the course of the meeting. The bulk of the conversation, as he said, had to do with technical questions around the radio system.
Do I understand correctly that that after a cert referral has been made, and subject to some of the exceptions that you've been talking about, if the member involved in a certain investigation wants information from Cert, they would not contact Cert directly, correct?
I would not expect that to occur. I am aware now from my MCC interview that that did occur. And if I'm being honest, that's the first time I became aware of that contact was actually during my interview. It would be inappropriate and highly unusual for such a call to be made. What I had said at the time was it wouldn't be unusual for the Police Federation to make inquiries, particularly for protracted investigations where things run into the many months or a year and beyond on behalf of a member, maybe, but the member directly, very unusual.
And to be clear what we're talking about, there was an incident in which Constable Terry Brown, who was one of the subjects of the Onslow Fire Hall shooting, contacted one of the Cert investigators to get information about the investigation. That's your understanding?
Well, that's how it was described to me. And again,
well, that's my question I'm asking you. Is that your understanding of what that was?
But that was actually what was shared with me in my interview. So like my understanding is rudimentary at best. So was it more innocuous than that, or was it actually as it related to the, as you noted, an update on the status of the investigation? Because they would be very different. And I'm afraid I don't know what the content of that inquiry was.
So until it was raised with you by Ms. Young earlier this month, you had not received any information suggesting that the subject of a Cert investigation had reached out directly to Cert investigators before that investigation was closed. That was news to you.
I don't recall hearing about that until my interview.
And subject to, hypothetically, if it were true that that is what happened, you would agree that that would be an inappropriate contact between the member and Cert?
If it pertained to the investigation, yes. If it was an innocuous request about something not related to the investigation, then perhaps there could be an explanation, but I don't know what was asked by Mr. Brown.
And presumably in those circumstances, you would expect that an explanation would be asked of the member to confirm whether this was appropriate or not, that there would be some looking into that issue.
Yes.
With respect to Enfield, am I correct that I understand there's parallel investigations, but wherever possible, your position at the time was that the Irving Big Stop was Cert's scene because they were dealing with that matter. Would that be fair?
It'd be fair to say they had primacy at the scene, yes.
So to some extent, you would defer to Cert in terms of how that scene would be handled or getting authorization to release information, for example.
Releasing information, let's say the video captures, the security video, other investigative steps that might have been taken, I would have expected, and I'm certain the MCU investigators liaised appropriately with the Cert investigators for that kind of evidence.
All right, I want to take you to a document. We're having a little bit of an issue with it this morning, and I'll hope Madam Registrar can help me with it. It's in relativity. Just advise the commissioners. It's COM 0027736, which appears to be an email that I can describe. My understanding from speaking with Madam Registrar this morning is that that's not in the registrar's system because it's yet to be vetted or there's some other issue with it. So unless something's changed in the last hour and Madam Registrar is indicating it hasn't, what I propose to do is describe the email to the extent that it's relevant, and then we can address how that gets facilitated to others. Hearing no objection. Chief Superintendent, I'm going to suggest to you that you're aware of an email that you were copied on May 6, 2020. And it appears to be an email from Costa Demopoulos to Pat Curran, the acting director at the time. And I just want to read to some excerpts. It appears to be an email suggesting from Mr. Demopoulos to Mr. Curran that an issue has arisen with the videotape at the Enfield Big Stop. Do you know the email I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
All right. I'm going to suggest that you were copied on an email where Mr. Demopoulos is advising Mr. Curran that the owners of the gas station, Irving, have the original copy of the videos, and that what the RCMP has and what Cert has are simply copies, and that there was some concern that because the original copies were not in the control of the RCMP, that they may be released or leaked to the public. Do you recall a conversation or a discussion of that issue?
Vaguely.
And I don't know that you were copied on this email, but the passage that caught my attention is, I bring this to your attention, that being Mr. Demopoulos to Mr. Curran, as the RCMP does not currently control who may access these videos in the future at Irving, make copies or perhaps post them online. Should this happen, it would have implications for both our organizations, presumably the RCMP and Cert, to the extent that Mr. Demopoulos, or Superintendent Demopoulos, is suggesting that the release of videos from the Irving Big Stop may have implications for both our organizations. Do you have any idea what he's talking about?
Well, this is May of 2020, so I'm sure he was quite concerned that had video footage found its way to the media and shown up online, it would not only have significant implications for the organizations involved in terms of the integrity of the investigation, but also the victims' families and the community. It's the last thing that they need to be watching. And Superintendent Demopoulos, again, with his experience, I see that email as him doing his due diligence and trying to flag an issue to Mr. Curran that he should perhaps be aware of. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. I don't know what the follow-up to that email exchange was.
Okay, but you agree with me that the fact of a third party who has, I mean, those videos were not released to Irving by the RCMP or, to the best of your knowledge, by Cert. It was their own video. In what way would that have had any implications on the RCMP or Cert if they were leaked by a party unrelated to the RCMP?
Well, I think if we look as a real example that's related to this file, and we think of the Armored Car Company video, for instance, that was leaked by someone online from when the gunman retrieved a cash payment, purportedly. And that was certainly early in the H-Strong investigation. That's not helpful.
Sorry, how is that not helpful?
Well, there's an ongoing criminal investigation still as it relates to the video and his presence there, and it's all part of the H-Strong investigation. I'm not saying that it's not helpful at some point to release it, but I doubt very seriously that either command triangle, Cert or major crime, would be wanting or happy to learn that the video from the Big Stop was released with at least without a conversation with the Irving principals about that going out. So there's evidence integrity and investigative integrity issues at play for both organizations, as far as I can tell from what would be key evidence collected by their security cameras at the gas station.
You were testifying yesterday about...
Sorry, Mr. Scott, for interrupting. How are you doing for time?
I'm not doing well, but if we want to take a 15-minute break, I'll go to my notes and see if I can pare some things down.
I interrupted you when you were about to go to another...
I'm about to go to a new section. So
will that be 5 minutes or so, do you think?
Why don't we say 10 minutes so I can speak with my colleague, and then we'll see if I can cut some down.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
We'll take a 15-minute break.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break. We'll resume in 15 minutes.
So much of this is just coming true, right? Just like that old intro. They've interfered with every fucking step of the way. Why? Didn't even nail down still yet what John Robin does. I want to know. I want to know who he is. I want to know what CNIP is. And that other person, who is it? Looked into that person a little bit today, because I was reviewing all of this stuff which started this off, that stuff which will, if they start going into it, is going to cause a shitstorm. Oh, I can't show it. Oops. Jamie Solomé. Interesting person. You mentioned that name yesterday. Rises through the ranks pretty quickly at the end there. Goes from sergeant in 2014 to he's a chief super now. That's pretty fast. Real fast. The CNIP is something. Robin's right messed up with everything from the beginning. I've seen him in, I was saying to Julie this morning, anytime that we come across something to do with John Robin, we should set aside. I know he's in with the handcuffs down in Shubenacadie. Excuse me. Can't remember the couple of other places I've seen here. I don't know. I should be. Oh, well, you know what we can do? I can look them up, because, I was actually worried about that. I said, so 2016, officer in charge, Federal Coordination Center, border shit. Inspector at that point, 2014, sergeant. Shouldn't glaze by what happened here this morning, because that was really big. But they kind of did scoot through it. I guess, I don't know, they're going to say it's time. Oh, that great. Okay. 525. I don't even know that error. Yeah. Oh, did I misspell? I don't think so. SOLESME, right? Isn't that it? Would be yeah. Solomé. It's like C.O. Bergerman. He says that at least 3 times. I don't know if that's a nickname. C.O. Bergerman. That's what That's the name he kept using yesterday. Chris Leather kept calling Lee Bergerman Seal Bergerman. I was like, maybe I'm just mishearing it. No, it's Seal Bergerman. I don't know why, but so the car 54 story, remember I talked about how the tapes were seized by the person who was involved with the car 54 story in the parking lot. The warrants. That's who goes and obtains the I forget his name, HRP, who goes down to the big stop and obtains the tapes. And there's even funny things to do with the requisition of the tapes. But I mean, miraculous coincidence, remarkable coincidence. It's the same person who's sitting in the parking lot that's involved with the car 54 story. And then they get an award, just like Chris Leather. You know, what is it? This one. Boom. I don't even know how he got that award, by the way. Still trying to figure that one out. Must have been for old service. I don't know if that qualifies from when he was back in Ontario, because RCMP don't qualify for it, yet he won an award. Chris Leather did. Lots of interesting people in this won awards. April 22nd, 2020. Give themselves pats. That's problematic. To me. You got lots of other stuff. C.O. Bergerman. Yeah, maybe it's C.O. Bergerman. C.O. Bergerman. C.O. Bergerman. Yeah, okay. Thank you. I thought he was saying C.O. Bergerman. Thank you. Of course. It's obvious. Border ship. Never turned a blind eye. I don't know why this is not opening, eh? Nope. Still got that error. Don't even know what a 525 error is. Perhaps somebody, all the despicable round table. Robin's a fixer. I don't know who Robin is. And I know McLaughlin and Lounsbury from Hoyt. I spoke about McLaughlin and his shit mixed up with down with Cortez Island. They deleted that video. They didn't like it, so. It's not a long service medal. It's not a long service medal. You wouldn't win one. It's a police exemplary service medal. I had it open yesterday. Oh, there's Diamopolis. No, I don't want to take a ride. I still have the page open here. Yeah, somewhere. Maybe. Maybe not here. Charge her with the weakest charge of all. Nobody. I hope somebody asks about the notes. There's a few problems in there. Let's see if I can find that. Oh, this is not looking good. Hurt. So this is what he won. Recognizes a bunch of them won. DOJ looks like it's got some pie on his face. Gonna have to clean up. I asked down there what that's looking like, but apparently she got her back to everybody. So if you go here and you do a search, actually, it's not going to work under here, I don't think. Our recipient database. Oh, balls. Anyways, I've done a video about it before. All this stuff to do with the tapes. So he won his, and they're exempt. RCMP are exempt from winning that award. But the person who picked up the tapes down at the big stop, won an award. Is that a canvas report? Do. Dwayne Stanley. Right? Dwayne Stanley. He's the one that's doing the investigating. Oh, McPhee picks it up here. Interesting. Okay. There's different ones, but Dwayne Stanley is the person who's doing the big stop. Dwayne Stanley. Detective Constable Dwayne Stanley. This is not true. Plainclothes Tracy Longpre is not from HRP. She's RCMP. So it was a joint thing. And of course, this is all goes back to February 12th. It was a strange day. Dorrington. And the ticket. And it's the same person who's investigating the big stop tapes. And then they go on to win an award as well. Okay. Awarded 2020. Christopher Leather. First bar. Awarded April 22nd, 2020. Still doing investigating, but winning awards. Lots of them were. It's rather curious because he doesn't qualify. RCMP aren't supposed to win it. Dwayne Stanley took sticker up of tapes. Car 54. Oh, there he is. Oh. This must be a miraculous coincidence. I don't think so. There's so much more going on that we're getting absolutely screwed on all this. It will come out. I don't know. I'm kind of like a dog with a bone. And I don't like people being dishonest. No, I didn't say it was an RCMP title. Tracy Longpre, however, is. She's not HRP. Hooking up and going to Ormond's parking lot. Apparently for some video canvas is what I was able to dig out. But what is that? Morning, Dawn. Hopefully people will ask about those notes because those don't appear to be genuine to me. There's some kind of an issue. And, you know, you can back him into a corner somewhat by asking him, what's the official
Excuse me,
policy with
everyone. The
notes?
proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
What's the official policy with notes? Do you have to record them in your ledger? I believe it's called a ledger for them because they get the big books because they wear white shirts. They get big books. Everybody else members get small books. Ledgers. Do you get to tear out pages and insert them? I don't know. Somebody made a comment about it's good that we don't get to see it before it comes out. Well, every single fucking goddamn document, pretty much. I shouldn't use that language with God in the same sentence. Almost every single important document, you know, do you have, I don't know, SSO officer? Do you have Campbell's stuff, his interviews? No. Do you have Campbell's or Leather's interview? No. Because they appear, and then when, you know, they're not in the room, it's okay to look at them down the line. Like that does anybody good. You give the information beforehand. Still vetting information at this point. What's wrong with these people? You just put it all out. Simple. Disappearing ink. Well, I mean, we got the portion there. Yeah, Lori must not be very happy because he did kind of say, well, they were interfering here a little bit. And he didn't ask him what his personal opinion, kind of he did, but what your personal opinion, do you believe that he should have been charged?
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Mr. Scott.
Thank
Sorry,
you,
they were
Commissioner.
asking
Before
about
we
the
move on,
weather.
One of my friends raised an issue with me. I'll just clarify on the record. I had suggested to Chief Superintendent
Okay.
Leather that the FIS team that had handled the investigation at Onslow Belmont was from the RCMP, been directed to COM 14889, which seems to indicate that it was an HRP FIS division that handled that, and HRP and RCMP are obviously not integrated in that way. So I just wanted to correct that on the record.
Thank you.
Chief Superintendent, yesterday in your testimony, you were asked a number of questions about certain issues that had come up in public communications and in some of the early media briefs that you had done. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
I think you talked about the what you described as the infamous more than 10 comment.
In excess of 10, yes.
In excess of 10. And there were other similar issues identified, like the tweet that went out referring to the incident as a firearms complaint, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay. And be clear, I think you said with respect to the number of victims being in excess of 10 people, your testimony was that you were getting conflicting information before that press conference.
Yes, in terms of the number of victims.
Am I correct, though, that at a criminal operations meeting just before 4 o'clock that afternoon, the number you were given was 14 plus?
That sounds correct.
Right. And then shortly, about an hour before the press conference at around 5:01, you were advised that there was 3 more believed victims, bringing the number up to 17.
Yes, and as I noted yesterday, believed to be being confirmed. I wasn't satisfied with the numbers.
But to be clear, you weren't getting conflicting numbers. It's not that you had one investigator telling you 10 and one telling you 12. It's that the nature of the numbers that you were getting were, we believe it's 14 or we believe it's 17, but those numbers had not been conclusively determined.
Not only that, but it was also informed that there were almost certainly going to be additional victims. So it was both, yes.
Right. So in going with the number 10 plus, in what way would that have been any better than simply doing the press conference and saying what was true, which is that the best information you had was that at this point in time, we believe that the number of victims is 17, and we believe there may be more. What would have been the harm in that messaging?
I was pretty clear yesterday. I wish I had, I think the term I used, put a line in the sand and come up with a number that was closer to the actual total that I was provided. I conceded that yesterday. My evidence is the same today. Whether that was 15 or 17 or whatever that number would be, in hindsight, I wish I had used a higher number.
Right. Because you would agree that it was somewhat misleading to say 10 plus. That was not the best information you had at the time.
In excess of 10 was not misleading, but it was not as accurate as I could have been.
Right. Would you agree with me that if you had attended that press conference and said in excess of 1, that would be misleading, wouldn't it?
Right. So where do we draw the line? Is it 12? Is it 13? Is it 10? I'm not really sure. I guess it depends on the recipient of the information. But misleading also would suggest that it's done with some intent. And that was not my intent, to mislead or misinform. It was a decision I made at the time, and I wish I'd given a higher total.
In the evidence we heard from Ms. Scanlon, who would have been the Director of Strategic Communications at the time, if I understood her evidence, she suggested that the issue with that number was that at some point you have to go with a number because we have to go do this press conference. Is that your recollection of why that number was chosen?
Well, that would be part of the reason. There was also the suggestion that there's a translation requirement. Part of the reason, there's that, call it finish time or go to press time, and you don't want to deviate in terms of changing the contents of the speaking points. Again, Ms. Scanlon will be much better to speak to what that was, but these are additional factors, yes.
Okay. Tell me, Chief Commissioner, if the issue is one of translation, you know what the French word is for 10.
It wasn't an issue for me. I'm just saying that this was a factor, and I think I could have, if I was asked to give the French of 17 or 16, I probably could have done that. So I didn't personally. That wasn't an issue for me. I think it's fair to say that was an issue for corporate communications and their translation responsibilities internal to their processes.
On April 20th at the 2 p.m. briefing, you were noted as saying that the victims, some of whom were known to the perpetrator, were both men and women and all were adults. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
And at the time, you were fully aware that one of the victims, Emily Tuck, was 17 years old.
I had been briefed to that, and I regret to this day having said that.
So my question is, the issue was raised by Staff Sergeant Halliday in an email confirming that issue, and we have an email response from Sergeant Seeley, who I believe was working with you, saying Leather is aware of all the victims' ages. He released what he felt comfortable confirming at the time. Is that how you would describe why you suggested that all the victims were adults?
No, so first of all, Sergeant Seeley and I wouldn't have spoken more than a couple times in all of 2020, and certainly not around this. She may have been on the conference call earlier, can't recall. More likely I heard from Darren Campbell. But I spoke yesterday about the volume of information and the requirement to have effective recall on the spot during the Q&A, and that was a recall problem, and it was not done, I dare say, obviously out of malice or to mislead, attributing a female 17-year-old to being an adult. It was a recall problem for me during the Q&A, period, not based, and wouldn't have been nice for me to have that briefing card for me to refer to, because at that point I was referring to my recollection without my notes of a briefing that I had received earlier that day.
Right. So to the extent that Constable Seeley advised Staff Sergeant Halliday that you released what you felt comfortable confirming at the time, you're telling us that that Sergeant Seeley was wrong. That's not why.
I don't know where she got discomfort analogy from. That's not something that I'm familiar with.
But just to be clear, the question I'm asking you is, you're saying that Sergeant Seeley is wrong. The reason you didn't say that, the reason you said that they were all adults is just purely you made an error.
That's what happened. I made an error on the ages.
At the April 19th press conference, you indicated in response to a media question that the perpetrator was not known to police. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that wasn't true, is it?
He was known to police. I would agree with that.
And at the time, you said that he wasn't known to police. You knew that that was untrue.
So going back to that particular...
Right, but I'm just going to, my question is, at the time you said it, you knew it was untrue. It wasn't a mistake, like suggesting that all the victims were adults. It wasn't an issue with recollection.
Well, I was trying to respond to your question by saying that going through my mind at the time was known to police, meaning has a criminal record, is known because he's a person of interest for intel purposes. And that's what was running through my mind at the time. I wasn't aware of any such, or I couldn't at least recall any such designation. And that's why I responded the way I did.
You were also asked whether the perpetrator's wife, children, and relatives were among the casualties, and your answer was, I'm not at liberty to answer at this stage. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And am I correct that in your very first briefing from Staff Sergeant Halliday at 6:30 in the morning, you'd been advised that the common law spouse, Ms. Banfield, was alive? Yes?
Yes.
And that there was this issue with the family in Moncton, and that RCMP in Moncton were protecting them?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And is there any reason why you could not have simply answered that question and said that, yes, we know his common law spouse is alive, he doesn't have any children that we're aware of, and his family appears to be fine as well?
That was done out of caution for the ongoing investigation. It was fair to say at the time that Ms. Banfield's status had not been clearly communicated to me, whether she was a victim, witness, or suspect. And the last thing I wanted to do was speak to her involvement in any shape or form so early after the incident.
Right, but what was clearly communicated to you was that she was alive.
Yes.
Right, but the question that was put to you was whether the perpetrator's wife, children, or relatives were among the casualties, not whether they were involved or whether they were suspects, but if they were casualties, and you knew at that point.
Well, I didn't know anything about whether there were children or parents or any other family members that resided with him, and I didn't feel comfortable answering that without knowing more about the familial situation that the gunman was involved in. I simply didn't feel comfortable answering that without having more information about his family status.
I think in relation to this issue yesterday, you were offering some suggestions for things that could change at the RCMP, and the one that caught my ear was you said that it would have been beneficial if you had more media training.
Yes.
Yeah. Has it ever occurred to you that perhaps what you and people in your position require is less media training or less focus on things like strategic communications and crafting messages and talking points, but rather focusing simply on clearly communicating the facts that you can disclose and providing that information to the public? Has it ever occurred to you that the issue is the over-management of communication, the lack of candor?
Well, I would agree with the former comment. And if that's part of a training, you know, how it's captioned doesn't really matter to me. I would agree with your assessment. Is better understanding what it is we ought to include fundamentally in our release to the public, what we should and shouldn't, the timing of that, and improving on the accuracy. And I offered some possible solutions to that yesterday. And I would be very open to that. I'm not saying for a minute that it has to be media training per se. And for folks much more experienced in this area than me to decide what the best approach would be, but I would agree with your comments around that.
And to be clear, a number of the issues that we've addressed, like the tweet that went out regarding a firearms complaint and you know, in excess of 10, those are all things where there was the direct involvement of people from an office called the Office of Strategic Communications, correct? You weren't doing these things on your own.
Correct. In fact, the on my own portion would be more the Q&A and very little to do with the talking points other than some short discussions and if time permitted.
Right. And am I correct that the issue about things that cannot be shared we talk about hold back evidence or evidence that may negatively impact the ongoing investigation. Those are police issues, right? Those are not strategic communications issues. As a matter of policing, you would be aware of why we would not be able to release that particular information.
Well, what I would agree with is you're up there on your feet trying to make those very determinations as the questions are coming at you with the limited briefings you've received on, let's say, the status of the investigation at that time. And they were limited, admittedly, so early after. And so you're struggling with the questions and you're, in many cases, limited knowledge actually of the status of the investigation or the status of certain individuals, like I spoke about in terms of Banfield. And so the option is to say, not at liberty to discuss, or I'll have to update the public later. And that creates a whole host of issues unto itself, because then it appears to be, well, perhaps you're not misleading, but you're not sharing what you ought to be sharing. So that balancing act and accuracy with the pressure and the time constraints is almost an art unto itself. And we have work to do.
Right. And I'd suggest to you that in those moments where you're trying to make a determination of whether this is something that might impact an ongoing investigation or whether something that should be communicated, you in that moment are in a far better position to make that assessment than a civilian who's perhaps got a university degree in communications, correct?
I would agree if it relates to the investigative techniques, where the benefit comes from having that corporate communications or public information officer close at hand is what I referred to yesterday is more the data, the important empirical, numerical updates that you end up referring strictly to your memory during the Q&A session. And so having them close by would have benefited greatly under the circumstances.
We talked briefly earlier about the issues management team that morphed into 8-Strong-2. And I had a few questions about that specifically. Initially, as part of that team, you were directly involved in the issues management team, correct?
Yes.
Right. And am I correct that that group was formed in response to the call that you had with Commissioner Lucky on April 28th?
Yes.
And specifically, the issues management team was not operational. It was not investigative. It was outside of the 8-Strong investigation dealing with issues.
Right, but yes, however, operational issues were often coming to the attention of the issues management team through their updates, but they did not have an operational or investigative mandate.
And a number of the key issues that the issues management team dealt with would be the Brenda Forbes complaint, correct?
It was surfaced by the issues management team, yes, or brought to the attention of, I should say.
And the 2011 Officer Safety Bulletin that arose.
Yes.
And the issue around public alerting.
Yes.
And I'm going to suggest to you that the reason the issues management team was dealing with those matters is because they were seen as things that could raise public relations issues. People were asking a lot of questions about those matters.
Well, that would be one reason of several. That's not to be ignored. It certainly is not something that corporate communications or 8-Strong should be responsible for. So that's why the team of 2 superintendents, myself, and the 8-Strong team were formed.
You were the criminal operations officer at the time.
Yes.
You were the second most senior RCMP officer in the province.
Yes.
And rather than having you directly involved in the 8-Strong investigation and the mass casualty, you were tasked with running a team to deal with issues.
Well, it was one of many areas of responsibility that reported to me, and I looked at it as just an extension, really, of criminal operations, and for short duration. So The team itself, the day-to-day, we'll call it operation of the team in terms of the drafting of the sit reps, the meetings, the acquisition of information that was relevant for the sit reps was really on the shoulders of Derek Santasoso and Costa Demopoulos. However, when they felt something raised to the point where it was relevant to be placed into a sit rep, they brought it to my attention. So in that sense, the team, I was part of the team, but as an oversight function.
And aside from you and others, 2 superintendents were brought in from outside the province.
Yes.
And that would be Superintendent Robbins and Butcher.
Sorry, I thought you were not for issues management team initially. So it was Santasoso and Demopoulos, both superintendents. Mm-hmm. And then as part of H-Strong 2, Chief Superintendent Robin was brought in sometime later. Prior to that, Mr. Butcher was added to the issues management team, file coordination team. So they reported, he was one of the team members along with Sergeant Romanchuk, who we heard about earlier, who reported to Derek Santasoso.
Right. And Mike Butcher, you knew at the time, was the spouse of the CO of
yes.
Lee Bergerman. And you always thought that created a potential issue for conflict, didn't you?
There was a potential, yes.
And Mr. Robbins, you knew at the time, similarly was the spouse of Chief Superintendent Janice Gray.
Yes, of course.
And you were aware that could raise a potential issue of a conflict.
Yes, and as I said in my interview, sir, I said, well, it could raise the potential. They were both highly qualified and experienced, solid and high integrity individuals who, look, in the case of Mike Butcher, I certainly had some input, right, in terms of his membership in IMT. Chief Superintendent John Robbins' assignment to the division was a discussion between the commanding officer and Deputy Commissioner Brennan. I had no role in that, but I was happy that he arrived in the division to assist. And when he arrived, he had no reporting responsibilities to me, nor did I have any input in his selection.
Very good. And Madam Registrar, if we could, and Chief Superintendent, there should be a document in front of you that appears to be an RCMP business card. We've provided copies of this document to our friends. And Madam Registrar, if you could, oh, that's right. We don't have it on the screen, but you have a copy of it in front of you.
Yes,
sir. The commissioners have a copy.
We have it, Mr. Scott.
And if I could, perhaps just for the formality, we can mark that as an exhibit, and then we'll address having it put on the system.
Right.
And there's another document that you neglected to mark as an exhibit previously. So COM 00-27736 will be marked as exhibit 3984, and this document will be marked as exhibit 4021.
Thank you, Registrar. Chief Superintendent, you're looking at what appears to be an RCMP business card for John Robin. Do you see that?
I do.
And in his title, it says Chief Superintendent, Contract and Indigenous Policing, RCMP National Headquarters, Nova Scotia Mass Casualty Commission. Do you see that?
Yes.
And to be clear, to the best of your knowledge, John Robin has never worked for the Mass Casualty Commission.
That's correct.
Right. He was at all times employed by the RCMP.
Yes.
And specifically assigned to this issues management team.
He was assigned to H-Strong 2. As I said earlier, when he arrived, he took all responsibility for what was the issues management team, and it quickly became the H-Strong 2.
And you're aware of an incident in which John Robin attempted to interview a woman named Miss McClellan in relation to the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall matter?
Yes, I became aware of that.
And our understanding, and I suspect it's yours as well, is that he provided Ms. McClellan with this business card.
Yes, I learned about that afterwards.
A business card suggesting that he was associated with or affiliated with the Nova Scotia Mass Casualty Commission.
Yes.
Right. And at the time, the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall matter was subject to a Cert investigation.
Yes, in terms of the timeline, I don't know exactly when Mr. Robin attended, but that sounds correct.
I'll suggest you April of 2021.
Okay.
And do you know, as a senior officer on the issues management team, why John Robin would be, number one, handing out business cards that suggested that he was affiliated with the Mass Casualty Commission? And the second part of my question being, why is he in Onslow interviewing witnesses in relation to what was a Cert investigation?
So first question, stating the obvious, you'll have to ask Mr. Robin why he placed that on his business card, but knowing him as I do, it was not done to mislead or misrepresent. And that's all I will say about that. I became aware of this business card, months into his Onslow Fire Hall interview. My understanding is he did that with the best intentions of talking to members of the public in the area of the fire hall who were affected by the what's referred to as a blue-on-blue shooting incident there from a support and wellness perspective. I never knew it to be an interview per se. I've not heard it described that way, but a check-in with one of the neighbors in the vicinity who may have been impacted by the terrible incident there.
Okay, so to be clear, your understanding is that it wasn't necessarily an interview, but simply him reaching out to members of the community.
An outreach initiative that he was undertaking, similar to what he and I did with Mr. Westlake from the Colchester EMO, where he and I went to meet with Mr. Westlake and to speak to him. And that was nothing more than a check-in, a wellness check, as I did with the chief and the deputy chief of the Onslow Fire Hall prior to that. Without Mr. Robin, he was nowhere near in the division at that point.
That's right. You mentioned that you met at one point with the chief and deputy chief of the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall at the fire hall, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
This was weeks after the incident. I would say there were multiple reasons for the meeting. Still working for the RCMP at the time was Superintendent Thompson, Staff Sergeant Carroll. So by virtue of them being there, we know that it was not long after the tragedy. They both retired that fall. I wanted to meet with the deputy and the chief to have a tour of the hall, to learn, as I did, in great detail from the deputy, especially the effect of that incident and what it had on he and his colleagues that were at the hall, to see the damage to their signage, their fire truck, the side of their building, to learn about the trauma that they dealt with, and to try to inspire and instill some confidence in them that our members would always need to work and value their relationship with the Onslow Fire Department, as they still do to this date, and how regrettable the situation was. And I had hoped, with the passage of time, that this would not interfere with our professional relationship with the Onslow Fire Department. These are a number of things that we talked about. I remember sitting with the chief and deputy, and I'm going to say for about an hour, perhaps longer, and then being given a tour of the hall.
Did, at any point in that meeting, did you raise with the chief or the deputy chief their options with regard to accessing victim services?
Yes.
You recall specifically raising those issues with them?
I did.
And making them aware that they could access resources through victim services?
There was a conversation about victim services. I remember discussing that because I remember talking to the deputy in particular about what would or would not be available to him through through the fire service, and him him expressing to me some of the challenges that they would have, and noting to him that we would be following up to see what provincial resources might be available to assist him, should he wish. I remember leaving my business card with the chief, and I know, and perhaps the deputy too, I can't recall, but certainly the chief, and the chief and I had follow-up email, and I think phone call discussions as well, if I remember correctly, at least one. Although to be clear, that had more to do with the damage to the fire hall and one of their trucks and the sign, and efforts that we were making to make right on the repairs and replacement.
Just in the interest of time, Chief Superintendent, I want to bring you to my last line of questioning, which is Ready Alert. We spoke about that yesterday, and we'll not go back through it. My understanding is that you were very directly involved in looking at policies with respect to Ready Alert after the mass casualty, correct?
Yes.
And now there is, if I understand it correctly, both a divisional and a national policy for the RCMP with respect to Ready Alert.
Yes.
And you were directly involved in creating that policy.
Certainly the divisional or provincial policy, and I also provided input to the national policy, yes.
Right. And we've heard a number of issues with respect to why Ready Alert wasn't used at the time of the mass casualty. And am I correct that if we boil it down, the primary issue is that the RCMP was simply not aware of Ready Alert? That's why Ready Alert.
Boiling it down to that, yes, that we were not aware that it was an option.
So we can talk about the potential issues associated with whether it would overwhelm 911 or whether, there would be issues with officer safety, but that's not why a Ready Alert wasn't issued that day. It was because no one knew how to use it.
I agree with that.
Right. And that's because there was no operational knowledge of it within the RCMP.
Yes.
And I assume that you're familiar with the evidence that we had from Truro Police Service Chief McNeil, who has suggested that at least his municipal service was aware of Alert Ready. You're aware of that evidence?
A provincial Alert Ready
Yes.
access? No, I'm not aware of that. I knew that Colchester had their own alerting system, and I was aware that he had access to that through the county. I was not aware that he was aware of the provincial or EMO managed Alert Ready system. No, I wasn't.
So to the extent that in response to media and public requests about questioning why an alert wasn't sent, to the extent that there were other issues raised after the mass casualty, the most honest answer would have been because we didn't know how to do it.
And I would agree, Mr. Scott, we've seen a lot of those issues being conflated, right? What we learned after the fact and what we knew at the time. But to your point, we simply didn't know that the technology existed at the time of Portapic, and that's why it wasn't deployed.
And through your involvement and various meetings with municipal chiefs, and over the past 2 years, my understanding is that those policies are in place and have been. Specifically, if we could turn to page 125. Now, I just wanted to bring this to your attention, Chief Superintendent, because based on what you've said about Ready Alert, one would think that when my friend Ms. Young asked you the question in your interview, she asked you, sorry, we're looking at the wrong, page 125. Oh, sorry, just down from that page. Nope, if we go up a little bit, right there, perfect. The question that was posed to you by Ms. Young was, so if, God forbid, the same exact events happen today with the new policy and protocols in place, would an alert be issued? And I suggest to you, Chief Superintendent, that I would have thought that would have been the easiest question in the world. And it seems notable that the response that we have up on the screen says, first pauses for 16 seconds before answering. It's a very difficult question to answer because unlike the principals that were in command, Halliday's, McCallum's, West, Surratt's, the issue of alerting is a situation that would have been fraught with risk for both the public and the police. And I think me opening that up is irresponsible because I wasn't there. And then you go on and on and on. As you sit here today, can we agree that when you read Ms. Young's question, if God forbid the same exact events happen today with the new policies and protocols in place, with your knowledge of Ready Alert, can we confirm that the answer to Ms. Young's question is yes, we would send an alert?
No, I stand by the response I gave.
Very good. Those are my questions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. McDonald?
There's just Good morning, Chief Superintendent. My name is Tom MacDonald. I'm counsel to Tara Long and to Scott McLeod. Tara's brother, Aaron Tuck, was lost in Portapique on the night of the 18th, and Scott's brother, Sean McLeod, was lost in Wentworth on the 19th. I want to pick up where Mr. Scott left off just now in terms of you sticking by your interview with Ms. Young on the issue of this alert ready. So I don't want to repeat all of what he had to say, but as I understood, and I thought he put it very well, he read you the passage. I don't understand, and can you help me and Nova Scotians understand why you can't answer yes, alert ready will be used in this province if a critical incident arises with a mobile active shooter like in Portapique on the 18th. Why won't it be used? Why can't you say yes?
Well, the response I was giving was the decision to deploy in that instance surely would have rested with the CICs, who were the most informed, were receiving updates, had familiarity with the location or not of the perpetrator. And to answer that question more effectively, and what I'd said in my interview with Ms. Young is I'd hoped one day that a proper analysis would be done of that case at some point, a study, if you will, or analysis. Because for me to say automatically in that circumstance, we would alert without being in there at the time, albeit we know a great deal about the decision-making that was going on and the information that was learned, I think is a irresponsible position to put myself in because I wasn't there. It's a better question for the CICs that were, particularly those who have learned about Alert Ready since there, and a number of them have. Because deploying that technology under the circumstances that we had in Portapique, with a perpetrator driving a police vehicle dressed as a police officer, there are significant public and officer safety risks associated to that would have had to have been analyzed and would have been analyzed by the CICs in a scenario such as that before they would agree or not to issue an alert. They would have to satisfy themselves that the need to inform the public using an alert was not recklessly going to put members of the public or police officers responding in harm's way by the issuance of the alert. And looking at this from the outside, it seems quite clear that that could in fact be a significant risk associated to a deployment alert under those circumstances.
Would you agree with me that if the same scenario that happened in Portapique was to happen in rural Nova Scotia tonight, and it's deemed a critical incident, that the critical incident commander has complete authority to direct alert ready be used in that situation without any other barriers in front of he or she?
I would agree with that.
Thank you. I want to turn to the issue of the request for the review of decision-making and the response by H Division to the events at Portapique. And perhaps we could start, Registrar, with Exhibit 3989. And Chief Superintendent, this is, you saw this yesterday, Ms. Young took you through this letter.
Yes,
This is the March 29th, 2021 letter. And did I understand you correctly yesterday that this is a draft letter?
Yes,
And is that why? Because the one we're looking at and the one I have, the one you have, there are no signatures. Your name is there, and Chief Superintendent Robbins' name is there, Superintendent Campbell's name is there, but no one signed this because it was never formally signed and sent.
that's correct.
Okay. And if you look at page 1, and so let's just, for the benefit of the commissioners, it's a critical incident response review, Nova Scotia mass casualty incident, April 18th and 19th, 2020. It's sent to Chief Superintendent, is it Solem?
Salem?
Solem, yes. And at the bottom paragraph on page 1, it says the independent in the first paragraph, it begins in part, as you are aware, H Division has requested an independent review. Then if we go to the bottom paragraph on page 1, the independent aspect of this review is crucial to ensuring an objective assessment of a multitude of factors, including the decision-making and the response by the H Division RCMP over the 18th and 19th of April 2020 can be made. And I'm reading as the words appear on the page. Over on page 2 then, in the sort of beginning in the middle, there are 2 black bullet points, and this is under the heading, the intent and scope of the CIRR should include the following, and it's a list of what should be reviewed. Are we agreed?
Yes,
Okay. The last sub-bullet point under the first black bullet point, so the very last paragraph on the list says, communications with the public during the event, including the use of, availability and feasibility, or non-use of public alerting mechanisms, including the Alert Ready program. You see that?
I do.
And at the time this letter was written, and today, that's a very important issue around the Portapique mass casualty, that this timing and extent and type of public communication, correct?
Yes, it is.
Registrar, could we have Exhibit 3990, please? So this one, Chief Superintendent, Ms. Young, I think, took you through that yesterday as well. You've seen this email chain before?
Yes, sir.
It's a short email chain, and it begins, it's from, as he was then, Superintendent Campbell to Chief Superintendent Robin, who you spoke about earlier this morning. And then the important part is back from Chief Superintendent Robin to Darren Campbell, and it begins, Darren, I have drafted a narrower mandate of the review, which will hopefully provide more clarity on scope and distinguish it further from the MCC. And then he goes on with a list of things. Now, did I understand your evidence yesterday that your view was that what Chief Superintendent Robin was trying to do was put the list that would eventually be asked to form the review, there was a better chance of having the review approved if this shorter list was put forward? Is that what you think Robin was trying to do?
That's my assessment of this. But again, not being part of the conversation, it is supposition on my part, but that certainly makes sense from the email.
Sure. When is the last time you read this email?
The last time would have been yesterday.
Okay. Do you need to read it? I'm going to ask you a question about it, but I'd like you to read the list again, if you could take a moment and let me know when you're through. So this, when I say the list, this is the narrower mandate scope of review that Chief Superintendent Robin has detailed here on page 1 in this exhibit. Let me know when you're finished, please.
Okay.
Okay. What jumps out at me is that there's no specific reference in this shorter list to public communications. In other words, what we just looked at in the earlier exhibit about public communications isn't in this one. Do you agree?
I do. I don't see it.
Yeah. Can you offer any explanation? I know it's not your email, but can you offer any explanation why the public communications, that important aspect that you agreed with me was a very important issue, is not in this shorter list?
Sorry, I can't.
Okay. I just want to take you for a moment to the now famous conversation with Commissioner Lucky that now Chief Superintendent Campbell made notes about, and Ms. Scanlon was in the room. People were upset. You were on that call, correct?
Yes, I was.
Yeah. So my question to you is really a simple one. Did you come away from that call personally with the impression that there was political interference in the RCMP investigation of the mass casualty?
I did not come away from the call immediately feeling that. However, once I had the opportunity to learn more about the context, particularly of the lead up 24 to 48 hours, and reflect on, after I'd spoken to Leah Scanlon and Darren in particular, to learn more about the speaking point debate, we'll call it, in terms of what could and couldn't be in it. So to answer your question, not immediately. Subsequently, yes, when I gathered all the facts and had an opportunity to learn what had occurred in those final hours before that press conference of the 28th.
So then is it your evidence today that you're of the impression there was political interference?
That's my impression.
Those are my questions, Chief Superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. Mr. Bryson?
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chief Superintendent. My name is Josh Bryson. I, along with my colleague Aaron Wagner, represent the family of Peter and Joy Bond. They resided at 46 Cobequid Court. I'm also working very closely with Stephen Topshie and his team. They represent the family of Oliver Tuck, who also were in Cobequid Court, and also the family of Lillian Campbell. So I do have some questions for you. I just have a follow-up question on the wellness review that you spoke of earlier. So presumably this is information we do not have, that this commission does not have, to the best of your knowledge, correct?
I can't answer that, sir. I don't think so, but I really don't know what's been disclosed.
And would you agree that this information would be relevant in considering the impact that this mass casualty has had on its senior management?
On the senior officers in the division?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to start by talking about interagency cooperation. So yesterday you were asked questions about why you didn't call resources from the neighboring partnering agencies, Truro, and we're going to talk about Millbrook as well. And I'm not sure if your evidence is changing today. Yesterday you used words like it's fraught with danger, that there could be communication issues, that there could be interoperability issues. So do you stand by that evidence that you gave yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. So specifically in terms of communication and interoperability issues relating to Truro, what do you mean when you talk about communication issues?
Well, when I was making those comments yesterday, I don't believe I was directing them specific to Truro. I think it was more in a general conversation about interoperability in particular and a dynamic response involving GD or uniform members. And my concern, as I think I went through at great length yesterday, has to do with us. I do not believe, this is my opinion, being prepared in those sorts of circumstances effectively for sustained dynamic deployment, have addressed all the issues that we ought to in terms of communications, training, interoperability, for instance, in an IR deployment. It's not to say that these agencies don't have the training, and I think I even went on to say it's quite possible or likely that some of our municipal partners have better training. But what I can say for certain is we haven't had the opportunity to do practical exercises, classroom training, and what would I would expect or I think we need to do to deploy under those circumstances. And without that, I feel that there's a fair amount of risk, potentially creating danger for our officers, and not just RCMP officers, but for officers who are being thrust together in a situation like that, having not received the training and opportunities to deploy under those circumstances in a sustained, high-risk, tactical deployment scenario.
So does that danger, does that risk outweigh the harm that comes from not canvassing areas like Portapique for 18 hours after this mass casualty commenced?
I'm having a hard time equating the two. So, meaning?
So let me ask it this way. What are the interoperability concerns that would prevent you from calling Truro and saying, look, we're tied up. We're not unable to canvass Portapique. We've only checked a few of the homes. Can you please take over the canvassing, the look for survivors, the look for witnesses, the look for further deceased? What are the interoperability concerns that would prevent you, sir, from making that phone call?
Yeah, under those circumstances,
Yes.
because when I described that previous scenario, it's not at all that. I don't see risk associated to what you just described to me.
And was that done in this case?
I don't believe it was.
What is the interoperability concerns with having Truro conduct checkpoints?
Well, now we are starting to move into a more visible tactical deployment. I think, if we're just going to be using Truro in this instance as opposed to any service, then I'll speak to specifically Truro. I don't believe they had more than 2 or 3 officers working for the bulk of this deployment, certainly on the evening before. And I know that we had made a request of Truro Police to assist us specific to guarding one of the victims or at least attending the local hospital. And that depleted their 3 to 2 members. So if we're going to make it about Truro, then I know that they had some real resourcing constraints on the 18th and 19th. If we're going to talk.
So just please try to address my question. My question was specifically, what are the interoperability concerns you would have in, for example, having Truro conduct checkpoints?
On these dates or generally speaking?
On these dates.
Well, on these dates, just what I described in terms of their resourcing.
Did you contact Truro to see if they had the resources to set up checkpoints and monitor checkpoints?
I wouldn't. And
are you aware of anyone else that did?
I am aware that there was communications with their members and with their dispatch or radio room. I'm not sure what the proper nomenclature is. There was communications certainly between the 2 agencies. Do I know the nature of what the requests were? No, I don't.
Are you aware of any response from Truro suggesting what you indicated, which is, sorry, we don't have the manpower to assist?
I'm aware of a response that had to deal with their resourcing numbers, yes.
So can you please tell me who made that specific request and who replied that they didn't have the resources to assist?
Sir, I would not be involved in those discussions, and I've not done any sort of post-fact analysis on the communications between our OCC, who likely would be making the calls to CICs, or their service. My only contact, as you've heard, was by email with the Chief of Police, and that's it.
Can you think of any examples?
Of?
of that concern that someone had reached out to Truro and that the response they received was that, sorry, we don't have the resources to participate in the way you're asking us to participate?
Well, I'm aware of there being communications. I can't name the person. I don't know specifically who, and it's likely persons, both at the working level, on the road, if you will, but with their radio room, and perhaps other NCOs, non-commissioned officers within Truro, during the course of the 18th and 19th. Who exactly, the nature of the conversations. I know resourcing was a topic of discussion, but in terms of could they do canvasses, could they do traffic points or road closures, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that.
But nothing you're saying suggests to me that the RCMP received a reply from Truro that they did not have the resources to accomplish specific tasks. Are you aware of any specific examples of receiving that reply from
No,
Truro?
I'm only aware of the resource constraints, not of the specific task request.
The resource constraints, is that conjecture on your part, or was that communicated to you or a member of the RCMP on the evening of April 18th or 19th?
I saw it in the FOIPOP for the Officer Safety Bulletin, and there were a number of communications in there between their operations center or their dispatch center and our risk manager and communications center, and that was a topic of discussion.
This is a FOIPOP that was done after this mass casualty?
It was a FOIPOP, I believe, that was initiated by the CBC as it related to the Officer Safety Bulletin, and it was in records that Truro Police provided to CBC.
So this is information you learned post mass casualty?
Yes.
That you're now applying to your thinking during the mass casualty?
No, it's information that I learned post-fact that I'm trying to share with you in terms of my knowledge of the communications between the two agencies. That's all it is.
Knowledge you didn't have during the mass casualty?
I did not have.
And was one of the concerns, something else I've heard floated, was a concern that Truro did not have encrypted radios and that there would be communication barriers because of that. Is that, do you stand by that assertion?
I'm aware that there's been conversations about the encrypted radios. Again, whether that was a specific barrier for communications with Truro, I don't know.
Are you aware of any efforts made by anyone in the RCMP to speak to Truro Police on the evening of April 18th or on the 19th to discern if they had encrypted radios?
I'm not aware of those conversations.
And we have had the benefit of Chief McNeil testifying before this commission. He's also given an interview, and I can produce it on the screen if you wish. But we do know that Truro Police had handheld, portable, encrypted radios that would have been able to be put in their car. Did you know that?
Oh, I did not know that.
If we can look at your notes, Madam Registrar, column 53317, page 22, please. I believe these have previously been entered as an exhibit. Can we scroll down? Perhaps I'm using, is it the page counter?
See the page counter on the top of the document, Mr. Bryson, there? You can see we're 2 of 68, if that helps, on the screen, on the top.
Okay, yeah, so page 22, please. Entry here. These are your handwritten notes, sir?
Yes.
Okay. These notes have been, I believe they've been previously marked as an exhibit, Madam Registrar, is that correct?
Yes, exhibit 3960.
So if you can take a moment, if you can look at the notes. These are comments you made in respect of Truro, history of Truro, PS, negligence and disruption, historical reluctance to respond pre-COVID. They're your comments made on this date, correct, sir?
Yes.
Do you stand by this statement that Truro has historically been reluctant to respond to RCMP requests for assistance?
Can we just go up further and so I can see the top of where the notes start? Okay, thank you. That helps because what this is, as the previous page indicates, that's just, yeah, there at 1100 hours is a town hall that I had at the Bible Hill detachment with the members from the detachment. And the notations that I'm making here pertain to the information that I was receiving during the course of the town hall from our members as they were sharing their issues and concerns with me on those dates.
Is that your personal belief, though, that Truro has had a reluctance to respond pre-COVID? I'm
not aware of that.
We do have disclosure that has been, perhaps, Madam Registrar, if we can bring this up. It's a COM 54260. Have you seen this document before, Chief Superintendent?
No, sir, it doesn't look familiar to me.
Okay, so what I'm going to suggest to you that it is, it's a Mass Casualty Commission exhibit. It outlines since January 2020 over 100 occasions that the Truro Police have provided assistance to the RCMP. And my question for you is, if we can scroll to the very end, for example, I'm just going to pick a couple of examples. And this feeds into something we were discussing earlier about how perhaps interoperability may be fraught with danger. I'm just going to look at the last two entries, for example. Assist Millbrook RCMP, fight with weapons, ballistic vest, and carbines deployed. The next, that's in 2016. 2018, assist Colchester RCMP, domestic with weapons, ballistic vest, and carbines deployed. These particular operations, did you have the concerns that they be fraught with danger? And I know you weren't here in these years, and perhaps we could look at later ones. But yesterday you had talked about concerns that interoperability may be fraught with danger for serious offenses. And we can scroll through here and see some involvement by Truro in relation to serious offenses. Did you have concerns that it was fraught with danger when you involved them in these operations?
No, but I thought at least tried to make a distinction between single incident response or a sustained operational deployment over several hours, or in the case of Portapic, days, because that's where training, communications, equipment differences, deployments begin to break down. The examples you're showing, I mean, first of all, I don't know much about the incident other than the one caption line, nor do I know anything about the duration. We get a date, fine. In fact, it would suggest it was just on one date. I would agree, light weapons, ballistic vest, carbines deployed, that is a serious issue. And I would expect, even today, without what I was describing yesterday and just now, we continue to and ought to be providing support to one another in these types of scenarios. But this is not as what I was describing.
So it's operations, so it's the duration of an operation you're suggesting?
Well, that is one of the risk factors, yes, of course, because the longer we're deployed in that posture, as ourselves, let alone including other agencies, is where you begin to see differences percolate because of the amount of time that you're deployed in that posture. So it is a bit of, for me, apples and oranges comparing this to what I was describing yesterday.
So for example, when they're assisting Colchester RCMP, a domestic with weapons, there's no idea of duration at that time of deployment, is there?
I would agree there is not when they're deploying.
When you're reaching out to Truro to set up a checkpoint, if you had done so, for example, during this mass casualty, you don't know what the duration would be, right?
No, we don't.
So why is duration a relevant consideration to you? You're clearly engaging with Truro when the duration is unknown on prior occasions.
Yes. From a, we'll call it corporate responsibility standpoint, from sustained deployments, when we have here at this commission discussed and identified and delineated between the two different scenarios, I think, at least I've tried to, we become more responsible, rightfully so, when we're talking about a sustained deployment, when we recognize that the vulnerabilities and weaknesses will naturally begin to come to the surface because of the duration. The duration of a deployment is a key factor when we're talking about risk for something like this. That was the stuff I was talking about where you absolutely need the training and communications to be rock solid for that to be effective. A shorter scenario, agreed, we don't know if that was minutes or hours. You can accept the risk and we carry on until we're able to develop the type of training and protocols that I'm talking about for sustained deployment like a Portapeak.
So I'm just, one more question, I'm going to leave this area because I don't understand the distinction that you're making, because any one of these examples, assist RCMP in locating suicidal female. You have no idea about duration when you're calling Truro for help. No different than Truro, can you set up a checkpoint for this mass casualty? No idea about duration. But now for some reason you're attaching some significance, some probative value to duration, when clearly during these deployments, you don't know what the duration will be. How do you know if looking for the suicidal female could involve weapons? It could be hours, it could be days, but you're attaching significance to this concept of duration. That's your evidence?
Of course I am.
Okay. So if we can go back to your notes, please. 3-7, Madam Registrar, the notes that we had up. And you'd agree that Truro is about 30 minutes from Portapic?
Yes.
That's 53317, the same page, Madam Registrar, please. We have two names. We have O'Brien and Bernard. Why is O'Brien? We'll start with O'Brien. Why is O'Brien in your notes?
Those were two sergeants working at the detachment at the time, and I'm going to suggest it's because, and I recall Sergeant Bernard being one of the main contributors to this town hall. So O'Brien and Bernard are RCMP members who were in attendance.
Are they there because there were two issues you had to address, because you knew there were issues surrounding your interactions with both of these individuals?
I would have noted that, so I could recall in terms of follow-up, and there was significant follow-up to our town halls, that these were the main contributors in terms of providing comments at the town hall.
So O'Brien is staff, Andy O'Brien?
Sergeant O'Brien, yes.
Sergeant O'Brien. And his name is there because you were aware that O'Brien was home off duty, that he had consumed alcohol and was making command decisions as part of this engagement?
Well, no, not at all. They were there at this town hall because they're two senior NCOs for, well, in Bernard's case, I think Millbrook Detachment at the time, and Andy O'Brien because he was Bible Hill. So we had Al Carroll and other senior NCOs from that area in attendance. It didn't have anything to do with Portapic or their roles and responsibilities on those dates.
Did the RCMP do any reviews, assessments, and forward-looking thinking to address the issues with respect to Sergeant O'Brien and the appropriateness of having consumed 4 to 5 alcoholic drinks of rum and making command decisions such as denying a second team entry into Portapic on the night of this mass casualty?
My understanding is those matters have been reviewed since that was learned
Reviewed by whom?
by the district, by Northeast Nova, which is where he's attached.
And do we have disclosure, do you know, pertaining to that?
I don't know. And I don't know the status of that review at this moment either.
Do you know who conducted the review?
No, I don't.
And Sergeant Bernard, that's Sergeant Bernard from Millbrook, RCMP.
Yes,
And Millbrook is, again, roughly 39 kilometers from Portapique, correct?
yes,
And Sergeant Bernard is the First Nations sergeant for that RCMP detachment, correct?
was, yes, at the time. He's since retired.
And Sergeant Bernard was quite upset that he was also felt he was ignored through this mass casualty, and that he only learned about it the next day at sometime after 10 a.m., correct?
I'm not familiar with his observations about Portapique.
Okay, so let's bring up COM 15888, please. Are you aware of the RCMP formally engaging with Sergeant Bernard on the night of this mass casualty to advise Millbrook that this mass casualty was unfolding?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Now, in fairness to you, I will note that that there was a Millbrook officer that was present on the evening of April 18th, but it's apparent based on the statement from Sergeant Bernard that that the chain of command was not followed, in the sense that Sergeant Bernard was never made aware that that this mass casualty was occurring, especially given the fact that he was 39 kilometers, that his area is 39 kilometers from Portapique, and also given the video evidence that has surfaced, where we know that the perpetrator actually pulled over in Millbrook, removed his jacket, and we have surveillance that has been entered as an exhibit here, and that was through Millbrook. So if we can, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Sergeant Bernard's comments. And page 26, this is Sergeant Bernard's statement. I'm going to start with, "There's no limit." You see where I'm at halfway down the page in that large paragraph? There's no limit. There's no words to describe how offended I am. Oh, sorry, Madam Registrar, if you can scroll down a line. Yeah, right there is fine. There's no limit. There's no words to describe how offended I am that I had to leave Millbrook that morning with zero information at, 10 o'clock, however many hours after this happened. I find it, ethically offensive, really. Were you aware of this sentiment prior to today?
No,
And are you aware of any RCMP efforts to contact Millbrook, contact its sergeant to advise of this unfolding mass casualty on April 18th or 19th?
I wouldn't be aware of the contacting of the detachment, no.
You accept that that as a result of the RCMP's actions in this mass casualty, that the relationships with Millbrook have been strained, that the relationships with Truro Police have been strained?
Well, certainly based on, and this is the first time I'm seeing Sergeant Bernard's statement, that it's quite clear how he felt. But we've also, since then, as it relates to Millbrook, I was there myself at least twice, if not three times in the months afterwards, to meet with Sergeant Bernard and his staff. And he was, of course, as we already discussed, invited to the Bible Hill detachment meeting, and to give him an opportunity to express his concerns, which he did, obviously, here in his statement in great detail at the town hall. And I would suggest that since great efforts have been taken by my office and by the commanding officer through the admin and personnel officer to meet with and learn more from the members of Millbrook Detachment. As it relates to Truro Police, there's no question that relations between Truro and I would say the division, not so much Millbrook or Bible Hill Detachment, I don't think that's fair, that relations haven't been lower in probably many years, if ever.
And you recognize that that the RCMP has work to do with First Nation communities.
Yes, of course we do.
And that's actually a comment that Sergeant Bernard makes on the previous page. And it states, page 25, Madam Registrar, I'm going to start with, but most of our leaders, which is 13 lines from the bottom. But most of our leaders are very out of touch with what it's the modern demands of, tactical intervention. They're out of touch with communities. They're out of touch, especially with First Nations communities. These are Sergeant Bernard's words. Were you aware of this sentiment prior to today?
I was not aware of Sergeant Bernard's sentiments around that, no.
I'm going to move along to the review, the request for the internal review. We can bring it up if we need to, but one of the points raised in the internal review was communication, interoperability, communication. But we agree that there was virtually no communication with, for example, the chief of Millbrook, the sergeant, and the chief of Truro Police, right?
Well, certainly from the statement that we've just seen from Sergeant Bernard, that's absolutely how he felt. Yeah. But I actually can't answer more fully the communication between Truro and the chief, because I hope that an email exchange with me or two did not stall him from attempting to have additional communication. So meaning I don't know who else he did or didn't speak to from the RCMP, whether it was the district policing officer, which is the normal person he ought to have been speaking to, or the detachment commander, or others that he knew from Millbrook or Bible Hill detachments. So I don't know.
Well, let's take a look at COM 1652, page 1. This is Truro Police's letter to the minister requesting a review. This touches on some of the evidence you gave earlier to my friends. Page 2, second last paragraph. Why your page is different. Sorry, the page 2. There's page 2, it should be. Under 2, failure to use Truro Police Service. That's a different exhibit. Okay, I'm just simply, in the interest of time, what I'm going to do is just simply read it to you. It's COM 1652. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's showing up differently. It's a different document.
Try the next page, please, page 3.
Oh, it's a multi-page document, I see. Okay, thank you. There we are. If we can continue to scroll, Madam Registrar. We'll get to just before point 3. Okay, right there, yeah. So this is for the town of Truro. The failure to utilize the TPS or effectively communicate with the force was dramatically demonstrated when video was released showing the assailant driving through the center of town. This occurred 10 minutes after the RCMP assured the Truro Chief of Police that they had him pinned down in Wentworth, which clearly substantiates a breakdown in command and control of the situation. So again, this reflects that you have a lot of work to do in building relationships with your partnering agencies in and around the province, right?
Well, it's a mutual responsibility. We have our role to play, and the chiefs have a lot of work to do as well. Yes, I would agree.
I'm going to move to COM 59858. This is in the topic. Commissioners, the topics I have left are audits, provincial audits. I have, then I wish to talk briefly about the ESDC investigation. and a couple of questions on the press release from April 19th. So I'm at your pleasure as to what you wish to do.
Keep going, please.
Thank you. Okay, paragraph 178 of audits, 59858 of this foundational document, please, Madam Registrar.
Do you have a page number, Mr. Bryson?
Paragraph 178. I do not have a page number. So while we're waiting, Ms. Wagner's look. My understanding and the RCMP's position in terms of why they stopped complying with the provincial DOJ audits was that they felt that the standards of policing were antiquated. I think you used the word antiquated, correct? And you did not want to be audited.
I wouldn't agree with that characterization because the audits had ceased. That would suggest that they were ongoing and that we decided not to participate. Very different from they had ceased, they were looking to restart the audit process. And I think I gave extensive testimony on that yesterday in terms of our position about why we felt standards were necessary first before you could have an effective audit regime.
But you did use the word antiquated, I believe.
Yes, related to the current policing standards in the province.
Okay, and that was the concern, and that was the concern that influenced the RCMP's decision to participate or not participate in the audits, in the provincial audits.
Yes, it was one factor, but I would say it was far less relevant than the fact that we didn't have an audit regime in place.
All right, so let's look at the audits from 2017, 2018. This is, sorry, Madam Registrar, it's that I'm just getting to that paragraph now. This is the audits 2017, 2018. These are audits in relation to domestic violence. And this paragraph tells us that, paragraph 178, Madam Registrar, this paragraph tells us that none of the RCMP detachments participated in the domestic violence audits in 2017, 2018, but that the municipal forces did participate in the audits. And are you aware of why the RCMP detachments did not participate in these important domestic violence audits, considering the minister's directive?
No, it predates my tenure in the division by a year, and I'm afraid I can't speak to it, why that decision was made.
Is it your view that the policing standards in relation to domestic violence are antiquated and therefore the RCMP would not be assessed under that standard, and that's why you didn't participate?
I'd be speaking for the previous criminal operations officer and the CO to answer that effectively. I don't know what their thought process was around the condition of the standards at the time.
So let's go to paragraph 171, Madam Registrar. These are the sexual assault investigation audits in 2016, 2017, only a year prior. Flanagan tells us that many RCMP detachments participated in these audits. Do you know what the difference is as to why they participated in 2016, 2017, but refused to participate in 2017, 2018?
No, I don't know why there was a change of posture by the division between 2017 and 2018, which again predates my time in the division.
So despite there being the same, and correct me if I'm wrong, the same policing standards that were in place in 2016, 2017 would have been in place in 2017, 2018, the RCMP participated in 16, 17, but didn't participate in 2017, 2018. Correct?
I guess the standards were the same. I don't know if the standards changed in that time frame, and I don't know why the senior management team of the division had a change of heart. I can't speak to that.
But as crops officer, isn't it your job to know, sir?
Historically, I would agree it is my job to know. If the province came to me and asked why there was a change of heart in that time frame, I would have to do some digging, some analysis, and I'd provide them with a response. No such request came to me looking at it from a historical perspective. I can only speak to the meetings that I had with the province, which I detailed yesterday, but not this time frame. And nor was it part of our conversation in the 2020, late 2020, early 2021 conversation we had with the province.
You'd agree that your organization participated in the 2017 integrated training for auditing for police and law enforcement?
In Nova Scotia?
Yes.
If that's what your records show, I would agree.
And you would agree that you also participated in the major crime audit in 2017?
I can't agree or disagree because I don't know about this historically.
And to the best of your information and belief, policing standards have not changed from 2016 to, we'll use 2020, for example.
I would say it's unlikely, but I actually don't know if there's been any changes to the standards in that time frame.
But you have no reason to distinguish between why you're participating in some years and not in others?
Historically, no, I can't.
Okay, I'm going to move on. Just one question on this topic. You had talked about the municipal forces using specialized services, and you gave an example of ident. And you said that, for example, municipal forces are using ident for files like shoplifting.
Yes.
Do you recall saying that?
I do.
You're actually aware of a shoplifting file that went to ident?
I am.
A shoplifting file?
Yes. Exhibits associated to a shoplifter that we were asked to examine by one of the municipal police services.
I want to move to the ESDC investigation that you spoke briefly about yesterday. You're familiar with this investigation?
Yes.
And you agree that that there has been coverage by the media in regards to this investigation?
Yes.
And in fact, there was an article written by the Chronicle Herald that noted that they actually have a copy of this investigation. Did you see that press clipping?
No, sir.
Do you have awareness of the findings related to this ESDC investigation?
There's been some directions given. Yes, I'm aware of the first tranche of directions.
You'd agree that this investigation is now in the public domain based on the fact that it's been published by the media?
Well, I'm distinguishing between the investigation. I don't know that, the investigation itself has been disclosed. What I do know is that the findings and direction to us, because some of them were time sensitive while this commission was underway, which directed us to address certain deficiencies that they came up with. But I'm not aware of the ESDC investigation or their holdings being released to the media, no.
You'd agree that the findings of the ESDC investigation that found contraventions and gave dates for the RCMP to remedy those contraventions were posted in the workplace?
Yes.
And that's the workplace of the RCMP, the various detachments?
Yes, it's a requirement that ESDC gave to us to do so.
And you would agree that those findings included, for example, general duty members operating in an environment of confusion as to who had command and control on April 18th?
That sounds familiar.
That members responding showed a lack of understanding and knowledge of their radio operation and function requirements, including bonk and busy signals.
Yes.
That following the RCMP member fatality inquiries of both Mayor Thorpe and Spiritwood, the employer conducted an assessment clearly indicating that night vision capability should be available to frontline members.
Yes.
That ERT response was not present in a timely manner.
Yes.
And I'm just picking out a few, and I'm going to suggest to you that the RCMP was ordered by the Canada Labour Code Part 2 to cease these contraventions immediately.
Yes.
Sorry, not immediately. There was a date no later than September 29th, 2022.
Well, to your point, I recall there being some that were immediate, some over the course of the summer in terms of a review that was ordered, and then some that were diary dated in the fall. So I think there were actually 3 different date cycles that were given to us, depending on what the direction was.
And so if the commission wishes to obtain copies of these orders, you, sir, or someone else with the RCMP could simply take them down from the RCMP detachment, photocopy them, and provide them to this commission if it's requested, correct?
Well, that wouldn't be our process. Typically, we would release the material through Chief Superintendent O'Malley to Department of Justice for review to make sure that it's in compliance with the disclosure requirements. But if it met the disclosure requirements through that process, then I'm sure they would be released.
My question is essentially that you'd have the means to easily satisfy that subpoena or that direction, because the RCMP does have all the information.
Yes, we could produce those records quite quickly if that's what you're referring to.
Ms. Ward?
Chief Superintendent Leather may be unaware of the legislation under the Canada Labor Code that governs information involved in ESTC investigations. And we know that the Commission has attempted to seek those documents from the ESTC with an unfavorable result.
Right. So it looks like Chief Superintendent Leather was absolutely right, Mr. Bryson, subject to the law as it applies to disclosure and whatnot, then physically he can make it happen. But there's this process, and you're probably aware we've been trying to secure those documents.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Final question. If we can bring up the press release from April 19th. And that's, sorry, Madam Registrar, I'm not helping you there at all by just saying that. 57762. Page 6. Okay, sir. So this is the press release you did on April 19th, and I have to qualify my comments before I make this statement in question to you. I do not intend to be insensitive at all to Constable Stevenson's family. They suffered a very serious loss. But the concerns that have been raised by the family that I represent and other families is that, and this press conference is one example. So this is a press conference you did at 6 p.m. on April 19th?
Yes.
Okay. And in this press conference, you note the terrible loss that your organization suffered, appropriately so. You note that the RCMP was to visit the Stevenson family. Okay. But what's occurring with other families, and I'll just make reference to the family that I represent, the Bond family, is they don't even have a next of kin notification at this time on April 19th. They are frantically calling to find out what happened, not getting any answers, okay, on April 19th at 6 p.m. So my question and statement is perhaps in your messaging that it's important that families not be made to feel that there's a two-tiered system, that, and you can tell me if you agree with me or not, that these types of factors are considered, that for example, that if you're setting up family liaisons, that perhaps 22 families not share one, and another has 2 to share. So are they relevant considerations, sir, that you can sort of reflect on and consider?
Very relevant. I'm also aware that this has come up in previous testimony. And when you look at this and I hear your feedback essentially and input from the families, the disparity is noteworthy. It's even remarkable in some ways. And we would endeavor, of course, in future to do a better job to address the needs of all. Yeah, I'm less sort of knowledgeable about the flow or liaison position. There was much discussion, even debate about how many liaisons should be assigned and whether one individual, Constable Bent, was sufficient. I remember asking myself, or not myself, asking Superintendent Campbell myself about that very issue. It would take a Herculean effort for one person over years, 18 months, a year, to sustain the kind of commitment that the families, the public, and the organization would expect. I'm not, even to this date, sure that I fully understand why that decision was taken. And I would expect, and I'm almost certain, that we are and will look at the flow program to make improvements, both in terms of numbers, but also more formalized training, and not to overuse a word, but standards, national standards, because of course this is an issue on the flow family liaison that is an issue coast to coast. It's obviously not just unique to here. There sadly are tragedies everywhere, and your points on both of those are well taken.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. We'll break for 1 hour for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 1 hour.
I'll tell you, every day this hoo-ha makes me want to go back in time, make different decisions, and have gone to law school. Well, God wants it done a certain way, I guess. All these questions, you know, and though I'm not trying to diminish the lawyers, I honestly think that we know this material mountains better. And that's with limited access to what we have, right? We don't get the files. We don't get the files like they do. Oh, well. I don't quite understand the DV agenda silently getting pushed around still, which is not good. I was actually talking to, I still have this open, a family member about this the other day. And to the best of my knowledge, this still has not been amended. The original suit, I don't know, excuse me, from Blair, and they're blurred out because I did it so long ago that it was no. Anyway, and Mr. Tyler and Mr. O'Brien. But if you read down further in the lawsuit against the RCMP, so there's two lawsuits, right? The estate, and then there's the estate, and then one against the RCMP. So the primaries on that case are Mr. Blair and Mr. O'Brien. And so they plead that the Wortman's first victim was Lisa Banfield. Sometime prior to 10 p.m. on April 18th, Wortman assaulted her and escaped into the forest and hid for till approximately 6:30. Repeat the foregoing that B, the RCMP failed to investigate, take action in relation to the reports that it received prior to the spree, and that Wortman was physically abusive to women, and that he, in fact, physically abused women. And this lawsuit has never been amended, which I've found extremely problematic when it first came out. This is, I believe, the amended one. Yeah, it is. So unless it's changed, and I don't believe it has, even though there's not something in law called an agreed statement of facts, I don't see why they would revisit this at all. They're agreeing Lisa's been assaulted. Obviously, the Crown's position is going to be that Lisa was assaulted. So there'll never be any questioning of this, which frankly I think is a travesty, because Lisa's never been cleared as a suspect, and the RCMP have never been able to establish any of this. So agreeing that she's being assaulted and or using citations such as going to, even though I completely concur about and have spoken at length about, you know, things like Susie Bootlin or RCMP sexual harassment abuse, and, you know, used a lot of cases over the years, last 2 change years, right, about the number of claims and things like that. I've got a lot of interesting stuff I could probably surface about some of it, but it's a very serious problem. However, it's not a problem in this particular instance that has been established, firmly established with proof. So agreeing with this will never call into question Lisa Banfield's story, i.e., she'll probably not be called as a witness, right? Probably. It is not a firm agreed statement of fact. So, I mean, it is possible to revisit it, but I don't see any need why they would. And it's part of their case, because that's what they're saying is part of the liability, that the RCMP failed to act upon the Brenda Forbes goo, which is obviously nothing but hearsay. And to the best of my knowledge, all you have is somebody who is mentally incompetent that can back up the story, i.e., Glenn, whose testimony wouldn't be permitted in court. So I don't know why that narrative keeps getting tossed about, because, you know, like bantering on Mr. Maxwell. And again, today seems to be continuing. Obviously, this is a problem. It's a very severe problem within the RCMP, but I may be mistaken, but in order to have class action, a judge has to approve. That's true. It's got to be certified, and I haven't heard anything about certification, and I've even asked, and nobody really seems to know. If that's what you're saying, has to approve. So I believe that they put everything in filing in order to have it approved. I can assure no one believes her. Yes, and that's true, but the actual statement of claim is that the liability part of the liability case is that the RCMP failed to act on that, and that's why you have a claim, right? So, which is not legally a good way to go about this, if you don't believe that, right? It would be better to say, because you can use this case, and this is where through discovery and depositions and discovery is where the truth will come out. I mean, this shit is all on the record since the beginning, way before there was any claims or anything. I'm like, sue the hell out of these people. And you have to have a bunch of lawsuits going at the same time, because you may end up with different judges, let's just say, right? Who are more partial maybe to the RCMP or whatever. But if you have a few going, your chances of success in there somewhere are really good in terms of the truth coming out and not settling. But I find it interesting that this is still getting tossed about. And there do seem to be, sadly, a lot of questions that aren't being capitalized upon. I mean, and that really breaks my heart, because I'm not saying that everything I'm saying is obviously correct, but I spent a lot of time on this, like all the time. And the questions, and they're citing stuff we bring to the table periodically. They just did today, right? Robin, Butcher, all of it. They use that to when it's beneficial. But Bernard wasn't activated that night. That's a very serious problem. Chain of command was broken. He didn't really get into the chain of command. Why not go into the chain of command? Then you can go back to, this should have been, of course, asked to Campbell, who that falls underneath in terms of the chain, the activation of Bernard. Use, if you want to establish people who are pissed with the RCMP within the RCMP, use Mr. Sutton, who, you know, I don't read these statements for nothing. Where's his statement here? Oh, helps if I spell it correctly. Who said he would not trust his goldfish. He wouldn't trust management with his goldfish. I mean, he's Bernard is really good too. He rakes, and we read that, right? Too. And there's like lots of things within those statements that are very good to ask. But you have to ask the appropriate person. I mean, that is going to be naturally, that's going to be Leather's go-to right away. He's going to be like, well, I don't really deal with deployment of critical incident package. You have to talk to that Campbell. He wouldn't use him by name, of course, but that's true. But nobody asked him, and I think this is partly why. Call me a bit tinfoily. This is why they don't give the information out until afterwards, because we're going to have a lot of people going through and ripping apart what they're saying, finding holes in it, or confirming it. If you have lead up time. But if you have no lead up time, just present the interviews and the evidence after the applicable people are gone. Who do you ask these questions to? Because the questions do and can and have gone through channels to get down there at times. And yet we don't have the information, what can we do with it? Shouldn't be about the lawsuits and the money. It shouldn't be, and it's not. I don't obviously have a stake in it. I don't frankly care. But punitive damages are the only damages that can be awarded. It's us just suing ourselves. The whole thing is just ourselves, right? But it's the process of being able to sit down and ask, depose anybody. Because in deposition, yeah, fine. You can depose Brenda Lucky, literally. And she's got to go and answer. That's just regular folks, families, sitting down and saying, via a lawyer, these are the questions that we have. Now you have to answer them. It's not any of the hoo-ha games that they've been playing the whole time. The ball is a little bit more in the court of families, and they can do something with it. But if you fail to capitalize on information here, which is why I'm a very strong advocate for, even though it disgusts me what is going on and disgusts all of you, this sham that they've set up, the paper still comes. And you all are still here, and I'm still here. And we will dig, and then that way we can just like I said, always, we can just give that information to a lawyer and they can do something with it, something productive. Because that's not our choices in life. The legal lineage ends in my family. But that's the way things go. Can they recall witnesses? Yes, and that was good. Finally, that was established, at least because I don't know the process rules. In fact, I'm not very sure anybody really does. That was established yesterday, but Tara Miller asked, I believe, to reserve the right to recall. And that was answered. That they said, well, we'll look at it, But you definitely have the right to, whether they will, or maybe it's in written form or whatever. Or they don't do anything. That's another thing altogether. But they did confirm yesterday that's a possibility. And sorry, that was Holly's comment. My apology. So yeah, it's just about the accountability. So that's the process to go through to possibly get some kind of truth out of these people, because you can see they don't want to. They don't want to. Whenever it doesn't suit their ends, just as it doesn't suit their ends to talk about domestic violence, or really, they can play, and they do. They play and they all run around, and you get Bob Paulson crying and doing all of his bullshit, but they don't really care about doing anything to help women, or it doesn't matter. It's just a machine, and it functions in its own disgusting way. and we'll chew up anybody. But when it benefits them, oh, sure, we'll play the card. We'll use the domestic violence. We'll pull that one out. But, just like Mr. Bryson demonstrated today, you're not going to do the audit. Yeah. I don't remember who that was that brought that up, but true. Very true. Ash, I believe. Very true. Susie Boone, West Bible Hill. That was right in their backyard. Same fucking detachment. And they absolutely lipped her off, and you come in here, we're going to charge you again, or you come in here again, we're going to charge you. And then Mr. Dugan sadly killed her. If Bernard felt wasn't called up because racism, he wouldn't have poked and pushed into that corner by the interviewer. I do. There is an element of racism absolutely within the RCMP too. They've got a history, right? But that's a really complicated. It's always the complicated one, right? You get involved with that, to me, and I for those of you who don't know what I do, this is not exactly my forte. I do YouTube and have for years, but this is not exactly my area of study. I'm kind of like more global stuff. But obviously, I was thinking about that this morning. That I was standing right by my microwave, and that was exactly where Tara told me. On the phone. I thought she was just kidding. Like not kidding, but I'm like, why are you phoning me so late for? You got to be up really like in the middle of the morning. And, oh, that was not a good scene. This is a real opportunity for us to clean up our backyard. Had to go to work. Oh, hey JJ, welcome back. To clean up our backyard, maybe get some real progress made on certain issues, right? Our national police force is in terrible, terrible problems, and our government is extremely corrupt. This problem is only going to get a lot worse in terms of the guns aspect of it. Again, that's just I would say distraction. They're just using an event. They've had that in the works for years, as they said. But so I tend to stay away from more anything that I really do, because, well, I don't want to. I don't think it's any of those other things that I do or people's opinions on something else becomes divisive, and they love that, because then all of a sudden, well, people are divided and they're not going to pay attention. If you just keep it down to one issue, which is generally what happened on April 18 and 19, and how did our police force fail and or participate in some of this to an extent, Lisa's going to have to round up the family and relocate to Barbados. Why has nobody asked about that? Not sure. I have a little bit more homework to give to somebody about that. But, and I do have another chapter coming on the Clayfield stuff. So MCC will not recall LB guaranteed. Yes, I would say she's done. She's gone. However, in the suit, she will have to be deposed. If that narrative comes back into question, which is, I hope that will be altered. That decision lies with Mr. Blair and Mr. O'Brien because they're the primaries. That's the way civil suits work. They are the ones that get to decide. So, provided that they're on board with that, then an amendment can be made to change this. And even with that claim, you can still go about it. It would be difficult, though, because then you're saying, well, it didn't happen, but I do say that it did happen. It becomes a bit more tedious. And I do understand that there are a couple of people. I'm trying to keep the banners out. A couple of people who have some hearing issues. So hopefully you can read the whatever scripting on the bottom. AI scripting. Has the I haven't been able to establish whether this has been formally certified. Do you know, Holly? I think it has been, but I'm not sure. I thought maybe I heard that somewhere. Mr. Dugan, yes, Mr. Dugan is Susie Bootland. I think Lisa will disown family when she gets money from the estate. Oh, I think she's just warming up to sue the hell out of us now. By the sounds of what happened the other day with Mr. Lockyer. Looks like we're going to have a lawsuit pending. Oh, he's gone for the day. Research need cellmates. Oh, there's lots of goodies. What are we at? What is it at? 2609? 2609, last I checked. Give her 15,000, send her on her way. Isn't that what she earned a year? Severance pay. With a check, another check with a flag in the corner, I suspect. Oh, no, you can't say that. That's tinfoil. Can't prove it yet. No one reserves the right to recall Lisa. She's just as important as the shit show. Campbell, I fully deployed the CIC. That is a fucking mess, man. And the breaking of chain of command in a variety of places. I think this is like the red in list. There are people who are okay. How about why didn't that get brought up? Why is it that Jarrett McLeod, who all a very small world, Tara just happened to call and somehow get a hold of Rodney McDonald. Rodney McDonald called Jarrett McDonald. Is that right? I believe. I'd have to go back to my research. Jarrett McDonald then went down to Cobequid, found the bodies. He went over to Bent, so it doesn't matter who did it, but it's just a small world, I always think. Bent, rather than do what is logical, which is, oh my God, we have some more bodies? Like, what the hell's going on? Let's get our ass over there. He said, did you clear this with MCU? No? Well, let me check that with Jerry first. Makes a phone call to Jerry Rose. Hey, did you clear this? No. Well, what should we do? Well, I think you should probably go down there. Oh, okay. Something very, very fishy with Cobequid. They all want to avoid it. It's in their crayon maps that they have about the evacuation shit. So they certainly know the road. I know they were kind of trying to say, well, we didn't really know about it. We didn't really think about it. It was on their wall as part of their evacuation plan. Right up there with Bayshore Road, which gives you a time frame. Early in the morning. And yet they don't go until 4:47. Missing bodies. Seeming 2 males in a house. Unaccounted for right now. $25,000 a year. What do you mean? What we should do, get our asses over there and exit the vehicle. Think I'm missing something here. Conversation. If Lisa sues, that would leave her to cross-examination. Unless the government settles. You follow? That was my reference to artwork. It's kind of a subtle way of so you just sue. Oh, we settle. Here's some money. Oh, thank you. She'll slink away with her tens of money and live off royalties, Leaf book, and CBC movie. Is there a book forthcoming? Could that be happening? Maybe. Meanwhile, it's all the rest of people, families, but this issue is so much bigger than families. The families, they are just the champions of fixing a system that's really quite broken. Another story out today about drunken RCMP officer. So I do hope that they fix their issue. And there was also another one, Todd. There's lots of them always floating around. Let's see. Todd sent one on. I tweeted it out. Burger King driving. Jesus. Really, dude? Privacy Committee to study RCMP use of spyware tools. Talked a lot about this. This is very big. I may sound like you're like, I don't understand. Who cares? Doesn't really matter. It does matter. The use of Project Wide Awake, which funnily enough was piggybacked to an extent, 2.0, off of Nova Scotia, which very few Canadians know about. Nasty thing. They're watching everything that all of us do. Why? And when they do it, even from within, they're breaking the law. Privacy Committee to study RCMP use of spyware tools. House of Commons Access to Information Privacy and Ethics Committee voted Tuesday to begin special summer study to examine RCMP use of spyware, calling on the National Police Force to be more transparent about the software it uses to conduct surveillance or collect data on as part of its investigations. MPs on the committee have started to hold a series of events starting in August that will focus on determining which, quote, device investigation tools the RCMP uses, as well as terms and conditions of using this software. The committee called the RCMP to provide a list of warrants obtained, if any, for the use of this software and using information related to potential wiretapping of MPs, their parliamentary assistants, or any other Parliament of Canada employee. It's kind of like they're building those brown envelopes, you know, so that they have some material that they can say, you know, like, call me kooky. But, well, police chiefs down there who are like, we have to rely upon your labs. And when we kind of go against the grain, we can't use your labs. You got to turn that spigot off. It's the same kind of principle. Evolve. Blackmail. As part of the studies, MPs will be calling on any RCMP officers who have made decisions around the use of surveillance tools, Public Safety Minister Marco Mendicino, and current and former federal privacy commissioners to testify. Hopefully they'll talk about the O drives, with the option to invite additional witnesses as desired. Concerns over RCMP's use of spyware tools were sparked after documents in the House of Commons, tabled in the House of Commons in June, shed new light on the police force's use of spyware to conduct surveillance and collect data, including through accessing microphones and cameras on phones belonging to suspects of major criminal and national security investigations. Oh, say you, don't worry. I'm not a criminal. So they're not going to do that on me. And bullshit. Because they're banking it on everybody. Trust me. Do we have a Project Wide Awake? Perhaps you can send me maybe a Project Wide Awake article. I can look it up. Marvel Comics for some reason. I don't understand anything to do with that, but whatever. That's the old one, which is the 2019, how the RCMP watches your social media. Where's the CBC articles? Okay. This one looks like an old one. This is the last version. Not all Canadians know that they're under suspicion. It applies to everybody. One day, people will understand what I'm talking about. This thing, and frankly, any of the tech, is going to be our downfall. It will be. But I can talk to Granny on Facebook. Everybody's banking data on everybody. It's disgusting. And it has to stop. Including the RCMP. Going through your private messages. And they do. Why? Pre-crime, is that what you said? Oh yes, this is one of the guises that they go underneath. It's crime predictive technology. No. I could say that about anybody. Well, I think I have the signs. You're going to commit crime. Many of you are from Nova Scotia. They put in about watching your guys' private messages and your groups, your private groups over on the Facebook. Why exactly? Well, that would probably be because, people were starting to object about what happened April 18th and 19th. So therefore they have to monitor. They are watching everybody and everything. Oh, but you're just tinfoil. Am I? I encourage you to go and research yourself. There's lots of great articles on all of this stuff. Not from, crazy conspiracy sites. Nothing is private. A big fat zero. Netflix has access to your Twitter account. Why do they want to read your Twitter private messages again? These kinds of things. When you go through and you read the permissions, if people bother to go through and click that, because usually most people are a bit tired. And they're just like, okay, just hit okay. I trust everybody. Nothing's going on here. Oh, they fucking monitor everything. Everybody. Your data is the most valuable thing around. Back in the day, it used to be, the air miles. Why do you think they're giving out things for free? They're giving out things for free? Oh, yes. No. Facebook is worth billions of dollars. Really? Or trillions. Because you send messages to Graham. Or could it be all the data that they're banking and collecting? Anyway, I shouldn't go there. I shouldn't go too deep down rabbit holes. That's for other days. But let's see what the House of Parliament thinks. Use of microphones and cameras on phones. We'll interject this piece. They can't get into their own phones. They can't get into Emily's phone. 400 and how many pages is it of emails? 463 pages, somewhere in that neighborhood. Emily's phone. You can't get in it. Oh, well, maybe it's a broken charge port. I'm not that great with cell phone tech. I can replace my port. It certainly doesn't require 463 pages. That phone is bricked. Guaranteed. Ain't nothing coming out of it. And it might have had data on it that would have established some very pertinent details. Oh, it was a shit show. And I was, speaking with somebody over in that family about that. They were unaware of how many pages of fucking, let's see here, emails. What is it that they say, no good news. Celebrate. No, celebrate, of course. No good news. I'm afraid we tried the device blank with the newest updates. Oh, so you could update it. And it was not recognized by the tool. We did some extra work trying to get the device recognized by a simple computer as it is. And in download mode and recovery mode, and in all instances, nothing recognized. I have only seen this on phones with secondary application that protect the use of the USB port. Damaged USB ports. Really? That shouldn't even be on that list because it's just a fix and it's about 5 minutes. MDM corporate type security or secure boot locks on USB ports. In any of these cases, I am not aware of any tools to get that data. I am sorry that we are having any luck. We're not having any luck with this device. We do about 300 to 400 years. This is sannage. Celebrate. Man. Right. A year and never come across a more stubborn phone. I believe you want to put have never. We will look at getting the device returned to the owner if you can provide the information as to where to ship it, please. Well, they frankly want pictures off that phone. Over on the Oliver side, they would like that pictures off the phone. And I think it would be very good to establish, yes, USB port. I think I saw somewhere in that chain of emails something about desired outcome. Perhaps they don't want people going in there because they might see something about maybe a message, you know, what time. Maybe there was a 911 call placed. Very sad. Hello. Charged it many times after it came back May 2020. See? There we go. Trying to break it, into it and figure out code. Then sent phone to mass casualty people late 2021 at their request. So mass casualty must have broken. I'm presuming must have broken it. I don't know if the last word cut off. So now, well, no pictures and no more information. That's really nice. But these people don't care. Just like they'll lie to all of us and say, oh, Brown and Melanson, we don't have any GPS data on them. Really? They got GPS on everybody with one of these. And it takes all of about 30 seconds to break into a phone with Celebrate. And I'm not kidding. And you get everything. Every website that you've ever visited, ever. Every text message that you've deleted, every picture, every place that you've been, the speed at which you've traveled, even the angle at which the phone sits. It's spooky. Well, I certainly recognize the account, so hello, Tammy. Very sad. So why would you say that it's possibly a USB port? Did you even check it? Because it charged. I saw that phone. And it was working. So what's the problem? Howdy. Facebook is not a place where smart folks go. Well, no, I think that we have to be easy on each other, right? It's not a place I prefer to play around on. Maybe a place that you don't prefer to play around on. But it's good if people understand the risks which they place themselves and the information that's being gathered. And who's gathering it? Do you know? Do you want to know? Not really. Who cares? I think you may find in the future that may come back to haunt you. And all those agreements that we just click, roll, agree, right? What was it? I was looking at something for a young man who's in my life, and he was interested in a phone. And I was like, okay, so he likes to play around on Snapchat. I think it was Snapchat. So I read, all the agreements because I'm kooky like that. Well, it says right in there. Well, no, we reserve the right to keep the photos if we want. Can you imagine how many people are taking some inappropriate pictures? And it's their property now. Yeah. Those go all over the place. In the documents, the RCMP say the tools can be used by technical investigation services, covert access, but I can't figure out a port, and intercept team are used primarily and, quote, covertly and remotely. Like turn on your microphone. Access text messages and other private communications that couldn't be collected using wiretaps or, quote, other less intrusive investigative techniques. Why are you so fucking lazy? What happened to doing investigation? But they can worry about tabletop games and fucking families. That's awesome. Quote, police sometimes need to use advanced technology-based capabilities to address investigative barriers such as those caused by encryption, end quote. Read the part of the RCMP submission to the House of Commons. The agency also said that these, quote, on-device investigative SIC tools were used 10 times between 2018 and 2022, and that, quote, in every judicial case, a judicial authorization was obtained before these tools were deployed. I just saw a story the other day on Ring doorbells, how Ring doorbells turns over information to law enforcement without anybody granting them permission. What kind of state do you want to live in? Windows. What a disaster zone. I wish Mr. Bryson had asked a few more questions. Some good ones. He kind of touched on it a little bit and then moved away. Twitter is the worst social media owned by China. China? Well, and does this stuff do any good? The kids nowadays. I begin to wonder sometimes. Minority Report. Just think about what happened just before pushing through laws that allowed them to spy on Canadians' Houses of Parliament terrorist attack. True. All of these things, tragedies, wherever, however they've resulted, are used, and that's a way to manipulate people. Well, I don't want that happening again. Of course, do whatever. That was how it started with the Patriot Act. Remember the good old days when you'd just be able to get on a fucking plane? Maybe you had your license. They did exist. You didn't have to do all kinds of crazy stuff. Now, I mean, can you even fly out of the country? Come back in a wheelchair, and that, I mean, that story is sad. I'm not a proponent of certain alternative media organizations because, frankly, where have they been for Nova Scotia? But they do good stories periodically. And that poor man, I felt so bad for that old man. Did anybody see that story? Who flew back into the country? He's been vaccinated 4 times in a wheelchair. Well, he didn't have a cell phone because they all want you to get on the phone. Great story about how millennials, interestingly enough, are the ones who are going back to dumb phones. I like dumb phones. It was a good time. You could just use the phone whenever the fuck you wanted. You didn't have to have it. You could leave it at home. Who cared? Don't have a cell phone? That poor old man, like, they harassed the hell out of him. Did they end up charging him? I think they did. And he's like, I've been vaccinated 4 times. I have the paperwork. Well, you have to have the app. Well, I don't even have a cell phone. He's old. No, you've got to have it. Well, your daughter should have it. Well, I don't want to put my dad on my phone. No, you have to do that. Why do I have to do that? Who are you to tell me what I do and do not have to do with a phone? Are you out of your mind? I started calling people again, just like texting. Yeah, I operate on the phone. Most people know that. I'm like, they'll text me and I'll be like, okay, I'll just call. Never let a good crisis go to waste. Good to hear that people still do talk on the phone. You know, you can hear a lot out of a person's voice. It's even better in person, but when in doubt, you know, you can always. Emily was young enough to know how to back stuff up on iCloud. I don't know anything about that. And again, I don't believe iCloud keeps a record of your text messages, but I'm not sure. Yeah, you can't ping your own members' phones. You can't ping. Oh, because it was. Didn't you like that one? There was another great one. Lisa McCauley's phone was under her leg. Sorry. But right across the street, we can celebrate. Corey's phone. Really? I call bullshit. I don't want them monitoring me, frankly. I know that they've sold that one on people. They work really hard. Who cares? You're not a criminal. Don't worry about it. You're not doing anything wrong. I don't want people in my bedroom. I don't want people in my house. I didn't invite. Stay the fuck out of it. It's not your business. Under her leg was that before or after she called 911? I shouldn't laugh. I really shouldn't laugh. It's tragic. Where is that phone? Where is that phone call? Carol Howardson took a call from Lisa McCauley, apparently. Where is it? Was that where Lily came out? Where's Lily? She was techie, knew how to do stuff. Oh, kids these days, they know how to do everything. If a user syncs their messages, well, then maybe that's, I don't know. I've heard some spooky shit to do with phones in this story. Family cell phones. Months that don't exist with bills, but then the next month does. Brick dumb phones sold 1 billion units last year. Most consumers 25, 35 years old. That's right. Because they don't want a fucking phone.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent.
That's loud. So get ready for 3 weeks of damage control. They're going to pull out. I'm going to put up the other day of House of Commons. Well, it is up, actually. I just have to list it. I figured I wasn't going to throw too much stuff out because I do want it to get viewed at some point. It's an interesting watch. Thank you to Anita, I believe, who sent me that. So we'll see. We'll see if some other questions get asked. I mean, I have, again, that his notes are questionable to me, and somebody should ask him about it. Why is it that you have torn out coil book pages instead of written in your ledger? Maybe somebody will build upon the fact that Bernard wasn't activated. I know Leather will just pass the buck on that one. I want to see Bergerman notebook for the following days after April 1819. Probably some phone calls with Bergerman and Lucky. But that's another issue, you know, it's not really dealing with 1819. I want to see Clayfield. I want to see Lily. I want to see Dion come. I want to see all the witnesses. I want to see Bjorn, Leon, all the videos, all the webcams, dash cams. Let's get it out there. Instead, they're pissing around. Well, we're still vetting. We're still interviewing. Really, how can you interview these people?
The proceedings are again in session.
Hopefully
Thank
somebody
you, Ms. Young.
reminds him of oath. Wow. Seem to be working a little bit when they actually have something to talk about. No, I'm not taking a view on this, but I'm still not understanding what Miss Stanton is doing with her mask. It really does seem to be a fluctuating thing. Sometimes it's on, sometimes it's off. I don't really understand. Perhaps somebody can explain it to me. Well, she's only saving the world some of the time
Thank you.
because she puts it on and
Ms.
takes
Miller,
it
whenever
off.
you're ready.
Scotia in July of 2019 in the crops position.
July, August of 19, yes.
Okay. And you are still currently here, but you're on your way out with a transfer to national headquarters.
Yes.
That's imminent, I guess, in August.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And who's your replacement going to be? I know you said the name yesterday.
They haven't announced the replacement yet.
Oh, okay. I thought there was somebody who had been announced and then they didn't come and then they were going to be bringing them back.
It is confusing. I was the acting commanding officer for the better part of a year, during which time Assistant Commissioner Daly was due to arrive and then wasn't and now is again.
Okay.
And he's due to arrive in the fall, but currently Assistant Commissioner Ferguson is the acting commanding officer for H Division.
Sorry, Assistant Commissioner Ferguson is will be acting in your position?
No.
Okay.
I reverted back to my criminal operations position about a month ago,
Yes.
after having been the acting commanding officer after Assistant Commissioner Bergerman retired last fall. Now there's been a series of moves. No one announced to take over my role yet as the criminal operations officer, but a new CO and crops officer coming in, Daly being into the CO's role in probably September.
Okay, but as of right now, there's been no crops officer identified to come in to take over your role when you leave in August?
That's right, and I expect that announcement will be made this week or imminently.
Thank you. And your predecessor was Chief Superintendent Marlene Snowman, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know how long she held the position here in Nova Scotia?
4 years, I believe.
Okay. We talked yesterday and today about the RCMP's participation in provincial audits. But what I'd like to focus on now, Chief Superintendent Leather, is any audits that the RCMP does, and I'll narrow it in focus. We know from Chief Superintendent Campbell, he noted that the National Crops Officer is responsible for responding to recommendations which would have been found, for example, in the McNeil report. That was the evidence that he gave earlier this week. Does that accord with your understanding of the responsibility for responding to recommendations in the McNeil report and other reviews?
Yes, it would make sense that it would be a shared responsibility, but primarily it would fall to the criminal operations officer, but also the federal crops officer for those matters that pertain to federal policing. Now, I know you referenced McNeil, so very few of those recommendations, but some still would be relevant to the federal pillar as well.
Okay, so when you say it's a shared responsibility, is it a shared responsibility between the federal crops officer and then the divisional crops officer?
Well, maybe responsibility is the wrong word. It's, I'll just speak for myself. I would say that it's the onus is on us to be familiar with the recommendations. I'm just saying, though, as pertains to federal policing, it would not be my responsibility. It would be the federal crops officer.
Yes, but as regards your responsibility here in the division in Nova Scotia, would it be your responsibility to ensure that recommendations flowing from reports that had divisional application were implemented?
Yes, except for in the federal area of responsibility. For that area, it would not be.
Thank you. And what steps are you aware of that the RCMP either nationally and or divisionally have taken to audit adherence or implementation to the McNeil and any other prior reports?
And anticipating that this might be a question, I did do some analysis, but I certainly don't have it committed to memory. However, I have made some notes if that's helpful for me or not.
That's no problem. Go ahead, officer.
Thank you.
Superintendent.
So, Ms. Miller, as you probably are aware, there was, first of all, an implementation report dated February of 2016 that was national in scope, which revisited what the recommendations were, divided into the areas of supervision, training, equipment and technology, communications, aftercare. And this report was submitted and overseen by CNIP, but it was also overseen by a small group of officers to implement the recommendations, most which are national in scope, but also some which, while they're national in scope, there would be a check-in essentially with the divisions to see where we were with the various recommendations. And, well, again, as you no doubt are aware, there were 52 recommendations, and if I can certainly go through all 52
You said
or
52 recommendations in the McNeil report?
yes.
My understanding is there's 64. In any event, what I want to do, I have a finite window of time here.
Yes.
And so what I was really interested in terms of I appreciate there's been the 2016 implementation report. There was a web posting in September of 2017 with updates in terms of implementation. There was one in January of 2020 with further updates in terms of implementation of the McNeil recommendations. My question, what I really wanted to hear from you on, if you can speak to this, Chief Superintendent Leather, is whether or not you're aware of any audits that the RCMP has done federally and or divisionally to ensure that the recommendations which are indicated as implemented are actually being followed. You talked about yesterday, it's one thing to have policies and procedures, but if they're only as good as the action that comes. So that's the focus of that question.
I did misunderstand your question. Okay. So again, as I look through the recommendations, and I obviously, because of the time, won't go into it, but for instance, as it relates to the training section and carbine implementation, IR training, ensuring that their annual firearms qualifications, training videos and ammunition being provided for practice shooting in the districts. You know, I'm happy to say that I'm aware that in the division, with the exception of the training video portion, all of those training recommendations have been implemented and are either part of the current training or were part of the initial rollout as it relates to IARD. So good news on that front. But
So Chief Superintendent Leather, again, my question was not about being implemented. It was about an audit
Right.
following up on. On paper it says they've been implemented, but in terms of actual use, practice, and moving forward, auditing that the RCMP,
Yes.
and if you don't know the answer, you can just say no, but if there hasn't been audits that you're aware of, or there are audits?
So there's not, okay, so there's not a national audit that I'm aware of. However, what you do see are areas in supervision, training, and equipment that come up individually. Okay, so as to say, CNIP will come out with a request for us to provide an update on, for instance, carbines. And that's a priority. And we receive requests for updates on that issue, which flows from McNeil quarterly. So not an overarching audit that deals with all the recommendations for sure, either nationally or divisionally, but individualized requests that continually come out from national headquarters, but not on all the issues for certain, but on some of the recommendations.
Okay. I'll ask you specifically with respect to, and I don't have the recommendation in front of me, but it related to each division identifying entry and exit points of major transportation routes that would be relevant for alerting and crisis and access. The 2017 September 2017 report said that that had been implemented in all divisions. That would certainly be not a national, it has a national reach, but also would have a Nova Scotia impact. And we heard from two of the critical incident commanders that they were not aware that that had ever been done in Nova Scotia. So has there been any audit done by you or anyone else in the RCMP to assess whether or not that recommendation, you know the one I'm speaking of, has actually been implemented?
In terms of exit routing, I'm not aware of a national audit for sure.
What about a provincial audit or anything that would fall under your parameters as the crops officer?
I've not initiated an audit on that issue.
So what I'm hearing you say is there may be some processes in place to provide feedback, which would indicate that some of these things have been implemented, and you're referencing the carbine training, but you're not aware of any national and or provincial audits to look at in the specifics of the other recommendations in terms of how they're being followed through on.
Correct. There is not an overarching audit function for the province or national headquarters on these.
Okay. On the theme of reviews, there was a review done in the Atlantic region. It's called the Atlantic Regional Council of Criminal Operations Officers. And you were asked about this in your mass casualty statement. It's from the fall of 2015. And the title is Best Practices and Lessons Learned from Major Incidents Throughout North America. And certainly your predecessor, Chief Superintendent Marlene Snowman, she was a contributor to this report. She's one of the authors. You were aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. The report itself, Madam Register, just for you, is 57233. And if we could bring up page 2, I believe. First of all, Chief Superintendent Leather, when did you become aware of this report?
About a year ago.
Okay. And how did you become aware of it?
It was brought to my attention by one of the inspectors that works for me, and it's because one of his colleagues had brought it to his attention. So it was very ad hoc, if I'm being frank, the way it came to my attention. And I believe it's as a result of a disclosure requirement for the MCC.
Okay. And what did you do with the report once it was brought to your attention?
Read it,
Okay.
reviewed it.
Did you do anything in terms of operational or actioning things or reviewing things once you read the report?
No, I discussed it with the fellow's name is Inspector Auld. I referenced him yesterday. He's in criminal operations. And we discussed its contents, but we never moved to a point of, reiterating any of the recommendations or directions that are provided.
So I take it from that you didn't review the implementation of any of the best practices in H Division based on when you read this report.
Any of the reviews that have been going on were not as a result of this report.
Okay, thank you. The preface, which is on the screen, has a couple of lines, and they were put to you in your mass casualty interview. About a third of the way down, there's a line that says, each component, my words, of this report, now the report, is vital to operational policing. This is not a one-time read or nice to have. It's the very core of frontline policing in today's environment. You'd agree with me that it's concerning that as the incoming crops officer in Nova Scotia, you were not even aware of this report until a year ago when somebody brought it to your attention on an ad hoc basis.
And I think it goes to some of my comments.
Is that a yes? Sorry.
Well,
You're nodding your head. Would you agree with me?
I would agree that that was part of my testimony yesterday. And I laid out my concerns around the whole transitional planning piece.
Yes. Yeah. That was one of your recommendations at the end of your evidence yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah. Madam Register, if we could go to page 6. And this is introduction. And what I wanted to review with you is the bolded information on the right-hand column, midway down through the page. And it says receiving information, and just to give listeners a context, this is with respect to critical incidents, this report. That's my understanding. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
Okay. So directly applicable, or would have been directly applicable to the mass casualty, correct?
Yes, it would be.
Receiving information, making timely, decisive decisions, and communicating these decisions as direction to those entrusted to carry out the action, as well as receiving feedback about that action, is the basis of C3. This is the, I guess, the principle of command, control, communication.
Yes.
Yeah. And then it goes on to say C3 is less consultative than other forms of leadership, simply because urgency of action often does not permit consultation. And
Yes.
you agree with that?
I agree with that.
And I think certainly now in hindsight, we can see how that, that need for immediate decision-making, we take it from a macro level and we can apply it in hindsight to the micro level with what happened in the mass casualty. And I think specifically, I'm going to direct you to a specific example, Chief Superintendent Leather. We know that at 7:55 a.m. on April the 19th, Staff Sergeant Halliday issued the direction for the tweet with the identifying information about the mock cruiser to go out.
Yes.
Yes. That tweet ultimately went out at 10:17. It had been approved by Staff Sergeant Halliday some 27 minutes earlier, but the communications member who was addressing that felt that there was additional approval was necessary. And she referenced that there's an unwritten rule that you have to go get some more approval when it's something of this magnitude. It strikes me that quote we just looked at, the need to remove the levels of approval so that there is immediate action in a crisis requiring urgency, that would have been exactly the practical reality that this quote we just read from this best practices report would have, that would have been a practical application in this case, correct?
I would agree.
Thank you. You just referenced your recommendation from yesterday was that there should be a transitional planning requirement for crops officers. This is sort of an onboarding is how I would call it. And you indicated earlier that your replacement hasn't been named yet. You expect that this week. But have you prepared for this type of a transition for the incoming crops officer? And you talked about a briefing binder, a checklist, and an in-person transition between senior executives. Have you prepared for that for when this individual comes?
I've certainly begun to prepare both in terms of the checklist, a briefing binder is being prepared, and of course the offer, because it's an offer that the incoming crops officer would, of course, have to agree to. So I'll have to wait to have that conversation.
Okay, but you don't need approval from national or anyone else to action this kind of a transition plan for your successor. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say.
Okay. Will you have time to do that?
I would come back for that purpose. So as I did in the example I gave yesterday when I went back to Toronto to provide that briefing, I think it's important enough to return if necessary to do that. In fact, there's some advantage to that because then your successor's actually been in the chair for a month or 6 weeks and then can build their questions, et cetera, for that. So there would be things you would want to transition immediately within a half a day, but I see the value of coming back weeks later to provide a more fulsome transition.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on now to some other questions. As you can appreciate, for clients, they have been awaiting this series of evidence from you and your colleagues at this level. So some of these questions I want to make sure we do cover, and then I'll move into some other things. My client understands from a conversation with a now retired member that there may have been a sighting of the perpetrator exiting Portapique on Portapique Beach Road. We know, of course, there were at least 2 sightings of the perpetrator driving the mock cruiser. There was EHS en route to Portapique on the evening on April 18th, and then Corporal Peterson in Glenholm in the morning of April 19th. And then, of course, the incident with Constable Morrison and then Constable Stevenson. Are you aware, Chief Superintendent Leather, of any other sightings by members of the mock cruiser, passing them at any other time?
No, I'm not.
I want to take you now to your notes. And Madam Register, that's COM 51406 at page 55 of the PDF. Just to orient you with where we're starting. Those are your notes. We've looked at them yesterday and today. And then, Madam Register, if we can go to page 58. 7 lines down, Chief Superintendent, there is a line that says may have fled through, and then there looks like there's some handwriting that might have been erased or removed. I'm going to ask you first if you have any recollection of the note may have fled through.
Is that the word through?
Pardon me?
It says though.
Though, it says though, may have fled though.
May have fled through. Yeah, well, I guess that's a great place to start. Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. That is may have fled through or that or though. How do you interpret your notes?
May have fled though.
Okay.
And I can't explain what looks like ink or some smudging beside the hyphen. I don't erase my notes. They're in pen, but I don't know what caused that.
Do you have your actual notes here with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And would you be able to check that?
I could check right now if you'd like.
If that's okay with the commissioners?
Sure.
Can you just help me with the time, please?
This would have been, well, I have it noted at page 63, so your notes start at page 55.
Oh, yes. Okay. My notes don't really help. It just looks like smudging from the hyphen on the page.
Thank you for checking. And now I'm going to go to page 63, Madam Registrar. The line I'm looking at is at the bottom of this page, and it says, there's a few lines I wanted to ask you questions about. The line that says interview teams, truth verifications. Are you able to help us understand what that meant?
Truth verification usually refers to the polygraphist, and of course the polygraphists are usually, or in our division, members of the interview teams. So I'm not, can I just see the line above just to see if it's linked at all to, no, it's not. Interview teams. It strikes me that these are resources that are team resources that we're looking at, including Mobile Command Post, Community Center likely. Interview teams are going to be required. Truth verification may be required. That's what that, for me, is. It's a listing of the areas we may need assistance from.
Are you aware if there were interview teams that were actioned on the weekend of the 18th and the 19th?
How quickly they were mustered, I mean, we have a formal interview team in the division, and we would certainly look for assistance where necessary from outside the division for that kind of expertise.
Sorry, I just, again, with the time, would that interview team be part of the ERT package?
No, that would, again, this is more referring to specialists, the full-time interview team members, which would also include truth verification members. So they work together in the same unit.
Parallel.
Yes.
Ms. Miller, could we just go up and see what we're looking at in terms of day or time or what this is about? Just so that we have a sense of the context of this set of notes.
Are you able to help us with that, Chief Superintendent Leather?
I'd have to go right back to the start of the first entry for this section. I'll look at my notes here.
Just to get a sense of which day and which, it looks like it's the 19th, which time of day.
Correct.
Would be helpful. Thank you.
So I have that at page 57, April 19th date stamp.
The bulk of these entries appear still to be my notations related to the call that I had with Steve Halliday when he was providing me with this fulsome update of the events that occurred up to that point, up to.
At the top of your page, you note 1 hour, 15 minutes, at least at page 63. Does that give you any reference in terms of a time frame?
It doesn't ring a bell for me what that notation pertains to right at this minute.
Okay, but to the best of your recollection, this is continuation of your note-taking with your conversation with Staff Sergeant Halliday?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go back to page 63, and I'll move on to the next line. And I'm not able to read, it says, I read something, child victim something. Are you able to help us with understanding what that line is?
No child victims known, is that?
They're your notes.
Fast and Furious questions.
Okay.
Starred media part hyphen national hyphen SNR, meaning senior management.
All right. I wondered if the child victims had anything to do with interviewing and then interviewing the children who were witnesses to that night, which we know they weren't interviewed that night. So you've given me the context of that. No child victims known.
Known at that point when he's speaking to me.
Okay. And then the notation fast and furious questions. What was that in reference to?
I don't recall.
Okay. We'll move on now to page 64, Madam Registrar. And the line I'm looking at is 1/3, on the top 1/3. It says specific info that he's alive. Did I read that line correctly? That's what it says? Specific info that he's alive?
Yes, and this does switch over to Leah scan, and you'll see at the top 743, right? And that's what I read as well.
Okay. So can you give us the he's alive? Who are you? Who's being referred to in terms
The gunman
of
would
the gunman?
be a
The
reference to the
perpetrator?
gunman.
Okay. And what was the specific information you were given that he was alive at 7:43 in the morning?
Again, like the call with Steve Halliday, I'm feverishly trying to take down the updates that Leah is providing to me on the phone. This is a phone call. Well, to me, it's included in a message that she's wishing to send would be specific information that he is alive and not deceased. That's how I interpret that.
That she was wanting to send a tweet out to people to warn them that he was alive versus deceased?
Well, that the perpetrator is still alive, as opposed to the threat has ended. That there's no longer a concern would be how I interpret that.
All right, I'll move on now to page 72. This is my last question for the notes. Yes, thank you, Madam Register. So this is halfway through the page, and under the heading, which I read it as met with CIC team. And what I'm looking at is the line that says PC moved around a road block. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Are you able to give us any context of the information surrounding you making that note?
So this is me also taking notes from, if we can just go back to the top and I'll confirm, but I believe it's from Superintendent Campbell. Yes, there it is. And again, I remember him in his testimony talking about this meeting with the CIC. So this is him imparting to me, right, what he knows. PC would refer to a police car moved around - a roadblock for victims.
Would this be the PC be a reference to the perpetrator's mock cruiser, or would this be a reference to one of your police cruisers from the RCMP, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. And you have no further memory about the detail around the notation that indicates that there was a roadblock and somebody moved around it?
I'd be guessing.
Thank you. Moving from the notes, I want to move now just to touch quickly on a few other issues. We've heard a lot of evidence in terms of family liaison and the supports provided to the families, and certainly understanding from you and Chief Superintendent Campbell that there's more work that could have been done and should be done in that regard. I just wanted to confirm one thing, that are you aware that Ms. Banfield had her own individual liaison officer?
From the RCMP flow? I wasn't aware of that. If it was RCMP, no.
And would you have any understanding as to why she would have had her own individual?
I wouldn't have any understanding of that assignment. If it was an RCMP liaison officer, no.
Thank you. I want to move now to your April 20th press conference and a statement that you made that the RCMP relied on Twitter because its account had thousands of followers and was judged a superior way to communicate this ongoing threat. We can pull it up if you want, but that's the premise, the foundation for my question. Thank you. Who told you, Chief Superintendent Leather, that Twitter was the best way to get this information out to the public?
This was advice provided to me by corporate communications.
And other than you being told that as advice, did you on your own have any understanding, knowledge, or information to support that Twitter was the best way to get this information out to the public?
The way it was explained to me is that reference came from corporate communications interpretations of the McNeil recommendations.
You're aware that in 2020, Nova Scotia's population is about 950,000 people. As of today, when I look at the RCMP Nova Scotia Twitter account, there's 134,000, almost 135,000 followers, and the Facebook account is similar. So using those social media tools, Twitter and Facebook, they would represent and reach about 14% of the Nova Scotia population if they were relied on for distribution of messaging. You'd agree with that?
I'd agree that it should not be done in isolation of the other methods of communicating with the public, and I don't think anyone would suggest for a minute that it's the only way to communicate, but it is a powerful platform to utilize.
Okay. It was judged as a superior way to communicate the threat in April of 2020. And we've heard, of course, none of your folks were aware of the availability of the public alerting. You say it wouldn't have been done in isolation. What would have the other tools been used that could have been used in April to complement Twitter and Facebook to get this information out to the public?
Certainly advising the broadcast outlets so they could utilize their, sorry, I don't know the proper name for it, but a crawl essentially on the broadcast media. That would be one method for people that are watching television. Similarly with radios, but Facebook, I mean, there are a number of platforms, but I would say it would be a conglomeration of different platforms that we would have to approach to ask for them to utilize for the purpose of a public service or emergency message in that fashion. And that while it's only 14%, as you noted for Twitter, I think if we look at those other options, it's still a significant portion. I bet if we looked at a pie graph and divided it out, you would see that they'd all probably be fairly thin slices of that pie. So it's not like there's a one-stop shop. It's going to several different distribution nodes to get the message out.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take you to, Madam Register, the foundational document, the appendix of press briefing transcripts, com number 57762. And I'm at page 7 of 88. This, as I understand it, Chief Superintendent Leather, was your April 19th press conference. And what I'm looking at is towards the bottom 1/3, 2/3 of the page. The question was, sorry, maybe I'm not at the right page. Page 7 of 88. Oh, the next one. Thank you. I'm looking at the question, was there gunfire exchange between the officers and the suspect in Shubenacadie? And your answer was, I can't tell exactly what location because I'm not sure. But at one point during the course of the evening, there was an exchange of gunfire. So this was your statement on the 19th, and you're referencing an exchange of gunfire during the course of the evening, which I take to be the 18th. Is that an error, or was there gunfire that you were aware of that occurred during the evening of the...
An error. I should have noted it during the day, not the evening, referring to, well, it would be referring to the Shubenacadie incident involving Constable Stevenson is what I was thinking when I made those comments.
Okay. And then if we could go, Madam Register, to page 9, I believe, of this document. It's actually page 8. Thank you. My friend, Mr. Scott, this morning asked you about your answer to a question about whether this man, his wife or children, or any of his relatives were among the initial casualties, and your response was, sorry, I'm not at liberty to answer at this stage. And I believe your answer was that one of the issues for you was at that point you didn't know about if the spouse or the common law was a victim or a suspect at that point. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly?
That was part of my response.
Yes. And at what point did your knowledge change from whether you considered or the RCMP considered her a suspect or a victim?
Without looking through my notes, I would say it was a matter of days, not hours. Given the circumstances that Ms. Banfield emerged and her relationship with the gunman, it was obvious that it required significant investigation before a proper determination could be made about that, her status.
Okay. You gave your MCC statement on July 6, 2022. Was there any reason from your perspective that it took so long to provide a statement to the Mass Casualty Commission?
I don't know how long it took, sorry.
Okay. Do you know when you were asked by the Mass Casualty Commission to give a statement before the date that you actually gave it?
Weeks before, I don't know the exact timeline.
Okay. And have you given any other statements, Chief Superintendent Leather, with respect to the mass casualty? I mean, we heard this morning that
Yes.
you gave a statement in the context of the wellness review. Have you given statements with respect to the Cert investigation, the ESTC investigation, or the hazardous occurrence investigations?
My ESTC interview is pending. nothing for Hoyt, nothing for Cert, and obviously I gave public testimony at SECU, and that's it.
Okay. There's nothing else that you've given a statement with that I haven't identified proactively, if you can think of anything.
I can't think of anything else right now.
This morning in your cross-examination with Mr. Scott, when you shared the wellness review and the statement you'd given there, there was reference to a document that is outstanding, and DOJ counsel indicated that that document was brought to their attention when they met with you to prep for your Mass Casualty Commission interview, and that they have taken that document to the head commissioner in charge of document production here, Cromwell. Are you able to identify what that document is?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I don't follow the question. Document that hasn't been produced, or?
Well, according to the Department of Justice, they're going to produce it. It's eminently being produced, but they became aware of it through you during a meeting they had with you to prepare for your mass casualty interview.
I haven't had any subsequent discussions with DOJ about a document that hasn't been produced, so I don't know.
Okay, it wasn't the document. You weren't referring to the wellness review statement that you gave in June or July of 2021?
Again, I had no subsequent discussions about the production of documents post that prep session, so I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to touch now briefly on the CISN bulletin. And Madam Registrar, if you could bring up the Firearms Foundational Document, comms number 56215, and if we could go to paragraph 74. Chief Superintendent, this is in relation to the May 4th Security Intelligence Bulletin. To summarize, we know it was prepared by a Truro Police officer through information he received, and then he distributed it through all of the, he distributed it through the CISNS service to all policing agencies. And then Halifax Police became involved in it, and Constable Poirier was involved. And in paragraph 74, this is what I want to direct you to. It says, Sergeant Poirier reported that he contacted the Bible Hill detachment and spoke to the on-duty supervisor, Constable John McMinn, advising him of the situation. Sergeant Poirier wrote that Constable McMinn was unaware of Corporal Densmore's bulletin. Sergeant Poirier wrote that he provided Constable McMinn with the police reporting occurrence system PROS report from 2010 and gave him the information he had about the perpetrator's vehicle from the original report. Sergeant Poirier reported that Constable McMinn said he would follow up with another officer and contact Sergeant Poirier with the updated information. There's no evidence that that happened, that Constable McMinn provided any additional information. Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. And so you're learning of that for the first time? That a RCMP officer was going to do some follow-up, and it looks like that never occurred with respect to this bulletin?
I vaguely recall reading it in the in this particular document when I was doing my review, but it's not something that I'm familiar with.
You had talked about wanting to convene the municipal chiefs to do a joint release to deal with this bulletin, and that didn't happen for a variety of reasons. My question for you, Chief Superintendent, is why didn't the RCMP do their own release to get out ahead of this issue through the issues management team? Was that ever discussed?
Yes, it was.
And it didn't happen. Why not?
It was proposed that we do a press conference or some sort of a release to the public, and it was decided by national headquarters that that was not a position we were going to be taking.
National headquarters made that decision?
CNIP made that decision that we wouldn't be doing that proactively.
Okay. My last area to touch on is on public alerting, and I'm not going to go back over the evidence. It's very clear that the RCMP did not know that this was a tool in the toolbox, but what I want to follow up on is what the RCMP has done to educate the public on alerting. And this was reviewed with you yesterday with Commission Counsel, and my understanding of your evidence is that you believe it's inappropriate for the RCMP to do any education on its own because it needs to be done jointly with all chiefs and emergency measures. Did I capture that correctly?
I think the best case scenario, yes, is, as you described, would be one that would see the NS chiefs and EMO, who are the gatekeepers of the system in the province, working together on a public education program versus us going off individually and providing inconsistent updates. There needs to be standardization with that. And it was quite clear and is clear that the EMO sees himself as a gatekeeper and the leads for the public education program, should there be one, given that they continue to lead the provincial working group in that regard. I've been very strong in my recommendations and even urging that we do this. And
That you educate the public?
well, that we work together.
That you work together, okay.
To
I understand that, yeah.
And that EMO as the gatekeepers who do have a website that does speak to alerting.
And just to interject, because I've gone over my time and I'm mindful of time, but so I don't mean to be rude, but as Ms. Young pointed out yesterday, 2 years have passed and there is no information. It was obviously something that you felt you wanted to try to educate the public during one of your initial press conferences. So it didn't seem to be a barrier at that point. And, you know, I've looked at the RCMP websites and there's certainly an alerting section on the BC site where they publish the alerts. And in the Nova Scotia and many of the divisions, there's a quick hit list. Wouldn't it be easy to be able to post some information for Nova Scotians, for Canadians in your quick hit list that even links to the EMO site?
Yeah, it's a good idea, and we should do that because even as you say, if EMO's not going to, and there's not a coordinated effort, we could make that link in our homepage.
It feels like there's this sort of perfection paralysis here, that you're waiting to get it perfect before you do anything. And when I say you, I mean the global RCMP. And it reminds me that saying a done something is better than a perfect nothing. And that's what we have here. We have a perfect nothing because we're waiting. So something would be better than some basic principles. Would you agree with me that that would be helpful for Nova Scotians?
That something would be better than nothing. I would agree with you as it relates to alerting.
Some basic education instead of a full halt on anything.
We could be doing something. It's a shame, though, that we can't unify on this and put out.
Can't unify across
that
the
we
country
can't
in the RCMP?
in the province.
In the province.
With the municipal chiefs and EMO, with a consistent voice, one web page or links to that one web page with a modernized public education campaign. It's something
But
that I've
you, as an RCMP, you have your own duty to warn, and that exists independent of working in collaboration with other agencies, correct?
Yes, we all do. That's right.
Yes. And you would be able to, as I understand it, the Nova Scotia website of the national RCMP page is governed and controlled content-wise by Nova Scotia, correct?
The national page?
There's a national page and
Yes.
then there are divisional pages. The Nova Scotia page, that is controlled by Nova Scotia,
Yes,
correct?
it would be.
Yeah, and so somebody in strategic communications could upload some information, basic information, helping the public understand and participating in this basic education, which is going to continue and get more robust with other agencies. Fair?
As an interim measure, yes, that's fair.
Thank you. Appreciate the indulgence of the time, commissioners. Thank you, Chief Superintendent.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Ms. Lenahan?
Good afternoon, Chief Superintendent. My name is Jane Lenahan, and along with my colleague Dan White, we represent the Goulet family. Gina was the last victim at hour 13. My first question for you is, are you familiar with, and perhaps we can bring this up, Madam Registrar, the RCMP H Division response to the June 2nd subpoena for written evidence from the Commission?
I don't have any familiarization with the written subpoenas.
Well, this is the RCMP's response. I'm just wondering if you're familiar with this 27-page document.
The subpoenas are typically handled by Chief Superintendent O'Malley between his office and Department of Justice. They don't, unless Chief O'Malley brings this to my attention, this is not something I'm familiar with.
So I can advise you that this response deals with the changes that the RCMP has made in response to the mass casualty and whether or not there's any obstacles. So would you be familiar with that subject area?
As I look down the notes, certainly the encrypted, unencrypted radio communications, the review, or after action report. Yeah, I mean, as I said, this is something, as I look down, I may have seen and perhaps even contributed to, but it would have been routed through Mr. O'Malley's office. This was a response that he provided.
All right, so I have a couple of just specific questions, so we'll see if you're familiar with the topics. If we could just go to page 8, the final paragraph. So that reads, since the perpetrator was able to purchase a decommissioned RCMP Ford Taurus and use it to create an almost exact replica of an operational RCMP car, the sale of all surplus RCMP vehicles was suspended. You're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
So I'm just wondering, the past tense there, it was suspended. Do you know if the sale is currently suspended or if the RCMP has begun to auction off those vehicles again?
That's my understanding. The suspension remains in place, and that's a Government of Canada directive, but more specifically for us from the Minister of Public Safety, and I'm not aware of it being amended or lifted.
Okay, thank you. This morning, my friend Mr. Bryson asked you about Sergeant O'Brien, and I'm going to skip through a bunch of my questions that I had, but I just have some concluding questions on that. So as Sergeant O'Brien's commanding officer that night of April 18th, does it cause you any concern that Sergeant O'Brien assessed his own level of impairment on April 18 and then reported to duty?
On a point of just accuracy, I wasn't his commanding officer on that particular night. I was the criminal operations officer in my substantive role. But if that's how he described his condition, yes, of course.
It does cause you concern?
It would cause me concern.
Okay. So would you agree then that it was inappropriate and unacceptable for Sergeant O'Brien to be engaged in this critical incident, given that he had consumed by his own report 4 to 5 ounces of rum in the 4-hour period preceding his engagement in this incident?
Look, I don't know enough about what Sergeant O'Brien's role was in the night, just to be clear, whether he stayed at home or attended. I've certainly become aware through the testimony that this has been a topic of much interest, but members consuming alcohol and reactivating themselves or going in for duty it's not just not ideal, it's not allowed by policy. It's fairly clear in terms of intoxicants, whether it be alcohol or drugs.
Thank you. So as the crops officer, are you concerned that general division officers in Colchester County were not familiar at all with an area they police? And for example, we've heard from Constable Merchant that he might have been to Portapique once or twice with his family, but he had been posted to Bible Hill since 2016. So he'd been there for 4 years by the time of this incident. So does that level of unfamiliarity with the jurisdiction that he is policing concern you?
It's hard to believe, really, if you think about it. I don't know what the square mile, the square kilometer would be for that detachment area. That at some point in the 6 years that he's been or 5 years he's been posted there, he hasn't worked in that particular patrol area. Not unheard of, but I would say unusual, because that's a fairly, in our world, that's a fairly lengthy deployment to one detachment. If what you're telling me he's been there since 2016, yeah, it's difficult to understand.
That he wasn't familiar with the entire jurisdiction?
Well, perhaps not down to its you know, the nuances of pathways and back roads. But if it was a general awareness, say, of a village or town, and he's been there for 6 years, it does strike me as being a bit unusual.
So the next thing I want to ask you about, and this is a concern for my clients, and it's related to the issue of policing standards. So we've learned that during the response to this mass casualty, that most members were traveling alone. So one member per one police car. Is that the norm for rural policing in Nova Scotia?
Yes, I would certainly say that there are many more one vehicle patrol cars than two persons, yes.
So during this incident, members have testified that they were traveling at very high rates of speed, well in excess of the posted speed limits. And my recollection is that we heard speeds of 167 kilometers an hour, 204 kilometers an hour on secondary winding roads to get to Portapique as quickly as possible. Are you aware of that evidence?
No, I'm not.
Does that surprise you that they would be traveling at that rate of speed to get to the crime scene?
Is it to a scene or is it in the hunt for the perpetrator?
Sorry, it's in response to the call out from dispatch.
If as you described it, I think you said windy roads or not, it does seem excessive, but having been in general duty or uniform myself, given the magnitude of the situation, I'm not surprised by those speeds because the members would have been doing everything in their power to participate and locate the perpetrator.
So in addition of driving to the scene as quickly as they could, members were also required to use their radios to receive and possibly to convey critical information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition, to use their mobile workstations to possibly figure out where they were going, where other members were, and possibly to do some background work to learn more about the incident?
Yes, I think that it's fair that they could be reading messages on their mobile data terminal while driving to try to educate themselves, yes.
Okay. And presumably, would it be fair to say that they were also observing their surroundings, watching other traffic, and being alert to possible relevant information related to the call out?
Yes.
So my question is this: given the requirements of police officers today, and in particular, the need for them to use technology, would you agree that a minimum policing standard would be 2 officers to a vehicle, 1 to drive safely, and the other to do everything else needed for effective policing?
Well, I think if that was a standard, while it would be optimal, look, that is the optimal state. The optimal state is we have 2-person vehicles. And some jurisdictions, particularly in more urban centers, have that. It's not I would say, a luxury that we have in this province, mostly due to resourcing constraints, as opposed to decisions to not put members together. And we should strive for an environment where we do have more 2-person, or what we refer to 2-man cars. But, and particularly in light of the backup situations where officers backing each other up could be many, many minutes apart. So again, having your partner at your shoulder in the patrol vehicle, of course, especially for those more remote patrol areas, is the ideal approach. And I think the detachment commanders consider that when they're deploying their members for those areas that are more remote from, we'll call it the center of the patrol area where the detachment's located. That's just good human resource deployment planning. But I think it's an ideal state that I'm not going to say may never get to, but we're a long way away from having that level of resourcing in our uniform detachments in the province.
So I want to put a couple of examples to you, and just to be clear, Chief Superintendent, I wasn't suggesting earlier, I wasn't criticizing the rate of speed. I think all Nova Scotians were very grateful that the officers got there as quickly as they did. So that wasn't the point of my question. It was really, are we asking too much of them? So in the Overnight in Debert foundational document at page 17, paragraphs 12 and 13, I'll give you a minute there just to review those. So we're talking about the period of time that we now know in hindsight was likely the getaway route of the perpetrator. So we learned from this that a witness on Station Road observed a police cruiser with flashing lights traveling quickly southbound on Station Road toward Portapique. And then 2 to 3 minutes later, he saw a cruiser that looked like a cop car traveling northbound at only 70 kilometers an hour. And the witness says the flashing lights weren't activated and it had its regular headlights on. And then shortly after that, the witness reports hearing a siren and seeing the red and blue flashing lights from another vehicle driving south towards Portapique at a high rate of speed. So we now have the GPS data that indicates that the witness may have seen Constables Cheeseman and Blinn. We know that neither of these officers reported seeing the perpetrator. So this is an incident where would resources, in hindsight, have justified somebody in the passenger seat who might have been able to watch the road around them and let the other officer focus on driving?
There's no question whether it's a surveillance operation in plainclothes or in uniform patrol, 2 sets of eyes will always be better than one, and particularly under circumstances like this where we're actually in the throes of trying to locate a vehicle or an individual. It's a force multiplier of more than just one, because likely that passenger is not nearly as engaged as the driver is in all the other things that you already described. You know, I don't know what the force multiplier would be, but it would be more than double. Yes, so the power that that brings in terms of observation is significant over a one-person police car. I would agree.
So without going into all the details, with respect to Corporal Peterson and the Highway 4 in Glenholm, would you agree that somebody in the passenger seat may have made it easier for Corporal Peterson to respond quicker and more confidently after having seen the perpetrator?
If I understand that situation correctly, the perpetrator essentially disappeared into a longer laneway when Corporal Peterson was stopping and turning around. And by the time he turned around and resumed his line of sight, the vehicle was gone. Would a second set of eyes made a difference? Possibly. I think the first scenario that you shared is a more likely scenario where it would have made a difference. With Corporal Peterson not knowing the topography, the lay of the land exactly, and only what I do know about the perpetrator's activities after he saw Peterson going the other direction, maybe it would have made a difference.
So to the extent that there may have been some reluctance or lack of confidence in terms of the ability of Corporal Peterson to engage the perpetrator, would somebody at his side have assisted that?
I don't know about Corporal Peterson's reluctance to engage the perpetrator. Common sense dictates that anytime we have backup beside us or nearby, it does have an impact on our members in terms of boosting their confidence, of course, because you feel like you're in a more fortified position when you're dealing with a threat.
Okay, thank you. So the last example where I'm going to suggest to you that it could have made a difference in hindsight, and again, I am not criticizing either member, is the Shubenacadie scene. Can we agree that had the perpetrator faced 2 officers in Constable Morrison's car and 2 in Constable Stevenson's vehicle, that there could have been a different outcome?
Yes, of course.
I want to go back to that RCMP response document and to page 14. And I'm just looking at the first paragraph under mobile workstation and the last sentence. So that last sentence reads, and this is the part of the document that talks about the changes that have been made in response to the casualty by the RCMP. Since there are at least 2 members in an ERT vehicle when responding to a call out, the driver can focus on the road while another member receives and sends information through the various tools available to them, which now includes the mobile workstation. So again, I think you've answered the question, but ideally, the same would apply to general duty members as well for more effective policing?
Yes, well, it's more effective because now your, say, passenger in this situation can look after the data management issues that are going on in terms of updates on the call that you're attending, any updates in terms of the movements of the suspect that you may be looking for, or witnesses or complainant. And of course, the driver's not having to do that whilst driving, while communicating with the OCC. So again, I think it's fairly obvious that that makes it a more effective response when you have 2 members in a car.
So the obstacle to giving Nova Scotians that a more effective response is resources and funding, in your view?
Yes.
So yesterday you testified that the RCMP cannot deliver on Nova Scotia's expectations with their current resources. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would another solution be for the RCMP to offload certain time-consuming responsibilities to other, perhaps better suited and better trained professionals who could work in conjunction with the RCMP? And maybe I'll give you some examples to just kind of populate that idea. Mental health calls. And again, if we could turn to that RCMP response, page 24. And this is the part of the document that talked about obstacles to the RCMP. And in the end of that paragraph, there's the concluding line is, thus valuable police resources are tied up guarding mental health patients awaiting assessment.
Yes, I'm acutely aware of that pressure.
So I realize this is not in the RCMP budget necessarily, but could the RCMP workload be alleviated considerably by expanding the number of mobile mental health crisis units with 1 police officer for scene safety, and then other professionals such as mental health professionals, paramedics, to deal with the crisis? Do you have thoughts on that suggestion?
Well, my thought is I believe that's a tried and tested and true model that's being used, including in Halifax and in other Canadian jurisdictions, and it's something that we've been looking at. But again, as it relates to the passage here, for me, which is an even easier issue in terms of what the issue is, identifying the issue and workarounds, is there has to be a better recognition and closer collaboration with our medical colleagues, health especially. And I have to tell you, this is a conversation that's been going on for over a decade, probably longer. And we actually have a Chiefs of Police committee that's been struck to work with Health Services Nova Scotia to come up with solutions to address issues such as that, because our members continue to be used, as that paragraph depicts, as guards for mental health patients who require that level of oversight while they're in the custody of the hospital. And of course, that takes 2 members off the road many times for many, many hours at a time, instead of on patrol or on calls.
And to be blunt, the problem is that it's not police work, other than the scene safety aspect of it. And the police are not trained to handle those calls, are they? To deal with mental health patients.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally there to restrain patients who are out of control, for instance. And there are, in 2022, surely better methods for addressing those kinds of subjects, and there are. But I believe it comes down to funding, the funding pressures that health are also under, that they're unable to sufficiently resource their emergency wards or mental health wards with the appropriate amount of guard staff. And we're the resort to, we as in the police, to provide that service.
So the second example I'd ask you for your comments on deals with the issue of that we've heard about with Constable Bent and him being overtasked, if for want of a better phrase. So what about better utilizing victim services to do most of the family liaison work that Constable Bent did, other than updating on the investigation? We heard he was delivering gifts. Do we need a police officer to do that?
I don't think we need a police officer to do that. There are obviously certain benefits to it in terms of continuity with the command triangle, the investigation, but civilian members, public sector employees who work for us with the proper training are in other jurisdictions as qualified or sometimes more qualified to do that work.
Okay, thank you. Chief Superintendent, are you aware of the experience that the Goulet family had with the state of the property at 198 Highway 224 after the police and the forensics team left?
I think I am,
They
yes.
reported that the house was left unsecured. They were not advised that the police were leaving and that the home was now their responsibility. Evidence was left there that they ended up finding, and the crime scene had not been cleaned. Are you aware of all of those concerns and complaints? So the Halifax Regional Police also has a forensics ID team, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So the commissioners have yet to hear evidence from Chief Kinsella, but are you able to tell the commission if the RCMP requested the assistance of HRP forensics or if it was offered?
I'm sorry, I don't know whether they assisted or offered help. Our teams work very closely together. It would surprise me if they didn't, but I don't know.
So you don't see any obstacle in calling in the HRP team?
No, we regularly call upon HRP for assistance in what we refer to our specialized policing services. I think they refer to as support services, ident, traffic. Their ERT team certainly has assisted us and our team, so it wouldn't surprise me at all that we utilize them.
So from your perspective, that would have made good sense to call them and bring them in to assist the workload of the RCMP team.
If they were available to assist, yes, because I mean, we know from testimony here that they were also busy assisting Cert, for instance, right at different scenes. And I know that HRP, ident, or FIS were very busy over those 2 days and beyond assisting.
So earlier this week, we heard from Chief Superintendent Campbell that one change that has been made by the RCMP in response to April of 2020 is the ERT team. And I think that's set out again at that RCMP response to subpoena document at page 19. So if you could just read that paragraph under emergency response team.
Yes.
So that was encouraging news to Nova Scotians that maybe that had been corrected or addressed. However, based on your evidence yesterday that the RCMP can't deliver on the current budget and that you foresee pulling from specialty services to fill general duty deficiencies, it feels like one step forward this week and now one step back. Is ERT at risk of being depleted again?
No, because as I testified to yesterday, ERT would be at the top of the priority chart, if you will, in terms of ensuring that it has the proper resources. When we consider the service that it provides and the training and skill required and the numbers required to sustain that team, it is and it will remain a priority. I specifically had referred to traffic services and some of the other plainclothes units as being an area where we would look for that relief long before we would return to revising the ERT plan. We have commitment from the province to help us fund and grow that team to the proper numbers within the next year. So actually sooner than what is even reported in the paragraph there.
And how do the ERT teams with the Halifax Regional Police and the Cape Breton Police fit in with that? Do the three teams work together?
They do in terms of relieving one another in operational periods for sustained deployments. And I know that the HRP ERT and our ERT have been training together. We provide our TAV, which is that large vehicle, armored vehicle, to assist with HRP. And there's a fair bit of cross-training and training activities that have been going on for some months, many months, and will continue between HRP. Cape Breton, geographically, just the distance. Well, we haven't begun, or we've just begun the interoperable training piece. We have called on them as recently as earlier this week or last weekend to assist us in the Cape Breton area with an ERT call-out. So that's an area in terms of ERT resources, backfilling and relieving one another that I'm happy to report is in good shape and continuing to move down that path of more interoperability and more training together to make those transitions even more effective. So that's an area that I think we can be proud of in terms of development on interoperability and policing.
So with a province the size of Nova Scotia, with a population the size of Nova Scotia, are we adequately served with three ERT teams that you tell us are working together?
I think the biggest, I have two geographical areas of concern just due to the response time. We'll call it the southwest end of the province, Yarmouth, just given the travel time from Halifax, where two of the three teams I've described are situated. And even North Nova Scotia, Amherst, Cumberland County, again, because of the travel distance. And you're almost more likely to see our J Division team, that's New Brunswick, dip in to assist our Amherst detachment or even Amherst PD if they required assistance. And certainly, if there was a need for a sustained assistance, we would be getting help from J Division coming in. So those contingency plans are in place, but there are geographical challenges. But it's one step at a time. I think we need to get our team built up to the numbers where we can be fully sustainable and address the wellness issues in the team. And we're well on our way. And I'm talking just about our own ERT team. And then we could begin to look at other options in areas like Southwest Nova because of the geographical challenges. Thankfully, in terms of reps, the team does not get deployed to Southwest Nova for too many tactical callouts. They certainly assist our drug enforcement teams and street crime teams with planned events in terms of takedowns. But of course, the travel time is built into that, and that doesn't present as an issue because they typically go down the day before.
So I think it's the last thing I want to ask you about is you talked yesterday, Chief Superintendent, about the need for the RCMP chiefs and the municipal chiefs to resolve their differences and learn to work together.
Yes, I did.
And I take it that from your perspective, and certainly from the evidence we heard, it appears that this is critical to ensuring the safety of our communities.
It is.
Chief Superintendent Campbell testified that a dispute resolution process would be beneficial. Do you agree with that?
It may not be necessary with the changes that have occurred, and I've already testified to that. But if that is not sufficient in the eyes of the municipal chiefs, well then I think dispute resolution is the only next option available.
So the changes are the 3 RCMP chiefs leaving the scene,
Yes,
transferred elsewhere or retired?
correct.
So my concern there, Chief Superintendent, is you also spoke yesterday about the RCMP problem of corporate memory loss. And my question is, how will that potential corporate memory loss with respect to the Portapic scene and the lessons that we need to learn from it, how is that going to be mitigated by the RCMP since you and now Chief Superintendent Campbell and Assistant Commissioner Bergerman will all be out of the picture?
Well, I did talk about that in my recommendations, and I think it's, a significant issue and one that I hope and will do my very best to live up to my obligations in terms of an effective transition. Because while we will benefit from the work of this commission and the recommendations and report that's produced, that will not be sufficient in terms of policing transition, as you noted, and ensuring that the 3 new senior executives that come into the division have a good understanding of what the pressures are and aren't just reading about it, but actually getting an opportunity to spend time with their predecessors. And that's the only way I see us succeeding in terms of that knowledge transfer, onboarding, as Ms. Miller alluded to earlier, and that file knowledge transfer to the incoming senior members to the division.
So, sir, I'm sure you can appreciate that from the perspective of the families of the victims and Nova Scotians in general, all of the evidence that we've heard about this turf warfare, for want of a better term, between the municipal chiefs and the RCMP chiefs is frustrating, and I expect there's probably not a whole lot of patience amongst us. What will you do in terms of your transition plan to ensure that the information that's needed to address this is passed along to your successor?
Well, again, it's in-person discussions. It's a briefing binder. It's a transition document highlighting the priorities. It's in-person meetings, not only individually with my successor, but with the Halifax District Policing Officer, who's also Chief Superintendent, and the new commanding officer, Dennis Daly, when he arrives. If we do this right, it should have at least Janice Gray and Lee Bergerman calling in for some of those discussions. They're retired after all. I'm not. Better still, attending in person to ensure that this transition happens with the required time and effort that it will take to do the knowledge transfer. And I'm not talking about a half day. It's probably a good 2 solid days to go through the material and have those discussions and meetings with our colleagues.
And where on the priority list is mending fences with the municipal chiefs and learning to work together?
Well, I hope it's very high on both the list of the municipal chiefs and the incoming senior executives. But what I will say is we cannot have any more votes of relegation, for instance, as we did recently when we were relegated to essentially advisory status with the chiefs. You cannot, and that's the municipal chiefs that did that to us. If you're looking to foster discussions, engagement, building public trust, and working together, then actions speak louder than words. If you relegate and remove us from key associations, what do you think, or what do you think the expectations in terms of outcomes are going to be for that? Nothing but more difficulties and challenges. So I would expect that those sorts of activities will cease, and the new command that comes into the division will be given the opportunity again to work with their municipal counterparts.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lenahan. Ms. Ward, we'll be breaking sometime this afternoon for about 20 minutes. You can go now, or we can break now. Your call. I don't believe other council have questions. I think you're next. Thank you. Ms.
The NPF also had an option. I don't know. They have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 20 minutes.
Oh no, just move along. The rum DMC, P, CP, CMP. No NPF questions. No. It's just, no. Still holding on to it to the end. It was textbook, and we're going to pass along our wisdom and our good stuff to the next people. Oh, good. That sounds great. No, please just go. You can't rum CMP. Yeah, I like that. I don't think that this one is salvageable. Think is probably, I'm being very couched. It's not. Let's just bid adieu. Was, try again some other time. Go to local policing and let's get out of the federal and the covert fast and fuzzies, which he's just sat there and kind of stared off into space. I don't know. That's an answer. Fast and fuzzies. Fast and freezies. There's a fast and freezies. Yeah. Those of you who aren't familiar with fast and freezies, it is 100% the real deal. Sanctioned, government-sanctioned backdoor weapons dealing illegally. And the fact that it's in his notes right away, I think he knew what was going on. I don't know as he may have been read in on this one. I don't think so. I don't know this article, but let's just have a look. Ugh, it's CNN, so who knows what you're probably going to get, which is probably not very good, but let's have a look. Operation Fast and Furious Fast Facts. Oh, good. Lots more fast. Balin's coming for me. It better come heavy, man. All right, so here's a look at Operation Fast and Furious from 2009 to 11. The Phoenix. Phoenix is a bit of a. You guys like Arizona? I like Arizona. Field Division of the Bureau Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF, along with other partners, allowed allowed illegal gun sales in order to track sellers and purchasers who they believe may have been connected to Mexican drug cartels. During the Fast and Furious investigation, just because it's done, it's all over. No, it only happened back in 2011. Don't worry. No. During Fast and Furious investigation, nearly 2,000 firearms were illegally purchased for $1.5 million, according to DOJ Inspector General report. Hundreds of guns were later recovered in the United States and Mexico. God knows, probably made it up here too. 2010, two of the weapons linked to Fast and Furious turned up at the scene of a murder of Border Patrol agent Brian Terry in Arizona desert. Whistleblowing led to investigations by Senate Judiciary Committee and House Oversight Government Reform Committee. During the House investigation, Attorney General Eric Holder was cited for contempt. Fast and Furious was one of the operations under Project Gunrunner, part of the Department of Justice broader national Southwest border counter-narcotics strategy. Operation Fast and Furious is not one of the ATF's first gun-walking investigation, which allowed illegally purchased firearms to walk out of gun shops. It was preceded by Operation Wide Receiver, which began in 2006. And he doesn't like the movie. That's not what he's talking about. That's not what he's talking about when he puts that in his notes. It's not a coincidence. And most people don't know about Fast and Freezies. So, I would say his answer where he just stares off into space there for quite an extended period of time, and then he says, I don't know why that's there, is an answer. It's quite a serious thing. So if we're talking about, which is kind of where my inklings have been going for quite some time now, government-sponsored weapons smuggling and trafficking, in addition to kicking them out the back door here in Canada to criminals so that they can, do more of their covert ops garbage. Meanwhile, people die as a result, obviously. And then you're going to come in and blame people who have firearms legally, who really didn't do anything except have their guns in safes and be responsible gun owners and scare the hell out of people all the time. And then try and say now that this is an assault case. No, I would say that's why you've got millions and millions of dollars just sitting around to buy warehouses and toys. But of course, that's why you get Nexus cards and RCMP cards flying out the back door from Max, bro-in-law of Vardy, Sergeant Vardy. I think this is a really, really, really deep mess they've stepped into, and the guns confiscation is just the tip of the iceberg. It's going to turn real nasty because perhaps this may break open and they're going to get exposed. How did he not have a prepared response? Was the pause, the way they say he couldn't remember what he was told to say, so he just said, I don't recall? I think that's his way of plausible deniability, right? It's a totally plausible. Notice how he was splitting hairs on some of the things that he was answering, right? That's what they do. Well, it wasn't this, but it silently may have been that, or you didn't say the exact words that we need. So then, his pause said everything. Didn't stop with gun running, not by a long shot. Again, I would since their investigation is weapons trafficking, and that just kind of went boo-boo right away. It may be other things, but obviously, if you start going too far and reaching too much, I think this one there's quite a bit of evidence to lean towards that. So lots of odd connections, lots of police people involved, cars that, the do not touch, push bars and thin blue line stickers on vehicles, and yeah, not good. Who won the government supply contract for those arms? Oh, it's coming from, I would say, Canadian military and RCMP. Wasn't it that Mr. Ellison said that there were RCMP handguns and things like that? Like the articles where guns have gone missing and oops. Leather's briefing binder. What about that? You have to wonder, how did he not have a prepared... Okay, sorry, we read that one. Tremblay. Now Tremblay's appearances are rather interesting at the show. Insider knowledge of what's being sold there, right? And when you're starting to play around in this junk, so what, if this came out, that could do some major damage, especially if you're trying to say that it's like, I don't know, legal gun owners. You start off blaming them when it's nothing to do with them. That could go very south very fast. Very south for a lot of people. And, perhaps the Jenga situation of a lot of politicians in this one may have ties to that. They want out before anything might come down. You've got Pat Kern quitting. How many? I'm going to put together a list, and it would be honestly huge. It would cover this wall behind me. Huge. If I print it small. Nice and small. Between politicians, RCMP officers that have gone as a result of all this, we're talking about a lot of people. Multiple provinces, not just Nova Scotia, federally too. New Brunswick. Which politician's brother worked at the border? Houston's bro. Yeah. That's true. When you talk over, you have to, when you over talk, you have something to hide. Ukraine is just gun running operation on steroids. Ukraine is a toilet. RCMP love Ukraine. And I think some of this might start to come out. So, good question that was asked. I like that. Does ERT assist with planned freezies? And you're going to choose people that don't have you got to keep your weakest links and out of things, and that's why there, I would say, a lot of people sitting around down at the fire hall and crime scenes weren't being allowed open to people, and Wentworth maybe not opened up. There's a lot of things that can be opened up out of this one. Potentially. Potentially. I'm certainly not accusing anybody. I wouldn't do that. Maybe somebody had knowledge of it and they had to go. I don't know. This whole sham of a relationship. Come on, get out of here. Guns get sent to a warehouse in Ukraine, burned to the ground by caliber afterwards is inventoried. Oh yes, well, Robin straight out of Ukraine, of course. That's where he's from before. Whatever hats he's wearing, which I will find out eventually. It's going south very fast for a certain demographic in this country. Well, that's true, but I think some of that discussion is probably for another day, maybe. Canada, it's going south for everybody, frankly. Some people may think that they're on the preferred and what was it? Yuri Bezmenov said once, political prostitutes. Something about that being something about lining up in a wall. Maybe people think that they're, oh, you like me, you care about me. No. What's wrong? That's quite loud. Don't do that. Don't do that. Useful idiots. Yes, useful idiots. Yes, the useful idiots. Yeah, she went over to Ukraine. I don't know what that's all about. Why are they tying Gabriel Wortman into demographic throughout this MECC? Well, they're trying to utilize, again, I would say it's multiple reasons. They're trying to utilize and get a variety of things in there and build a variety of narratives of things that they're working on all the time. And then the other one would be they know that their support base on this one is so low that you have to pull in everybody. This is quite a common tactic to kind of motivate different groups. And you get them all feeling like they're a part of something, and like we're here for you, and just come along for this one. And then they all come along and they go to each other's parties, and they really don't understand necessarily what they're doing. But now my cat hates your dog. Okay, sorry, I'm sorry about that. Sorry about scaring people. I cannot control. She has a very different disposition than my old guy did. He was quite quiet. This one didn't even talk. At first I thought she was mute. She didn't even say anything. And I remember I would go around and talk to different dog owners. I'm like, I think my dog is mute. Never would bark about anything, never even make a sound. And, oh gosh, those days are come and gone. Must be like a baby. Bezmenov's interview is very interesting. So kind of like how globalists are working. All right, these smart-ass, facetious typing tone detected now. Thank you. War of perceptions for our perceptions. Optics. Everything's optics. And then what can we get out of this? She's still a baby. She'll settle. I hope so. I hope so, because she's loud. She can be. She's kind of cute. You're kind of cute. Very different than the other guy, aren't you? I'm glad that they got to be friends for a little while. That was nice. Gecko woke up from bark. I'm sorry. It's quite loud. Trust me, going for a walk can be embarrassing sometimes. I'm not a person who likes attention per se. Victoria Newland, Ukraine, is saying, when a government program is outed publicly, they just rebrand it, reallocate alternative funding structures. Yes, they've built quite a system. And to unravel this one is going to take a long time. But I do have faith. I do have faith that we can pull this one together again, but it's taken decades to get to this point. A barking dog is the biggest detriment to a thief. She works. No. Would you honestly be scared of something like that? Like, no. She's tiny. Are you just small? Do you want some steak? Would you like some? We want some prime rib. We got prime rib. Nova is cute. Zen Master. Learn to expect the unexpected. Is that where is that it? Expect the unexpected. Well, magazines, whatever you need, sir, just do what you have to. I hope it brings you much pleasure in your downtime. Bark is noisy. Cute doggy ears. Make bark window magnifying glass. They think it's a Rottweiler. Not with that high pitch. No, it certainly doesn't. Ever try a clicker for training? No. No, don't know anything about a clicker. Tiny and mighty. Nova is an ankle biter. Well, she got a good name. Wouldn't have had that name, I don't think. I think I was going to name her Neve, which is Irish Gaelic. Brother had the same dog, Zoe. I remember Zoe. Is Zoe no longer? Is that the Zoe? Zoe seemed quite a bit bigger. Seemed like my old Min Pin, who was a bigger dog. This one seems tiny. I don't know what happened. It's okay. I still like you. Don't worry. Oh, yeah. Zoe survived and was put down a few weeks. Aw. Aw, that's too bad. That's too bad. That's really hard. Yeah. The RCMP need clicker training. I don't understand the clicker thing, but is that where you give them you want to give them a zip? Any thief might take over your home and rob you. First thing, 4 years ago, I don't think anybody will be robbing me. But you never know. They could try, I suppose. 4 years ago, RCMP, CF, OPP reported 5,000 firearms. Well, CF and RCMP. Was that the Lilly article? They always seem to have weapons just go missing. I mean, socialize well for 5 months while they go through the fearful stage. Yeah, maybe I'll have to do more socializing in the park or something. She is as big as one of my shepherd's heads. Oh, well, you guys have seen my girlfriend's dog, right? She's got a pit bull. Wow, American Staffordshire Terrier, if I'm being precise, right? And it's funny to watch them play because basically they're the same age. And there's obviously a massive size difference. Yeah, bless Zoe. It's really rough losing a good friend, eh? Okay, here, I'll give you a piece of steak. Just hold on. Here, what this? My dad. Yum. Do you like this? Come on. Up. There we go. That's a good girl. There you go. Steak is good. Valence support ducks love cucumbers. Almost like it's done on purpose. I don't know. R.I.P. Zoe. Yes. I have some video of Zoe on my computer. A few pictures. You click the clicker the moment they do what you want. What does that do? Who's left for cross-examination? I think the government lawyers might come in. Maybe Lori Ward might try and salvage the fact that she was interfering. Staff. Only sometimes. She's not like my old guy. His ears would stand up all the time. She likes to have her ears down a lot of the time. Truckload of guns went missing last year, Central Canada, too. Oh, yeah, just disappear. Bless Zoe. Lots of nice wishes for Zoe. I want Nova Scotians and Canadians to believe everyone is a potential Gabe. They can public consent for Wide Awake 2.0, 3.0 rollout. Yes, there's lots more tech gum coming. I think by that time, most people are going to start tossing their phones. I'm going to get rid of mine. No need for it anymore. I'll carry it. I got a few stupid ones I can have sit around. I have been out of the loop saw the T-shirt that's something. Okay, that's good. Balin support. Okay. Is that what you're going by today? Is Balin support? Balin support. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the day. You're always changing the name. Support techs, are they on subways? What's the relevance of the support duck? I'm failing to follow. Okay. Big dogs. Okay. Government announced buyback for AR-15s today down in the States. Would that be down in the States? That one, I think good luck down in the States on the AR, or sorry, the amendment. I think that might be a bit of a problem. 29 minutes. Maybe they don't like discussion of fast and freezies. Where ears coasted. Oh, no. Oh no, her ears. There's nothing. I'm not used to. She has a tail. I'm not used to the tail, to be honest with you. And I don't think, frankly, they are. I think it's kind of just part of their breed for so long that I don't think she really even knows what to do with her tail. She's getting used to that. In Canada, buyback today. In Canada is the buyback day. Is AR-15 a legal rifle? I don't think it is it? I thought that was banned. Isn't everything banned? Breathing is banned. A friend of mine has custom built worth $5,400. Going to try and take it. Oh, I see. Okay. Wow. CTV had an article today. Okay. I don't look at the news too often anymore, but CTV. Okay, let's see. And with mandatory buyback. Okay. Full list of prices that they're going to pay. Let's see what they're paying. How much the feds are proposing to buy back firearms. Well, I wonder when it comes out about brr. Where's that comment? I think I have it somewhere here. Mm-hmm. May 1st. It's all going to be about the dates.
Minister, you mentioned the promise you made in the election. part of the promise you made was, and I'm quoting directly from your campaign document here, we will initiate a buyback program for all assault rifles legally purchased. What you're announcing today, yes, there will be a buyback program as you indicate through legislation, but gun owners will have the option to keep their guns, correct?
No, with great respect.
Great respect.
That is not what we announced today. What we've announced is we've prohibited those weapons. We have also said that we will bring forward legislation.
Can I get a drunky face? Can I get a drunky face?
The very first opportunity to introduce both a budget and legislation that will facilitate a buyback. We're going to keep our promise to implement a buyback program for the weapons that today we made prohibited. And
But you're not requiring all gun owners to participate in that buyback program, correct?
Actually, you are anticipating the outcome of those parliamentary processes. Parliament will decide the form that this buyback takes. I think we've made it very clear. There will be a buyback program, and it'll be done in a way which is safe, responsible, and effective in keeping Canadians safe. And so I look forward to the opportunity to bring that legislation forward and for the vigorous debate that I anticipate will take place. But I think all parliamentarians understand the need to keep Canadians safe. And we, at the very first opportunity, will bring that legislation forward. And I'm not going to speculate on what the form of the legislation might take or the outcome of those parliamentary processes, except to say, we promised there would be a buyback program.
Let me be very clear.
Well, actually, what you promised, Minister, was that it would be a buyback program for all the assault
He likes
weapons
clear
that
drinks.
that were legally purchased. And with respect, I didn't just make up the idea about the grandfathering. It comes from slides from your ministry's own technical briefing.
And I will tell you, there has been discussion on a number of different ways in which that buyback can take place. And eventually, we hope to bring forward legislation that makes a recommendation on what we finally determine is the best way to do that. But that has not yet been determined. We intend to do exactly as we said, to implement a buyback program for the weapons that today we made prohibited. It's very important to understand as well, Vashi, that Canadians who purchased these weapons did so lawfully, because prior to today, these weapons could be legally obtained. We have put an amnesty in place. It's a non-permissive grandfathering of those weapons so that they cannot be used. They can't be taken to a range. They can't be used for hunting. They can be possessed for the 2-year period of that amnesty.
So what's even the purpose? You can't take it to a range. You can't go hunting. So basically, you can't do anything with it. I guess it can sit in a safe.
Period, and that will allow us to bring forward the legislation that will facilitate the buyback program that we have promised, and the actual form it takes will be determined as a result of the parliamentary processes that will take place in the future.
I understand that. I'm just pointing out that in the slides in the technical briefing, it also provides an option for grandfathering. I do want to move on.
Okay, let's see here. Where is it? It's all the timing.
Morning, Prime Minister. Tom Perry, CBC. You've promised a ban on assault-style weapons. Given what we know about the shooting in Nova Scotia, could that have prevented these crimes? And if not, would you consider even tighter gun control measures?
As we know, this is very much an ongoing investigation that's in its early stages in Nova Scotia right now. So I don't want to jump to conclusions or make characterizations about what happened until we get a full accounting from the authorities. But in regards to gun control, we took very serious commitments in the election campaign and have moved forward and are moving forward on them to ensure that we're strengthening gun control in this country. I can say that we were on the verge of introducing legislation to ban assault-style weapons across this country. It was interrupted when the pandemic caused Parliament to be suspended. But we have every intention of moving forward on that measure and potentially other measures when the Parliament returns.
The announcement connects Nova Scotia shooting. Today's gun control. May 1st. Okay.
The RCMP will, at the completion of their investigation, be able to advise all Canadians where those guns come from and what type of guns were used. But I will tell you, I have sufficient information to know
I have
that when
sufficient
Canadians have
information.
that knowledge, they will understand the very clear and compelling connection between what happened in Nova Scotia and the weapons that we prohibited today.
Are you going to understand? Because he had the knowledge. He had the knowledge of the guns. Do you think you understand now?
But I will tell you, I have sufficient information to know that when Canadians have that knowledge, they will understand the very clear and compelling connection between what happened in Nova Scotia and the weapons that we prohibited today.
But we know it's earlier than this now. So that's going to be a problem. I want to see Bergerman's notes, and I want to see Lucky's. Let's get it all out. It's clear and compelling, like vodka. Rah. Blah. How much do you get paid, though, here for different weapons? 11 categories. Okay, so here's the different prices. M16 AR-10s and AR-15s, M4s get paid $1,337. Are they playing?
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Sorry. Are they playing funny games here with numbers? Is this a number thing? I wonder. Beretta C4s, $1,317. CZ Scorpion Evo 3 carbine and C7 or CZ Scorpion Evo 3 pistol, $1,291. M14, $2,612. Robinson Armament XCR 2735 and a Ruger Mini 14, $1,400. N7 SG 550 551 at $6,209. Sig Sauers, all right, those are going for $2,369. Wow. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to go so well now that we all know that there clearly was shenanigans going on. The web, they taped the webcast 20 seconds ahead. Okay, I thought it was 5 minutes, but I wasn't sure. So thank you. Or sorry, 5 seconds. It was 5 seconds yesterday offset. I'll deploy Glenn Mason. Let me get my crayons. GPS location. Bring the sandwiches. Who's bringing sandwiches? Okay. And those get sent overseas. Oh, probably.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Mask on. Oh, she's throwing germs everywhere at Fitch.
Just have a couple of questions to ask you. One is about the CIS NS bulletin that we've discussed several times over the past 2 days. And I know you testified that after you learned of this bulletin, you did some work to learn more about it. Is that fair?
Yes.
With respect to the actual substance of that bulletin, what did you learn about it? And by that, I mean, you know, what it actually was reporting.
It was reporting about it was a 2010, as I recall, report that detailed information about the gunman, his intentions, about his mental state, and his association to weapons, just going by memory, and where he resided, the fact that he had dual residences, Dartmouth and Portapique, that there was, I believe, a threat there related to police, and I don't remember much more than that.
And Madam Register, I'm sorry, I should have perhaps asked you, or at least given you the COM number. It's COMM0006667. Did you form any conclusions with respect to the reliability of the information therein?
No, and that to me would have been discovered at least partially through the interview pursuant to H. Strong and their investigators in meeting with Corporal Densmore, and then, of course, with the hope that there would be some additional materials or file information that might assist to do just that. Add credence to, learn if there was more reporting, although we doubted it. But of course, that didn't come to fruition.
Okay, and do you recall having read the CIS-NS bulletin, did you feel, based on your policing experience, that there was enough information there to act upon? Or I should say, what types of actions could you take based on the information that was in the bulletin?
In terms of action, I suppose that had been known to an investigator immediately, as it was in 2010, 2011. There were steps that should be taken. As we learned about it many years later, stating the obvious, there was nothing that we could do outside of looking to determine who the information came from, or person or persons. And again, that was part of the H. Strong inquiry and what we were trying, Chief Superintendent Gray, were trying to arrange. At the time, though, in 2010, of course, it would have required additional investigation before any sort of, I think, before any sort of enforcement action could have been taken. Perhaps the source or sources of information could have been refreshed or would have had additional information, or an active investigation perhaps could have been considered. But in terms of enforcement action based on the bulletin as a standalone document, very unlikely.
And I think we learned that the CIS-NS bulletin was kept for a period of 2 years. We've learned a bit that was the retention period the CIS-NS had. Do you know if that same retention period is used for all the information that CIS-NS receives and turns into bulletins, for example?
Well, just in terms of retention of bulletins, and I know it came up in the in today's questioning, although I didn't speak to it. Of course, I'm sure testimony has already been received. Our role with bulletins being produced by other agencies is no longer. Of course, this was a service that we provided in that time frame, in the 2010, 2011 time frame. That was, we were, or as CIS-NS, used to, as a de facto broadcaster of bulletins on behalf of other police agencies, as we did for Truro in this instance. And so there were bulletins that we were distributing or disseminating on behalf of the other agencies. And of course, we had our own bulletins. And the retention periods would have been the same. But that practice doesn't continue. I don't know exactly when it ended, but it was several years ago. Now each agency has the ability and wherewithal to do that on their own. But for us, the 2-year retention pursuant to a retention schedule, which is set by a national policy, is designed to be in line with federal privacy policy. I mean, it's the governance over the retention periods that we receive from the federal government, which is then overseen by the Privacy Commissioner. So the minute we move beyond a 2-year retention, for instance, on this document, we run afoul of federal policy and subject to sanctions, worst case scenario, by the Privacy Commissioner. So it's a very strictly adhered to policy guideline. It's not an arbitrary rule, and it's not even an RCMP decision per se. It comes from the Government of Canada in terms of retention.
Okay, and does that stem from, because of course we know that, say, with the CPIC check, I mean, anyone's convictions stay on their CPIC record, correct? With respect to the CISNS bulletin, particularly the one we're talking about here, the privacy concerns come into play. Is that tied to the fact that, you know, it is tied to reliability, or, you know, the fact that there's actually no conviction here for anything? It's just that it's information. Is there something that weighs into that?
The simple answer is no. I think intuitively, as you're describing it, it would only make sense because as a standalone document with no further reporting, with no additional information to validate it, at the time at least, for good reason, the government has implemented a retention period, as opposed to it being retained, you know, forevermore on a database. While there is obvious advantages for future investigative reasons, it's clear to me that in this instance, privacy rights of the individual trump the investigative necessity or requirement. And that's, again, maybe not something that we would subscribe to if it was our decision. I mean, I could see us perhaps expanding that retention period slightly, but the way things are currently organized, it's not an RCMP decision.
Okay. So what you're saying is that the privacy rights of the individual rights may trump this desire, perhaps even by policing agencies, to retain information like this bulletin.
That's what I'm saying, yes. And that's an outside of, while our policy, of course, mirrors the federal policy that governs us, it would be internal national policy, but it's simply aligned with the federal legislation that informs our policy on this issue. That's where our retention schedules are kept. That's where the internal national policy is retained, informed by the Privacy Act.
Okay, thank you. Yesterday, I think we talked a little, or it could have been this morning, we talked about a business card, John Robbins' business card. I think you probably still have the photocopy before you.
I do.
Okay, thanks. And I don't believe this has a COM number yet, so I think all the participants have a copy of it. I just wanted to ask you a quick question about this.
Yes.
I'm going to bring you to the right-hand side of the business card. You'll see that it's the French version of the information.
Yes.
And do you understand French? I should have asked you this first, I suppose.
Not well.
Okay. Can you read or understand what the last two lines of that says on the right-hand side in the French block?
Response to the commission mass casualty for Nova Scotia, but I could be wrong. De la Nouvelle-Écosse, I'm not sure.
Thank you. I mean, I think that's a fair representation. I would say it's the response to the Mass Casualty Commission. But do you see that represented on the English side there?
No, I don't.
Okay. So just looking at that, it's possible that there could have been a mistake, perhaps even, or an oversight in the creation of this business card.
Yes, there is.
Sorry?
There is a case, there is a possibility that occurred.
Okay, thank you. I just had one other question to ask you. We talked a lot about audits today, about provincial audits and the RCMP. I just wanted to ask you if you're aware of any internal auditing that the RCMP may or may not do in each division specifically.
We do not have a audit bureau, certainly. We used to have Atlantic Review Services years ago. We no longer have that. We can undertake administrative reviews, our own internal reviews, but we don't have a formalized audit process in the division.
Okay. Are you familiar with unit level quality assurance?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about what that is?
So units are responsible for developing acronym for everything. They're ULQAs annually, and identifying what we refer to as risk areas in their program area that they want to audit and manage. But it's done at the unit level, as the title would suggest. And that information feeds into planning, which feeds into the admin and personnel area of the division. So there is an accountability mechanism with ULQAs, but it's, I would call it decentralized. In other words, it's done at the unit level as opposed to centrally controlled. The reporting is to the center or to the center to the division, but there's no centralized function to go out and then conduct audits pursuant to the ULQAs. We would have to identify the need to do that, and we certainly do reviews on exhibits on our own, on drug exhibits especially, on firearms in those high-risk areas. But sorry, back to your ULQA. Yes, we do have that, but it's a decentralized function. And with ULQAs, that's something that every detachment is responsible for, and therefore every district to report on to headquarters. So it comes up through the districts and into headquarters, and there is a reporting timeline associated to that. And it's all administrated through, I wouldn't call it a sophisticated, but a computer database. It's a computer database accessible, and that's where the inputs and risking is done, is online, internally.
Okay. What would be an example of a unit? You say it's a unit level. Is that detachment level?
Detachment level, or if it's not a detachment, let's say within headquarters, serious and organized crime might have a ULQA, or broken up within that group of 50 or so members, they may have several ULQAs depending on how they're divvied up. So unit level or detachment level as opposed to program level. So you wouldn't see a ULQA, in other words, for all of general duty policing in the province. It would be too expansive. And by making it unit level, it gives the unit manager the discretion to identify the risk areas. And of course, that would be tailored upon the detachment or unit that's undergoing the ULQA or performing that ULQA planning and response. And so it ought to be that way. So those units can set and adjust according to their unit and program needs.
Okay. And when you say it's, they're looking at risk level, like, can you give me an example of that? Like, how would would a detachment be looking at its operations for a year and looking at, I assume, high-risk files?
Yeah, high-risk files or high-risk areas. Again, I use confidential informers or notebooks or exhibit audit, like exhibits, firearms, investigations. So sex assault investigations, maybe not a good example, but investigations. There are, off the top of my head, probably 20 risking areas that can be identified, but we normally only would ask a unit to identify 2 or 3 per year to look at and report on quarterly as the year goes through, as opposed to a whole series of risk areas. because it does take a fair bit of work in terms of reporting, and it waters down the overall quality, I would say, of the OQA at the end of the year. And so working through that, it's the manager in consultation with his key staff members that identify the areas that they want to assess over that given year. I would say that's based on experience, intuition, and also you will see from time to time, my office will identify areas like notebooks or confidential informers or monies on deposit, for instance, in a detachment, as risk areas that we want as part of these ULQAs. But I would say that that's not every year, but we have the ability to push that out to the districts as well.
Okay, thank you. And who in the detachment, I'm assuming someone in the detachment is responsible for doing the quality assurance, right? Once they choose a type of file that they're going to look at, who's doing that quality assurance?
It's either being done by the detachment assigned member themselves, or in the case of confidential informer files, which are essentially only housed in one location in the division, or monies, the option exists within the district to have external NCOs, non-commissioned officers, come in and conduct those audits. But to be clear, it would be a responsibility that's shared within the division. I'm not familiar with any cases where we've brought in either the province or another municipal agency to do an audit on our gun inventory. But certainly in risk areas, I have seen and encourage detachments to bring in senior NCOs from other parts of the province. That provides for some additional objectivity during the course of the review and less connection to the detachment. So the quality of the assessment should be higher based on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McPhee. Ms. Young?
Good afternoon again, Chief Superintendent Leather.
Yeah.
Following up on what you were asked this morning, that I didn't squarely ask you about a meeting I didn't know about, April 22nd, or a call. In the context of a public inquiry, is there any other information that you have that you know is relevant and you've not been asked that you would like to tell the commissioners now?
No, those are the two items that were of concern to me, and I don't have any additional items to report on or to provide.
Just a couple of things on the business card used by John Robin. We were able just today to get a COM number for that. It has been made an exhibit. It's exhibit 004021, and it's now COM number 0060021. Also newly available to the participants today is an associated email chain, and that is COM 0060020. Could that document please be made an exhibit, Madam Registrar?
It's exhibit 4022.
You may recall yesterday there was an exhibit that I wasn't able to bring on screen, and we do have it today, Madam Registrar. Can you please pull up exhibit 3954? It's COM 0059946. This is on the topic of audits. As we discussed yesterday, the RCMP is accountable as the provincial police force to the Nova Scotia Department of Justice under the Nova Scotia Police Act, correct?
Yes.
And is there any RCMP policy saying that it need only comply with an audit if the RCMP deems the provincial police standards adequate?
No, adequacy in terms of audits, I'm not familiar with any linkage there.
It would be the Nova Scotia Minister of Justice who decides if the standards are adequate. Is that?
That's my understanding. Yes, he was the final signatory once the standards are established.
When you were saying yesterday that you were concerned that Nova Scotia's police standards were dated, was the implication that the standards were too low?
Well, yes, both. They're dated and they're, if you look at them, anemic and very difficult to use them to provide any sort of guidance, for the most part, to our membership in terms of what the standards truly are. And that's not just my assessment, that's the assessment of the Department of Justice as well, which is why we're going through this, or have been going through this year-long process to modernize and update the standards.
If the standards are too low and they're applied to the RCMP, then wouldn't the RCMP come out with flying colors after an audit like that anyway?
Yes. I don't know how useful that audit report would be if we know going into the audit that the standards are unnecessarily low.
Can we see page 7 of the document, please, Madam Registrar? This is an email from David McLean to you, dated December 1st, 2020. The subject is DOJ audit process. I think we referred to it yesterday, but we couldn't see it. Can you please confirm, is that your handwriting on the document?
Yes, it is.
And is Mr. McLean, was he Haley Crichton's predecessor as Executive Director of the Public Safety Division?
Yes.
And that's in the Nova Scotia Department of Justice?
Yes.
And can we go to the next page, please? In the second last paragraph there, is that your highlighting as well on this document?
Likely.
So the last sentence of that paragraph is highlighted. The RCMP would remain the owner of the RCMP audit information. That's what Mr. McLean's telling you. And then you have a note, no DOJ record. So are you saying there that you're concerned about the idea that the DOJ would be able to keep the audit results?
Well, more a question of, yes, would they also have a copy? Like, who is going to have a copy at the end of the day? Presumably the Department of Justice would. We certainly would if it's an audit on our service. But the next line, which goes to ATIP FOIPOP, is we would need to know how to respond to those requests, simply knowing whether it was just retained by us or the province also kept a copy. That's all it is just being clear on where the final report was going to be housed once the audit was complete.
Just to separate those two ideas, did you have any concerns? Did you feel that the Department of Justice should not be able to keep the audit results?
They should be able to keep them, yes.
And did you have any concerns with the results becoming available to the public? Is there anything wrong with the public knowing audit results?
No, I don't see any issue with that.
Because if they identified weaknesses that the RCMP had to improve, then presumably you would also have a response that you were going to work on it, right?
Correct.
Next page, please. This is an email to you from Robert Doyle. Who is Robert Doyle?
He's a previous administration personnel officer in the division.
This is dated December 4th, 2020. Subject line is DOJ audit process. So this is a part of the same discussion, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he says he discussed this with Allison in planning. Who's that?
Allison Matthews, who's the head of, sorry.
Explain her role, please.
Yes, Director of Planning and Policy.
For who?
With the RCMP.
Okay. Says she's also provided very articulate analysis of this request, identifying serious faults and risks we would face if we were to proceed. So that means proceeding with being audited by the Provincial Department of Justice. Is that right?
Under the guise of what was being proposed in late November or December of 2020.
Can you explain what you mean by the, or what he meant, your understanding of what these risks were?
I think it's Superintendent Doyle's articulation around his concerns follow in paragraph 2. The lack of policing standards and the ability or inability to measure an audit against standards. His view that they don't have the expertise, training, and capacity to conduct the audits. In his opinion, they don't have a deep enough understanding of the audit or MR, which is management review process. And he says, finally, from a departmental security perspective, he has concerns about the Department of Justice accessing our files or information to conduct the audit.
He doesn't say he has concerns about it. He says, I'm challenging their authority to access any of our files / information.
Yes, he does.
And this is the ministry that the RCMP is responsible for as the provincial police force. And he's saying he doesn't think they should be allowed to have access to the files.
That's his opinion.
And what did you think?
Well, I don't necessarily share that opinion, but I have equal concerns with the points that are made, and I've made them several times during my testimony at the start of the paragraph. I'm not sure I would share the second point that deals with the expertise, training, and capacity. Capacity, yes, but I think in some areas, like intimate partner violence, they likely do have the expertise. So for me, in other words, it would depend on the particular standard that they were going to be auditing. I don't have an opinion on whether they have a deep enough understanding of the audit process, other than to say, again, what I already said in my testimony, which was they're now looking for us as in the RCMP and some of the municipal services to participate with them and helping them to design an audit process. So that, I guess, validates in some ways some of Superintendent Doyle's concerns that he's raising here. But the last section, I wouldn't share the same opinion around access to files.
Is it your opinion that it's, or your understanding that it's optional for the RCMP to comply with audits, which are part of the ministry's efforts to ensure an adequate and effective level of policing?
I don't see it as an option. Once the standards are established and an audit regime that is agreed upon by the police services, to me, it's a decision of the province whether they're going to be conducting audits, and we would participate accordingly.
In the last paragraph, he says, as I mentioned at our meeting, the timing of this is suspicious, and it presents yet another case where DOJ has an elementary, at best, understanding of the processes on which they wish to engage us. What does that mean, the timing of this is suspicious?
I'm not sure what Superintendent Doyle is referring to there, and I wouldn't want to put words in his mouth in regards to that.
I realize you didn't write it, but as the recipient, and then looking at the timing, which is December 4th, 2020, do you recall the context of this and why the suggestion to restart audits was so negatively received by the RCMP?
Well, just going back to that paragraph, my sense is, given the timing, not so long after the inquiry was announced, that perhaps there was suspicion that the government was now looking to establish this process and to get on with audits where they had laid dormant for a period of time in the lead up to the MCC. But again, I'm only going by memory of my conversation with Doyle after I received that. He'd be best to respond to that question.
Is there anything wrong with whether or not there's an inquiry happening, just moving on getting police standards going rather than waiting another couple of years?
Not for me.
Page 19, please. These are meeting notes. Perhaps we could just scroll up to the beginning of the meeting just to appreciate the context. So this is on page 14. We see that it's a meeting between the Nova Scotia Department of Justice and RCMP H Division Criminal Operations, December 7th, 2020. Purpose is collaboration in mutual areas of interest. And looks like you attended that meeting along with Chief Superintendent Gray, Inspector Odd, and others, and Alison Matthews, who you referred to, and Rob Doyle. Do you recall this meeting?
I do.
And Mr. McLean was there, and another colleague of his from the Nova Scotia Department of Justice. If we could go back to page 19, please. So this is part of the same discussion, very close in time, is that right?
I'm sorry?
This is part of the same discussion, same general time frame?
Same general time frame where we were discussing standards and audit, yes.
Can we go down to where Chief Superintendent Leather is speaking? So this portion in red, do you understand that to be something you said? Your name is in the column on the right there? Beside the paragraph above, so I'm just wondering if you also did the speaking in this paragraph in red?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm looking at. I agree that my name is beside the first paragraph. I was just beginning to read the red font here. Yeah, that was me talking about the, it looks like, and of course it's cut off, is the collection process that we're going through to collect and destroy out-of-date and discarded police clothing that have been accumulated across the division.
So that was reference to that as opposed to any audits, is that right?
Yeah, I was talking about, it's more of an initiative that we are undertaking.
Okay. And you mentioned to Ms. McPhee that there could be some quality assurance done at the unit level. Has that been happening in the last 2 years?
Yes.
And have the results of any such self-analysis, if I can call it that, been provided to the Provincial Department of Justice?
I believe planning provides a snapshot of the ULQAs that are conducted in the division year over year in a larger general report. But I'm not 100%. It's my understanding they do that.
You'd agree that since the Minister of Justice has the responsibility to ensure adequate policing, that it would be helpful to know if the RCMP had identified any of its own areas of improvement, right, that are needed?
Yes, and that's why I think we do. And if it's not in a more formalized report, going back to my testimony yesterday where I talked about the number of communications we have with Haley Crichton, so Dave McLean's successor. And these are the very things that come up in our conversations. That's either Ms. Crichton with the APO, the Admin Personnel Office staff, so that's Superintendent Doyle, now Superintendent Rodier, Alison Matthews, more on the ULQA budgetary items, and with Inspector Alt and I more to deal with operations. So if it's not coming to them in a formal work product, which I believe it is, it's certainly part of the ongoing discussions that we have with the department.
Are you aware of any areas for improvement that have been identified in these unit level quality assurance initiatives on topics relevant to the Commission?
Well, relevant to the Commission. Yeah, I would say wellness or health and wellness is one of the ULQA areas that can be reviewed, and I'm certain that detachment commanders, district policing officers would have and have identified that as an area that they wanted to audit over a year since Portapique. So that certainly would be relevant. There's likely some, well, not likely, there have been firearms ULQA done in Southwest Nova, for instance, for sure, likely in other detachments because it is a high-risk area. So the long answer is yes, there would be ULQA product that would be relevant to the actions that we've undertaken since Portapic that would be relevant.
And then does the RCMP then act on them to make the improvements necessary?
That's the whole point of it, right, is to identify those risking areas, implement strategies to address any deficiencies, and then to follow up quarter over quarter on what the improvements are that have been introduced and the improvements that we are seeing, and measuring, frankly, the success, but the improvements that are made over the year that particular risk area has been worked on, identified and then worked on, and mitigation strategies implemented.
And are those reported back to the province?
Again, this is all part of what I was talking about before in terms of a general reporting on ULQAs, which I believe does go to the province. And the province would be interested, I would suggest, on the trends as opposed to a unit level analysis of notebooks. I think it's stating the obvious. So they're more interested in trends across the division, which is why I believe that more generalized reporting is provided. Safe to say that they don't get copies of the detachment level ULQAs. It'd just be filling up their email boxes, quite frankly, with a lot of data and analysis.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Commissioner Fitch, do you have any questions for Chief Superintendent Leather?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner McDonald, Chief Superintendent Leather. It's been a long 2 days. I appreciate that. And as I've said to other witnesses in the past, I do take notes throughout, and they'll be a little bit disjointed when I ask them because I've been following along with the questions from Commission Counsel as well as Participant Counsel. And some of my questions will be backwards looking, and then some of them will be for the sole purpose of forward looking, which even looking in reverse at past decisions, etc., will help us going forward as well. So I appreciate your patience, and I know it's been a long day, long 2 days. I'd like to start actually from the back of my notebook here today with picking up the last few questions that Commission Counsel Young just surfaced for us. And I think I have the right COM number, Madam Register. It's 59946. It's the email with your handwriting on it with respect to the DOJ audit. I just want to take another look if I could. There was some handwriting on there specific to IPV. If you could bring that back up. It was on the first page.
I believe it might be page 9.
Page 9.
Madam Registrar. Or page 7.
Apologies, I didn't write the page number down at the time. Yeah, it's this page. If you could just scroll down a little bit.
Or page 8.
Yep, the last line, it says speak to approach. I can't quite make out the next line with D. McLean. Looks like re-IPV to date. Are you able to explain that?
Yes, as best I can. That's referring to Janice Gray, first of all, Chief Superintendent Janice Gray, and her conversations to date with Dave McLean on intimate partner violence to date. Chief Superintendent Gray and Mr. McLean were on a joint Department of Justice, RCMP, municipal chiefs. I believe Chief McNeil, as a matter of fact, for at least a year, and they met on several occasions to discuss policy initiatives, which were Department of Justice led, but included, as I said, and I think there was another chief, perhaps Chief Walsh as well from Cape Breton, seeking input Janice's background made her the right candidate for that, given her extensive work in child abuse and sex assault investigations from her time in E Division. So that's what that would relate to.
Thank you. Knowing that intimate partner violence has become a key topic with the Commission and our analysis of the context and circumstances of the mass casualty, it's a very important topic, and I note that this is dated in the December of 2020. Further down in the document, there was another email or a letter from Rob Doyle that made a comment that the analysis showed that there would be a serious risk of failing that we would face if we were to proceed, and that was referenced by Commission counsel. And later going on to say that DOJ has an elementary at best understanding of the process, more or less, that they are asking the RCMP to engage in. I'm just wondering, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so please clarify if I'm wrong, but the serious risk of failing that we would face if we were to proceed, would that be if, based on the current standards, anemic or otherwise, that the RCMP on the topic of IPV would not measure up favorably if they were to participate in an audit on IPV at that particular time?
My interpretation would be that the audit itself, the process, would fail with the standards as they were in 2020. And again, this is Superintendent Doyle's view of things. If we were to participate in an audit at that time, he obviously had grave concerns about us participating because he felt the standards weren't there and the audit process to go along with it was not developed.
So the opposite of that isn't a possibility then, that that the RCMP wouldn't measure up well with the IPV standards set out by the province at that time?
It's possible, and of course we never did an audit, so it's hard to know where we would have, how we would have stood up based on an audit that was completed, which never was completed. I don't know how we would have fared with that, but again, that's not my interpretation of his comments.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police National Framework on Collaborative Police Action Towards Intimate Partner Violence that was launched in 2016?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So you wouldn't know if the RCMP in their work with the Nova Scotia Association of Chiefs of Police adopted some of that work that was being done at the provincial level through Nova Scotia Chiefs as one of the priority items that the province was working on over the last several years?
The committees, and I referenced it very briefly earlier, Commissioner, that relate to the work that the NS Chiefs were doing and were resurrected in the last couple of years by the NS Chiefs. I don't believe intimate partner violence was one of the standing committees. I could be wrong. I did not participate in that committee, but I'm certain that it will be stood up if it isn't, because that was one of the priorities reiterated to us very recently by the province in terms of policing priorities. And I've already spoke at length about our status that relates to the NS Chief. So even if it was standing, we wouldn't have access to that work currently.
Okay, so earlier in our proceedings, Chief Chiquetto, in her previous role as a member of the Nova Scotia Chiefs of Police Association and as her former role as president, had actively engaged with Nova Scotia Chiefs and a multitude of stakeholders to advance that work on IPV. So you wouldn't be familiar with that?
Historically, I'm familiar with it, and of course, Chief Chiquetto only left about a year or 18 months ago. If there was a committee, frankly, right up to the spring of this year, we would have been participating in it. We had membership in all the committees. I can't speak to it because I wasn't on the committee. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Just on the topic of Nova Scotia Chiefs, I know that in the RCMP culture, a lot of times you'll hear RCMP members talk from the staff sergeant level in charge of detachments up to crops officer of being equivalent to municipal police chiefs, that they see themselves in the same role as a municipal chief of police. And I'm just wondering, in terms of the association membership with Nova Scotia Chiefs, what was the rank level that participated in those annual meetings and in the working committees? Was there a cutoff point within the hierarchy of the RCMP?
Yes, it was the same as what we were seeing on the municipal side. So it was commissioned officers, so inspectors and above from the RCMP who were contributing or participating in the committees with their equivalents on the municipal side. So municipal inspectors, deputies, and chiefs primarily.
So the annual conferences and the annual meetings would be inspector and up that would attend?
Yeah, you'd see the odd invited senior staff sergeant attend from a large detachment, but they were from the RCMP, but it was primarily inspectors, superintendents, chief supers, and the assistant commissioner from the RCMP that would attend.
Okay, and did that change any time prior to 2020 in terms of the membership attendance of RCMP to the Nova Scotia Chiefs meetings?
Only by virtue of, for instance, with Northeast Nova, where Staff Sergeant Halliday held the district policing officer position at a superintendent level as a tenured staff sergeant for over a year. So I seem to recall him actually attending in an acting role. But in terms of prior to 2020, again, less than a handful of staff sergeants would have been attending, as far as I can recall, back to 2019. And of course, we hit COVID and there were no meetings for 18 months. But it was commissioned officers.
Okay, so jumping around here a little bit, when we were talking earlier today about the call for assistance or not with Truro Police, you had felt that Chief McNeil ought to have known better to call somebody else at an operational level to offer assistance. Is it fair to say that you as a crops officer, as second in command of your organization in the province of Nova Scotia, shouldn't feel above being reached out to by a municipal police chief at any time, especially in the middle of such a complex unfolding of events, that it wouldn't make sense that the chief of police would call the second in command of the provincial police force to offer assistance rather than bothering or trying to interfere with people who are closer on the ground that were actively involved in the events. I'm just wondering about the culture of humility, I guess, is what I'm getting at. It seems to me that that is a missing factor there.
Humility, I'm not sure factored into my description, is to say that, and what I was trying to say was, he had the contacts and familiarity with the district policing officer and the detachment commanders who he would have been dealing with and seeing far more frequently than myself. And if he was noticing that I was not getting back to him, which I didn't, and I admitted as much because of my other pressures, then that's where he should have gone to connect with. And I said, I think especially the district policing officer, so the superintendent for Northeast Nova, who he knows quite well, both from Archie's Thompson's time more recently and then previously in the division, because he served twice. So I knew there to be a relationship there. So in non-chaotic times, I totally agree, Commissioner, with your assessment. And Chief McNeil and I did speak. And I would encourage the chiefs or the deputy chiefs to have those conversations with me. In these circumstances, where I wasn't getting back or I wasn't available, All I was saying is there were others that were more readily available who he knew personally and knew how to get a hold of, who he had more frequent dealings than he did with, let's say, with myself, especially on operational matters, or certainly his deputy would too, Deputy Chief Hearn.
Thank you. I just, from reviewing past transcripts of the various members that were involved, it seemed that everybody had their hands full. Just bear with me for a moment. We talked a lot over the last couple of months, actually, about the importance of training, and you raised some excellent points around the the perishable skills of training and how the one-time training isn't enough. I'm wondering if you have thoughts about the need to expand basic training generally in Canadian policing. The RCMP, I think basic training is 26 weeks. I don't know if that includes your coach officer training period or I think that's just at depot.
Just at depot.
And then you have a coach officer training. The APA has, I think, 24 weeks. The other agencies as well have upwards of 20 weeks. So knowing the demands on policing in today's environment, would you suggest that rather than looking at the ad hoc training program, which we're going to need on an ongoing basis anyway, just to keep current, that perhaps nationally and provincially we should be looking at increasing standardization of basic training and lengthening the criteria to get into policing and the length and content of training nationally?
Short answer is yes, because I think it's inevitable because of the demands on policing. And to your point about the, we'll call it decentralized training or ongoing training. And I tried to refer to that in my testimony yesterday about the sheer volume of those courses and the constant need to be prioritizing them, because otherwise you end up with a list of 30 to 40 courses that we expect our members to be taking and to be refreshed on every year or 2 years. And it becomes daunting and overwhelming. So one of the options, as you alluded to, is moving some of that, especially the, we'll call it more basic or frontline training that surfaces over time as policing evolves, yes, into the introductory or basic constable training that goes on either at a police college or at depot. I think that happens organically anyways, but I think the front end basic training with the demands has to be increased, and it more needs to be done at the front end, to your point, yes, because while that's important, where that also falls down though is, for instance, with the CIC training that we talked about, because the point I was trying to make there is any learnings from the commission and the recommendations will be dynamite for the CICs who haven't yet to go through training, but until they include that in the decentralized training that goes on and include it in their training standard, I'm not sure that the CICs, for instance, are going to get the requisite training. They probably will because they're on it in terms of what we've been discussing.
Thank you. That's actually a good segue into my next question that is focused on interoperability, and some of the participant council raised questions about the RCMP reaching out to other law enforcement agencies and partners. So we know that general duty constables from across Canada go through similar forms and lengths of training, whether municipal, provincial, or federal. And a lot of the specialized training, for example, forensic identifications, explosive disposal, critical incident command, and so forth, are housed out of the Canadian Police College. So your municipal agencies are getting the same training, the same certification as the RCMP officers. So when we look at it, and I think police dog services, I think there's a couple of different models out there, but a lot of municipalities go through the RCMP program as well. Would that not make it easier to accept that some of the municipal agencies have the credentials and the skills to help out as need be? And the reason I raise that is at one point in your testimony yesterday, when we were talking about relying on different services for assistance, you had made reference to there being better options out there, for example, the OPP. And I'm just wondering why they would be any better positioned than some of your municipal counterparts.
In terms of interoperability or, so I think for plainclothes, and I talked at great length about, the CFSEUs and the integrated units, I think we're there. I think, the history shows that we've established those relationships coast to coast. My concerns were related to the interoperability and those sustained operational frontline deployments. I agree with you in terms of the consistency in training. But as you were talking, I was thinking one of the things that we should consider, and maybe it has been considered, is more integration at the basic constable training level, right? Is to see municipal officers at depot and likewise our members at the Atlantic Police College or the Ontario Police College or whatever the case may be. Well, that's a bad example because of course I did and we do go, but more integration there is going to ensure both consistency of training and familiarity with one another. Of course, we don't do that. And outside of doing it at a police academy at the front end, then of course we need to look for ways to do it within the provinces that our members are working and return to. And that frankly has to be governed and directed by the chiefs of police in conjunction with the province, yes, in terms of being an awareness piece, but developing those programs and ensuring the consistency of standards and deployability are there. I hope I didn't make it sound like it was a daunting task, more that it just hasn't been done. And I think we might find that it may not be as much work as we think, but we haven't been through those exercises.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. The fact that I'm flipping through pages is a good sign. It means that a lot of my questions have been answered. Just on the last answer that you gave and talking about the opportunity for general duty members to train together and to work together, which I'm certainly appreciate that. We've heard from some of the senior members and also from the general duty members who have been before us in proceedings that there's a general sense that the members on the ground work quite well together, and that we've continued to hear that some of the frictions have been within the upper echelons of municipal and RCMP. But when you did your wellness review with the members at Bible Hill, I think it was
And Amherst, Bible Hill and Amherst, yes.
Bible Hill and Amherst, you did get a lot of feedback that suggested that there were frustrations at the ground level as well. Is it fair to say that perhaps it isn't quite as rosy at the ground level as what we've been hearing? Is it more pervasive than perhaps what we've heard?
I think for Cumberland County and our Amherst detachment, Amherst PD, I don't believe it is. I wasn't hearing that. Certainly in the Bible Hill detachment meetings. But what also tends to happen is senior men on the floor in that case were the de facto spokespersons for a number of people, I think, in the instance of one of the sergeants. And they happen to be sharing some of the most concerning issues, but they also shared with us a lot of positive stories too about when the bell rings, and not even when it's an officer needs assistance, that's a given. Our members are backing each other up consistently across the province. And I would say that it's actually not as pervasive as we might think, and maybe not rosy, but actually it's a good news story for me, and it's gladly not an area that I think we need to spend much attention on. Are there pockets? Yes, of course there would be, but I would say that's more individually driven, and it's not something that's pervasive.
Thank you. On the topic of sharing of resources, and this has been touched on and largely answered, I think, throughout the course of the day. But it is safe to say that RCMP ERT for the province will occasionally be deployed outside of the province, just as J Division came down to help here. H Division has gone to PEI, New Brunswick on occasion. And during those times over the years, has there been occasion where Halifax ERT or Cape Breton ERT have had to cover off in the absence of H Division ERT? And if so, have those been long and protracted events?
Yes to both. And again, I can only speak to the last 3 years really as it relates to that. The protracted events that come to mind are the two manhunts, the one in Cape Breton, where we worked shoulder to shoulder with Cape Breton Regional Police, including their ERT or their ERT equivalent. I'm not sure if that's the proper term. And our teams worked and relieved each other over several days. You know, there were some bumps along the way, but generally it was an excellent deployment, and we had a successful arrest in that case. The other one was in Bridgewater, where we had assistance from Halifax Regional Police, and I don't believe so much so in Bridgewater, but certainly covering for us because our team was there for at least 2 or 3 days, and we had to bring in resources from outside the province. And then the Halifax ERT moved into a position to helping us out for coverage in the rest of the province. So both, right? Both in terms of relieving each other at an incident and an agreement. And I think I spoke about in my testimony with Cape Breton, where they covered off a call for us in our area of Cape Breton earlier this week or late last. So that's an area, as I said, where I believe we're doing quite well in terms of relief, backfilling, even training opportunities, and that's advancing quite well. And I give credit, frankly, to our ERT commander and their counterparts with Halifax and Cape Breton to see that evolve the way it is.
Thank you. On the evening of the 18th or the morning of the 19th, when you received your call from a staff holiday, so I'm switching lanes here. Thank you for making your notes on your scratch pad. I know that you were getting briefed up from staff holiday, and you were making some good notes. As you were being briefed up, were you asking him any probing questions or providing him any advice or direction?
I don't recall asking him any probing questions aside from, do you have the help you need? Do you have the resourcing and help that you need in the command post? And the answer was yes. He felt he was supported there. In terms of updates, of course, I didn't have anything to provide to him. That was very much a one-way conversation. He was providing me with an update. And early on, in that first call, which is I think what you're referring to, I wouldn't have provided him any guidance. It was literally an opportunity for him to provide me with an update. I knew that other CICs were either there or on their way, and that both the ERT commander and the support services officer, Chief Superintendent Campbell, were fully engaged. And if you can tell by the length of the call, I had consumed probably 10 minutes or so of his time, and I wanted to let him go so he could get back to his responsibilities.
Thank you. And typically you would be getting your briefing up from your direct report, Darren Campbell, Superintendent Campbell.
Yes, this is unusual, I would say. I don't normally hear from either I don't hear from CICs or even district policing officers typically in those scenarios. It's usually the support services officer because he's the authorizing authority for the CIP to go. But again, unusual circumstances, which is why I heard directly from Steve.
Thank you. On the issue of the business card for John Robin, does the RCMP have policy or protocol on business cards, what goes on the business card, what the content is, and is there approval process for that?
Yes, to both. There is policy, and typically your line officer has to sign off on, you know, what you want on the card and the number of cards you want. That's the standard process, yes.
Do you see any room for improvement in that process? Is it stringent enough? I'm just, you know, when I'm looking at the exhibit that we received today with it clearly written on there, Nova Scotia Mass Casualty Commission, and I recognize that DOJ noted that en français there's an extra word on potentially this means that it's the response to or a liaison to. Would you agree that that business card does not reflect that in English?
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
and that it could be easily misconstrued if it was given out to a member of the public?
Yeah, the English side of the card, I could see it being confusing.
And who would have approved that wording on that business card?
Well, if it went through the normal process, it would have been Assistant Commissioner Daly. That's who Chief Robin was reporting to at the time, as opposed to through the division even, right? It would have gone right up to headquarters for approval. So and of course I wouldn't have seen it, and I don't think I saw the card till it was in the media myself, if I'm being frank.
Okay. It may seem like a small thing, but it is some of these small things that really could perhaps benefit from tightening those processes. I'm getting down on my questions. Building on a question from Mr. McDonald, participant counsel today, we were talking about the decision, where the decision would rest in terms of an alert ready request going out, and I believe I heard you that you think that would rest squarely with the incident commander in the future.
Yeah. So it's a similar situation. God help us if we're immersed in an active shooter. I would expect the CIC, well, they all have the training and they would be the decision makers. It doesn't mean, as I said yesterday, Commissioner, that they couldn't or wouldn't want to bounce a certain aspect off one of their colleagues, but they would have the authority under the current policy to have the alert issued.
Okay. I think in your reply, you had mentioned that, and that makes sense because the critical incident commander is the person that would have the most information and the most up-to-date information in which to make that decision.
Yes, and he would best understand the risks associated with deploying or not.
Right. And we know in this case that there was a considerable lapse in information getting to the critical incident commander, in some cases by hours.
Yes.
So an area I'm sure that can stand for some improvement there. Just in follow-up to participant counsel Lenahan's questions around 2 officers per car, and again, some of these questions are forward-leaning. I know in fire services and emergency health services, paramedics, there seems to be industry standards around, for example, in the fire service, that they have to have X number of firefighters on a pump truck, for example. To my knowledge, there isn't any kind of industry standard in terms of staffing for policing, and I'd be really interested to know if you've given that any thought or any suggestions that you can offer us going forward.
You know, first of all, I would think that the CLC investigation will speak to this very issue as well. It would surely be relevant to their review of the situation. And as you know, our union situation is in its relative infancy with the RCMP. And these are the very sorts of things I think we can see in the next bargaining agreements or on the table for discussion, as surely the union will be looking to solidify more around policing numbers and numbers of members on watches, and by extension in police vehicles. So I think, to answer your question, that it's going to happen one way or another. It's going to happen as a result of the evolution of our union and their negotiations and the working agreements that come from that. And I think there are going to be some strong recommendations, perhaps made by the ESTC, not speaking for them, obviously, and I haven't been interviewed by them, but that seems to me to fit within their purview. And look forward to seeing what they recommend.
Thank you. And this is my last question, and it has to do with the questions that were asked around the provincial audits. And I do appreciate that the province is modernizing their standards and their audit process. I wasn't quite clear, though, in your explanation of the audit, the internal unit level quality assurance, where that goes. I understand that there's a computerized element to that with data input. What I'm wondering is there an evaluation built into that quality assurance process? So in other words, once something is identified as a risk area and some solutions are put to that risk and it's implemented, presuming it's tracked, is there a cycle of continuous improvement with the evaluation to see if that implementation of the solution to the risk is evaluated? And is that done provincially, or is there, if you could just respond to that, that'd be great. Thanks.
Good question. And I would say that where that system can break down is with the transfer, promotion, retirement of senior commanders, and when detachment commanders, unit commanders, because while the system leaves behind a signature in terms of the UOQAs that have been done historically, and it's there for reference from the incoming detachment commander, and those detachment commanders are usually very good at reviewing what has been reviewed historically, because that's what they should be doing and do, is identify new risk areas to look at over the years. So there is that. There's the district policing officer's responsibility to be aware and receive input from all the ULQAs that are underway in his or her district. That is occurring, and that includes support services. And there's a report feature or function that provides the division on the admin and personnel side with that overarching view, which again, I said, I believe that report is what is shared then with the province, which is the division-wide snapshot of the work that's being done. It's a fairly good program. Are there rooms for improvement? Yes, I don't think the system has been improved in several years in terms of its inputs and monitoring. But it is effective because it does give the detachment commander a good snapshot, and it's easy for them to go in the detachment or remotely to take a look at not just, as you mentioned, the risk items, but more importantly, what efforts are underway to address the risks? What does the tracking look like? Is the risk item even being addressed in the quarter now that we've just worked through? And if not, why not? So there is that ongoing requirement for the supervisors to manage that and monitor. But I think it's going to be important for, and I noted it on the email you recall that was up on the screen, is how is that going to interface effectively with the new audit and standards features that are being implemented by the province? Because surely this can inform a lot of the work that will be or could be done when the province identifies areas that they want to review. So I'm sure that there will be a feed in to provide the province with those snapshots so they can then make informed decisions on the areas that they then want to look at based on the work that we've done through our own ULQAs.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everything that you shared in the last 2 days. I know it's been a heavy lift, and it's greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
Commissioner Stanton?
Thank you. In our foundational document on the Halifax Regional Police, we say that at the time of the mass casualty, the RCMP and HRP, I think if I'm remembering correctly, that the major crime units were integrated at the time of the mass casualty. And I'm just wondering if you know if that is still the case.
Within CID, so the CID office, there are several units. However, the major crime unit from the RCMP, although still housed within CID, so still in the same building beside our headquarters, has changed its work responsibilities and is not working any longer in an integrated function with the Halifax CID. So the remainder of the CID resources remain, officers remain in place. The MCU remains housed there, but they're no longer working with their Halifax counterparts.
Do you know why that decision was made?
Yes, there was a breakdown in communication, unreasonable expectations, according to our officer in charge who was working in CID on our members. And the decision was taken to withdraw them. And there was also some issues that surfaced as related to forensic ident and their support to investigations in CID, particularly homicides and major crimes. And we had meetings, we being myself, Chief Superintendent Gray, Superintendent Campbell at the time, and our Halifax counterparts, along with the two inspectors and superintendent from CID, to try to resolve the issue, along with discussions around the still outstanding MOU for CID. And little progress was made on that front. And so those bodies, those members are there, but not integrated at this time.
So I guess given you've discussed the benefits of integration and the goals and so on, and the potential that a change in leadership may assist with progress in that area, but that sounds like an area where some dispute resolution may in fact be helpful at some point.
There's no doubt, because we've been in discussions with HRP now for coming up on a year on these issues and have made little progress.
Okay. I'm just following up on the discussion about training. I wondered about recruitment, actually, and the possibility for the RCMP to move toward having some prerequisites for recruits. We've heard about the Finnish model of 3-year police university college, which includes participation in policing research as part of the curriculum. In Norway, there's a 3-year university program that is a prerequisite. The FBI requires people to be at least 23 years old to have an undergrad. And in his report on the Merlo settlement, former Supreme Court of Canada Justice Bastarash's report, he suggests that it's time to reevaluate the RCMP's application requirements. He suggested post-secondary education and specific skills and competencies, and I just wondered if, given you're heading to the, if I understood correctly, the modernization task force, is it?
Yes, for federal policing.
Federal policing, okay. I'm just wondering if you have thoughts with respect to recruitment prerequisites.
I think all police services in Canada, at least, would like to see their recruits arrive with, at minimum, an undergraduate degree. I think there was a time, in fact, where that was, if not the stated requirement, the unwritten rule. But what's happened with policing, I would say, over the last 5 years especially, it's becoming more and more difficult to recruit candidates to policing. And what's naturally occurred is the standards for entry and education in particular seems to have gone down along with that. So as the interest level has decreased, the standards have decreased as well in many ways in terms of the qualifications that we see for some of the recruits that are entering the RCMP, but not just the RCMP, other services as well. So we're a victim of our own inability to recruit, and some of the best and brightest who we historically may have attracted to policing are going into other career paths. And I know it's a concern of the commissioners, and she has created a new task force led by a Director General, Chief Superintendent, to really look at identifying strategies, working with our depot division in Regina to begin to address or continue to work on some of the initiatives that we've already implemented. So it is getting the attention and focus that it needs internally. Time will tell whether we're successful in creating a larger pool of recruits, but there is no magic button, there's no panacea for that, and it's an issue that all police services, as I say, are wrestling with. And so on that, I know that CACP, for instance, has a committee that works on this very issue because it is a pan-policing issue in Canada. And we would have membership on that committee. And my guess is we have some of the headquarters folks that I'll be working with who sit there, and they work on strategies to identify methods to improve our recruiting and retention.
So I think it might be related then to one of the criticisms is it also in, you can tell I've been spending a little bit of time with some past reports with the Bastarash report and with the Brown report. Bastarash's report has a criticism of adopting a model of not backfilling leave positions, which creates both operational and cultural difficulties in detachments. And that was further to the 2007 Brown report that noted what he referred to as unacceptable vacancy rates in every detachment he visited, and concluded that there was an inability to fill vacant positions. So I just wondered if maybe it's related, or if there are separately steps that the RCMP's taken to address that aspect of the situation.
It's a complex issue for sure. For sure, that's the off-duty sick file in particular that I think you're referring to, and the vacancy patterns that creates, not for this division, but others. We need to have that insurance policy in place for our members so they can recover and return to work and be supported while they're away from the workplace. But to your point, Commissioner, while they are gone, getting the help they need and hopefully returning, it does create a blockage to the position that they were working in while they're away for months or years while they're getting better.
I think in the Bastrach report, it might have been also with respect to mat leave.
Mat leave as well, yes. Mat leaves create a block position because those members almost always return to the workforce. We don't have a strategy currently to backfill those positions. It's I would say the bane of our existence, but it's a constant pressure that all commanding officers are dealing with. Another issue that is affecting us coast to coast. There is no real solution to that because there are significant financial implications if you begin to fill those positions and then those members come back from their sick leave and then you're in a surplus situation. So then you're looking at moving people out of the detachment or unit, and it creates a whole host of human resource challenges as well. But this too, like the recruiting challenge, is one that is under constant study and review by the commanding officers and our counterparts at headquarters to come up with strategies, but it's a difficult one.
I think Brown's suggestion was that the federal government needed to re-examine RCMP priorities and determine if things weren't a priority, then discontinue them. But it relates a bit to another aspect of his report and to testimony that we've heard here from one of the members of each division about RCMP officers being mired in administrative tasks. And RCMP officers mired in administration was a header in one of the reports, the 2007 Brown report. And we've heard a lot about multi-year financial planning and negotiations with the Nova Scotia government about filling positions and the need for more resources and so on. But let's assume that there will not be more resources. The testimony that we heard was that members spend considerable amount of time at their desk doing paperwork when they really prefer to be out in the community doing community policing and learning the geographic areas that they're responsible for. So I just wondered if the RCMP is taking any active steps to study how members are using their time, for starters, and then whether efficiencies can be sought, obviously, with respect to technology or software that would reduce some of the paperwork and streamline some of the systems. And in some ways, it relates back to recruitment and training on technologies that could make things more efficient. But first, are there steps being taken to study how members' time is used?
We know that there are, just in Halifax, in the HRM, there are 2 different policing models which are relevant to your comments in question. One that Halifax uses, which I'm more used to in municipal policing from my start in policing, which is where the frontline members are doing more of that work, frontline work, and the investigations go to the Criminal Investigations Bureau or Division in the case of CID here. And it certainly means for more members on the road, on patrol, doing their primary function, answering calls and enforcing the laws. It's not as strong in terms of developing our members because until they get an opportunity to move into plainclothes or into CIB, they don't get the exposure to investigations. That's more akin to our model, where our GD members will do everything up to a major investigation just before it goes to, say, a specialized policing unit. Very different models. The upside to that model is it allows for better officer development, but the large downside to it is it does exactly what you're talking about. It mires those members in administration and preparing Crown briefs and doing investigations in the detachments away from their general duty patrol work. And those two policing models, as I've described in a very rudimentary sense, is part of where some of the rub is between HRP and our RCMP members in the district. And it just exemplifies the different models. And it's not that one model is better than the other, but they have a hard time coexisting with one another because both those models are supposed to be feeding into a CID. As you mentioned, technology, civilianization of non-operational duties. These are certainly strategies that we've been looking at for many years. I think out of those two, and I mentioned it in my recommendations, but very specifically related to communications, I think technology has a much larger role to play than civilianization, for instance. And while it's costly, if we're talking about sustainability, which we are now in this province, we have to look very seriously at leveraging technology to make those types of shifts in the way that we do policing. There's no doubt about it. I don't have any specific recommendations to give on that other than to say these are areas that we're looking at in the division, that National Headquarters is looking at, but these are long-term studies, and they are areas that, again, I know the CACP looks at as well, that's Canadian Associate Chiefs of Police, to come up with strategies to help us become more efficient.
So just though, in terms of, I get the studying of the different models, but are you measuring the time that members are spending on various tasks?
Not currently, we're not.
Okay.
We're not. There are programs that would allow us to do that. Of course, there are more administration for the members because they're having to account for their hours literally at the end of their shift and distribute that into a system. It would be helpful to implement that for 2 or 3 months just to get a sense of where we are in terms of administration versus operations. But we haven't done that certainly in the 3 years that I've been in the division, to do that sort of workplace analysis in terms of their hourly workflow.
Because it would seem to me to be helpful. I mean, we've heard anecdotally about the amount of time that is spent on mental health calls that are not necessarily utilizing the skill set. And so having the data as at the outset in order to determine where the streamlining needs to occur seems to me to be
It would be helpful.
A helpful start. It does seem that you have you've given a lot of thought to sort of operational recommendations, which I appreciated hearing yesterday and today. One of the things that's come out of a number of past reports with respect to the RCMP is the suggestion that it's time to discuss a fundamental change in the organization of the RCMP and in policing. And I understand you're going to be part of the modernization initiative that's underway. But as is often said, culture eats policy. And I wonder if you see an appetite amongst leadership for assessing and identifying the issues that need improvement.
As you would know, Commissioner, the province has initiated a policing review. There's a number of jurisdictions in the province as well in terms of counties that have asked for policing reviews. There's the commission that's underway, and safe to say that the government, the provincial government, probably the federal government as well in terms of public safety, are waiting for the results of those reviews because they will include stakeholder engagement with the communities that these reviews are being done in, Halifax, Colchester, Cumberland, the list goes on across the province. And you don't have to be an academic to recognize that the tides of change are upon us in policing. And I would say, almost frankly, we don't have a choice. I mean, there's going to be a change in policing in this province and in other provinces. And those reviews will be, in other words, I welcome the reviews because they will be helpful and they will clearly message to us what the expectations of the public are, which would include looking at the modeling of policing in this province. Provincial, regional, federal policing as it is, and that's inevitable. It's occurring as we sit here, and we look forward to the results of those reviews, but also being given the chance to provide our input as you're providing me with now in this venue, with our thoughts and input on the good, the bad, and the otherwise, with in what comes with those different policing models. I think it's fair to say that the current model is not sustainable. I've said that 2 or 3 times already. But what the end state is, I think that's exactly what these reviews will tell us, and that's exactly what the government's waiting for in terms of their deliberations on what policing looks like here in the future.
I guess the thing is that there's been quite a number of reviews and some recommendations that come up time and time again. And I wonder if you've thought about what the barriers to implementation of some of those repeated recommendations might be. It seems to me that it comes back to culture quite often, and perhaps when you say you're having difficulty attracting recruits, it may be that a culture shift will assist with that. Thinking about the information we received from the former rector of the Finnish Police University College, the 91% of people in Finland have trust in their police force, and it's one of the highest rates in the world. And we're all here because of a loss of trust. And so I'm really interested in finding ways to address the barriers that it seems there have been to some implementation, and how we might ensure that the people that we want to answer the calls to help in public safety and community safety will be encouraged to engage in picking up recommendations we might make and implement them.
So a couple comments in terms of the Finnish study. It seems to me those are the very reports and the kind of engagement that we should be having with those senior police officials or university officials that are involved in those programs. Why reinvent the wheel is what I'm saying. Clearly, they've demonstrated a high level of success. And are there methods and techniques and cultural changes that they've made that have given them such a high level approval rating? It's staggering actually to hear that. But, you know, those sorts of levels of engagement wouldn't be occurring at even the level of the commanding officer or the crops officer unless asked. These are typically nationally driven initiatives, and it'll be important for our headquarters to learn of that. I'm sure they already know. But in terms of your comments about the recommendations, well, I don't think you need to be told, but all levels of government are eagerly looking forward to the report and recommendations. And I have no doubt, as they were with McNeil, the McNeil review, the recommendations, the after action reporting will be done in a timely way. I think, though, as you've seen and has been illustrated by some of the counsel here, the passage of time is what is hard on the recommendations. Any commission's recommendations, it's the sustainability of the recommendations that are made and the program changes that need to be made from the recommendations, as opposed to a checklist approach. I'm not suggesting we took that, but that if that was the approach, to be able to demonstrate that we've met the recommendations, but there needs to be a sustained after action to go along with it. That, you know, that literally has to be a recommendation unto itself, that this can't be perishable, and that we look at things like the effective transitional plans and things like that as a way to ensure that the learnings don't fade when members retire, resign, and move on in the senior leadership positions, because I'm afraid that could happen.
Right. So, I mean, in addition to obviously the leadership that's required, accountability mechanisms need to be built in. And we've talked a bit about audits, and I just wonder if there's any other thoughts with respect to what might be effective accountability mechanisms for ensuring the kind of uptake that we all would like to see.
Well, I think that's going to be crucial for in the province of Nova Scotia, for the Department of Justice to embrace the recommendations, and I'm sure they will, and to see those reflected in the standards and in the audit processes that we've spent so much time discussing. There's your accountability mechanism for policing in the province in the post-commission era or years that follow. And that's where those recommendations should and could show up. And of course, there'll be policy change, but in terms of ensuring accountability, I think it really needs to be driven through the standards and the audits of the police services across the province, including ourselves. That's where you're going to see the recommendations sustained.
Okay, thank you so much.
Chief Superintendent Leather, thank you. Thank you for helping us with our very challenging tasks, and we have difficult conversations every day in our work, but they're very important conversations, and we really appreciate the fact that you've been here for 2 full days, not just answering our questions, the collective hour questions, many of them very difficult, but necessary, but also thank you for your insights. We really appreciate it. So you've assisted us with our work, and for that we're very grateful and appreciative, and you're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Young.
Thank you. I don't have anything for the witness commissioners. I just had a quick point of housekeeping before we adjourn.
Sorry. Ms. Young?
Since the commission won't be sitting again until August 22nd, I was asked just to put a bit of housekeeping on the record. On July 11th, 2022, Commission Counsel exhibited a bundle of documents, which are Exhibit P003364. And apparently that bundle included document number CORR 0000231. And I've been asked to just correct that it should now be COM number 0059746, but still have the same exhibit number.
So noted. Thank you so much,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Young.
Thank you, counsel, and thanks again to the witness. Thanks to counsel for your questions. Over the last 4 days, we've sought information from 2 senior RCMP officers involved in the response to the mass casualty, including lessons learned, changes made to date, and opportunities for additional changes and improvements. We do look forward to exploring these areas more when proceedings resume on August 22nd, and we'll hear from retired Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman and from Commissioner Brenda Lucky at that time. In the meantime, we encourage members of the public to access the extensive and comprehensive information available on the Commission's website about what happened, how, and why. This includes all the foundational documents, supporting source materials, commissioned reports, and recordings of earlier proceedings. We are still welcoming public submissions through our website where you can share your suggestions about recommendations or ideas for change. Thanks again to everyone who makes the proceedings possible, including the participants and their counsel, the commission team, our technical partners, the media, and members of the public. A special mention today, please, to our registrar, Darlene Sutherland, and Alex sitting there next to her. Darlene has been doing a fantastic job of pulling up last-minute documents and marking exhibits, and we are very, very grateful to her, as I'm sure our participant counsel too, for her agility and patience with all of us. We've come a long way together in our work. Soon we'll be moving in focus in greater detail on the recommendations that we hope will help make our communities safer. The Commission team will continue working over the coming weeks to prepare for that phase and for the upcoming witnesses. Until then, please do get some rest and enjoy the summer, and we'll be back with you when proceedings resume on August 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until August 22nd, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Okay, so I'll see you all in 3 weeks. God bless you, your families. God bless the 23.